Chapter 20. The trip to the Tenagrin ship had been uneventful so far. A few guards had tried to stop the group's advance, but they had been dealt with quickly. A picker had attempted to grapple with V, but that had not ended well for the picker. Emily's heart glowed. She loved being around Evaran and V, and it reminded her of past events when they had grouped like this. They had passed several locked rooms that the Tenagrins had tried to break into. She figured Ritz would give the all-clear once it was safe. With Dr. Snowden, Kess, Dalton, and Sam going to the security center, she had no doubt that they would succeed. Her goal was to assist in stopping the Tenagrin ship, which boiled down to protecting V while he did his thing. The only issue was the unknown ship layout, so they entered somewhat blind. That spoke to the confidence Evaran had in her and V to be able to adapt. "You are thinking again," said Evaran. She smiled. "Just remembering earlier times? You have come a long way since then." "I better have," she said.
"Analysis. You are fighting more efficiently."
Emily nodded. "Training will do that for you."
"I meant that, since the loss of a majority of your cosmic energy, you move faster and hit harder."
She shrugged. "I think that's the dimensional power bridge in my suit." Evaran glanced at her. "That works off your will and focus. I, too, have noticed your increase in ability. This means you have gained confidence in your abilities. I am proud of you for not going down a darker path." "Yeah, me too," said Emily. Although she had never mentioned it to Evaran, he remained the closest thing she had to a father figure, and his opinion of her meant a lot. V was like a goofy brother who did not judge her, and he was always there for her when she needed him. She could not imagine her life without them, and with Dr. Snowden, she felt like she had a full family. Toss in some intimate relationships from across space and time, and her personal life was covered. A Tenagrin picker appeared at the end of the hallway.
"Defense mode engaged,"
said V as he marched forward. When he got there, he locked arms with the picker, which used its back arms to try to break V's shielding. He turned his head to the side.
"Emily, use the wall."
"Huh?" she asked. V tossed the picker like a bowling ball toward the group. She realized what V meant. With determination in her eyes, she calculated the velocity and angle she would need, then burst ahead. When she reached the sliding picker, she launched herself at the wall and ran above the picker while hitting it with multiple shots from her stun beam. It slid to a crawl and stopped moving as Evaran put his foot on it. Emily finished her run and somersaulted off the wall. "Wow, I actually did it." "Of course," said Evaran, studying her. "We had no concern in that regard." Her suit covered her smiling face. "Let us go," said Evaran. The rest of the trip to the Tenagrin ship only had a few encounters, which were dealt with ease. A Springer launched at Evaran, but he caught it midair, then hit it close range with a stun beam. It amazed Emily how quickly he moved. Although she could see things in slow motion when she focused, he remained a blur. The Springer approached fast, but not quite fast enough to get the jump on him. After 30 minutes, they reached the docking tunnel used by the Tenagrins. Although they did use some ships to board other parts of the Gimmerika, a majority of their forces came from the wide tunnel. It could easily fit 3 or 4 Tenagrins side by side. She liked the Kimmelak's architectural style, in which everything appeared slick. Their part of the tunnel was a single piece of solid metal, while the Tenagrin part appeared to be constructed of metal, bones, and fungus. "Be alert," said Evaran as he scanned around.
"Analysis. 2 Tenagrins are at the end of the tunnel."
Evaran nodded. "Go ahead and greet them. We will be behind you."
"Acknowledged,"
said V. He extended his arms forward and marched toward the 2 Tenagrin guards. It surprised Emily that they charged V with odd-looking swords, but she realized they probably did not want to damage the tunnel. V reached the guards and took a few hits before he shook them and gave them a shock. They crumpled to the floor.
Analysis. They have been neutralized.
Evaran and Emily caught up to V. Excellent, said Evaran. We need to find an interface to the ship. Emily looked around the small room. I would have thought this led to a larger room. I concur, said Evaran. Perhaps there is one outside of it. Let us investigate. She tagged along with V behind Evaran as he reached the opposite side of the bare room and exited. The larger one they entered seemed like an area where the Tenagrins tended to their armor and retrieved their weapons. Cubbyhole-like structures sat off to the sides. Some had armor pieces in them, while others contained weapons. However, her eyes were drawn to the small office off to the left side. I see it too, said Evaran. As they walked over to the office, several pickers rushed into the room. Evaran used his grappling beam to grab one, then wrapped the other two up. Emily got in close enough to bypass their kinetic shielding and hit them with a mist beam, followed up with a stun blast. Evaran released his grappling beam as the pickers crumbled. Let us go to that office. I sense what we need is there. Emily surveyed the area when they arrived. It seemed odd that the structures holding embedded screens appeared like they were part of the surrounding wall, as if the room had been cut out of something. Evaran placed his UIC on one of the consoles and interacted with his ARI. Emily studied the ship layout that appeared inside her helmet. The ship was not as large as she had thought it would be. Most of the life sign readings showed the Tenagrins clustered in a few areas, but a small force headed to the group's location. Interesting, said Evaran. They are using a disconnected setup. I had hoped to shut down their thrusters, but their engine system is not connected directly to the central one. So, how do they control it? She asked. They send it to a console outside the engine room. Then a Tenagrin interacts with the engine system. It is a slower process, but also protects the central one from being compromised.
Analysis. We need to go to the engine room.
Evaran nodded. I concur. Once there, we can disable the engines, while the Tenagrins will most likely undo whatever we do. That will delay them for long enough that we can leave and shut down the tunnel, and the Gimorika can escape. I have disabled their internal tracking system, so they will find it difficult to track us, and I also downloaded their new scanning technology implementation. Emily smiled. What are we waiting for then? The group exited the office and rushed off to the engine room. They ran into several heavily armed Tenagrins, but they were quickly dispatched. The group paused at a long hallway. Emily studied the lone Tenagrin at the end. Something was off about it. Its head was bigger, and it wore a tattered robe with a bone necklace. Its eyes flashed red for a brief moment. She sensed an exotic energy on it. What is that? She asked. Evaran scrutinized the Tenagrin. I do not know, but it is confident. We should proceed with caution. The group moved down the hallway. As they did, another Tenagrin with the same look appeared behind them. They paused. There's two of them, said Emily. I'm not liking this. The Tenagrins began to move. They're closing in on us, said Emily. She fired a repulsion blast at the front one, which highlighted a bubble around it. That's not good. Evaran fired a stun beam, which also outlined the shield. Emily shot sticky globules, which dissipated on contact. Whoa! I've never seen that before. I have not either. We need to enter close-quarters combat, said Evaran.
Analysis. I will deal with the front one if you two can get the other.
Evaran nodded. I agree. Emily, stay close. V marched up to the Tenagrin, which stood in silence. Once he came within 15 feet, he hit an invisible barrier. He pushed hard and slowly moved forward. It made Emily think of someone trying to push into a fully inflated balloon. She focused on the one behind them and advanced with Evaran. When they got to the shielding, he extended a glowing hand. The Tenagrin hissed, and its eyes turned red. It flicked its claw, but nothing happened. Although Evaran slowed down inside the bubble, he continued to advance forward.
"Watch out,"
said V. Emily cried out as he crashed into her back, smashing her into the wall. Evaran got close to the startled Tenagrin and tapped it with his stun baton, causing it to collapse. He moved over and pulled V off Emily and scanned her. "You have suffered some internal damage, but your nanobots are already healing you," he said. "Ugh," said Emily, tasting blood in her mouth. What happened?" "These Tenagrins utilize their exotic energy like a shaper," said Evaran.
"I am sorry,"
said V as he knelt next to her. His lights dimmed. "It's okay," said Emily, holding his hand. Evaran stood and turned. "I will deal with this other one." V sat Emily up. She leaned into him and watched as Evaran moved like a lightning bolt toward the other Tenagrin, which had tried to flee. He was upon the Tenagrin and stunned it before it could get away. He rushed back. Emily struggled to breathe. "You said it was a shaper? Like it could control the field around it type?" "Yes. I have never encountered that exotic energy before, but it was powerful. It slowed V down and used him as a projectile. Unfortunately for them, I contained too much cosmic energy for that to work on me." Emily coughed up blood. "Okay, but why haven't we seen any until now?" "I suspect they are rare," said Evaran. "We need to get you back to the Torvada." "No, I'll be fine. I just need some time to... Everything went black. Dr. Snowden led Dalton, Kess, and Sam deeper into the Gimaraika. The sleek Kimalax design extended out to the rest of the ship, and the displays that appeared on the seamless walls made it seem advanced. It hurt to see dead Kimalax scattered about as the group marched on to the security center. The corpses looked like they had been desecrated, with unusual symbols on their bulbous heads. Some had missing tentacles, as if they had been pulled off. He could not fathom the fear and despair they must have experienced. The group had run into a few Tenagrin guards, but they had been easily handled. A lone picker had also assaulted them, but it had gotten held by Kess, then stunned by Dalton. The teamwork on display warmed Dr. Snowden's heart. They operated like a finely tuned machine. Sam's ability to turn into a bowling ball had also helped when a Springer had tried to ambush them. He had knocked it back, which had caused it to unfurl, and Dr. Snowden had been able to hit it with a stun beam. After 50 minutes, he opened up a communication channel to Riz. "We're almost at your location." "Hurry! I think this bulker is going to break through," said Riz. Dr. Snowden noted the higher-than-usual pitch of Riz's voice. "Okay, hold on." He waved forward. "The Tenagrins are going to break through to the security center. Let's go!" The group rushed on, pausing a few hallways away. Dr. Snowden studied the unusual Tenagrin at the other end. It wore no armor, but had on a robe of some type with a bone necklace. Its eyes flashed red for a moment. He was not sure what type of Tenagrin it was, but he sensed an unusual energy coming from it. "I got this one," said Sam. Dr. Snowden nodded. He appreciated Sam's confidence, but something was off. This Tenagrin showed no fear as Sam approached in his ball form. Dr. Snowden contemplated contacting Evaran, but this was not an emergency. Hopefully it would not turn into one. Sam slowed down the closer he got. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened when Sam reached the Tenagrin and was shot back at dizzying speed. A quick calculation showed that if the others did not get out of the way, he would crush them. Kess stepped forward and extended her arms. Her nanobots approached Sam as he continued to barrel toward them. She yelled out as they made contact. Through sheer will and effort, she was able to slow Sam down enough for him to transform back to his human form. Kess knelt while trying to catch her breath. Dr. Snowden rushed over to her while Dalton helped Sam up. "Are you okay?" Kess coughed. "Sam was coming at us fast. It took a lot of effort to slow him down." "Thank you for doing so," said Sam. "I tried to change, but Kess was already holding me." Dalton rubbed his chin. "This Tenagrin has a shield around it of some type." "It's a shaper," said Dr. Snowden. "Has to be. We have Daedrold shapers on Earth, but we call them warlocks." "You think this is a Daedrold?" Dr. Snowden shook his head. "It's something else, but using the same bubble shield approach that shapers use. They control an area around them in the shape of a bubble. They can fling back projectiles, but are not themselves physically tough." Dalton fired a stun blast at the Tenagrin. The blast hit the Tenagrin's shield and deflected at an angle. "You weren't kidding." "How do we fight it?" asked Sam. "We can't get close, or we're flung away, and we can't hit it from range." Dr. Snowden shot a sticky globule, which dissipated on contact. "Okay, that didn't work either." His eyes narrowed. "I may have an idea." A minute later, he helped Kess limp around a corner, out of sight from the Tenagrin. "Okay, the Tenagrin is moving toward us, and I believe it bought the ruse. Sam, blend with the floor." He complied. Dr. Snowden and the others moved back a bit. He was not sure if his plan would work, but as crazy as it sounded, he did not have a better one, nor did they. The Tenagrin slithered around the corner, its red eyes focused on Dr. Snowden. He pointed his PSD at it. "You hurt my friend. I can't allow that to happen again." It gurgled and hissed as it slid forward. Once it was over Sam, he formed a bump that slammed the Tenagrin into the ceiling, then covered its dazed body. "Now," said Dr. Snowden. He rushed over and hugged the Tenagrin from the back. Dalton hustled over and reached around from the front. He used his nanotech to form a solid connection between his hands, essentially locking him, Dr. Snowden, and the Tenagrin together. The Tenagrin squirmed. "Kess, go," said Dr. Snowden. A part of the Tenagrin's tail was exposed, and she used her nanobots to reform the floor to encapsulate the tail. "Okay, Sam, break off now," said Dr. Snowden. Sam complied. Dr. Snowden could already feel the odd, repulsive bubble field being established, but with Dalton's arms locked around them all, they were strong enough to stay connected. "Stunning," said Dr. Snowden. He fought through the increasing repulsion pressure and hit the Tenagrin with a stun beam, causing the Tenagrin to crumple. Dalton released his lock and sat back against the wall. "I'm glad my suit can take a hit from your stun." "Yeah, me too," said Dr. Snowden. He studied the Tenagrin, whose tail was merged with the floor. "It's not going anywhere soon." Kess walked over and hugged him. "You came up with an excellent plan. I don't think it would have fallen for that twice." Dr. Snowden motioned around. "It was all of our plan." "Mostly you, though," said Dalton. Dr. Snowden nodded and then pointed forward. "Everyone okay to go?" They indicated they were. He took off with the others in tow. The rest of the trip to the security center was relatively easy compared to the Tenagrin warlock. He had not expected that, and he suspected it was not something the Time Cube had given to the Tenagrins. The warlock seemed tribal, from an ancient time. He would need to update Evaran about it, but would wait until he contacted them. They reached the security center 10 minutes later. A bulker kept hitting the door, but turned to face them. Sam formed a ball and smashed into the bulker, tipping it over. Dalton rushed in and used his blade to cut off the 4 leg supports. Kess raised the bulker into the air with her nanobots, while Dr. Snowden fired a mist beam, and Dalton ignited it. The bulker crashed to the ground and stopped moving. "Riz, we're outside," said Dr. Snowden over comms. The security door opened, and Riz tentatively stepped out and looked around. "You took it out," said Riz. Dr. Snowden nodded. "It was a team effort." "I'm impressed. Our weapons did very little against its shielding, and its whip wouldn't let us get close." "The important thing is it's down. How many Kimmelok's security do you have?" "About 8.
The Tenagrins wiped out almost a third of the crew already, said Riz.
Dr. Snowden peeked into the security center, where the Kimalax were. Although he was no expert on their emotional expressions, the rapidly pulsing light that ran over their bodies probably was their nervousness. He could understand that. The Tenagrins were ruthless. "Dr. Snowden," said Evaran over comms,
I'm here."
"We are taking Emily back to the Torvata. She is unconscious. We encountered an unusual Tenagrin with an unknown energy," said Evaran.
"Oh no," said Kess.
Dr. Snowden's heartbeat ramped up.
"Is she going to be okay?"
"Yes," said Evaran. "She has stabilized, but she is in no condition to continue. Meet us at the docking tunnel. I will finish what we started over here, but I need you and the others to escort her back."
"No problem. We fought a Tenagrin warlock, shaper too, but were able to handle it."
"Impressive." Dr. Snowden's mouth dried up.
"We're on our way."
"Okay." Dr. Snowden gestured at Riz.
"We have to escort Emily to the Torvata. You and the Kimalax should follow us, then we'll hit the rest of the ship." "No problem there. You've indicated to them that you're more than capable of handling the Tenagrins, and we're much safer with your group," said Riz.
"Okay. Let's go," said Dr. Snowden. Chapter 21. Dalton surveyed the Gimaraika's command center. Like the rest of the ship, it was a seamless steel experience. Even the workstations were just one solid table that was low to the ground and wrapped around the room. The center had a massive circle where a holographic display showed varying screens of detailed information and maps. It had been 2 hours since he and the others had left to escort Emily to the Torvata. Dr. Snowden and V were with her now in the medical lab. It had unnerved Dalton to see her limp in V's arms. The Tenagrin warlock had been a surprise to all, and for Evaran, Emily, and V to have fought two of them spoke volumes about their power level. Along with Dalton were Evaran, Kess, Sam, Riz, and what remained of the Gimaraika's command crew. Although Dalton was no Kimalax expert, he determined that the pulses of light across their body indicated their level of excitement. They had pulsed fast when he had seen them initially, but the Kimalax in the center had slow-moving light pulses. Evaran had been able to go back and single-handedly shut down the Tenagrin ship's engines and tie it up so that the Gimaraika could get away. Kimalax security forces had rounded up all the downed Tenagrins and moved them to a cargo bay. Dalton was not sure if any mercy would be shown. The Gimaraika was now safely away, and the next steps were being discussed. Evaran spoke for the group, while Captain Oroyakan represented the Kimalax and Riz the Resistance. It was an interesting mix of characters, and he reflected on the visual aspect of a humanoid, an insectoid, and an octopus-like alien meeting to discuss how to fight snake aliens. "Our ship is safe, thanks to you and your crew," said Captain Oroyakan. Evaran nodded. "We should praise Riz for notifying us and sending relevant information to ensure our success." Dalton grinned. Evaran understood the world of diplomacy, and by what he said, he had boosted Riz in the eyes of the Kimalax.
"I'm glad you came when you did," said Riz. "I didn't think any of us would survive. As it is, a third of the crew is dead, and a quarter of our supplies were damaged."
"We can replicate whatever you lost," said Evaran. Captain Oroyakan's bulbous head pulsed a bit faster. "We appreciate the offer, but your ship is tiny. It would take time for you to manufacture what was destroyed, and time is still of the essence." Dalton smiled. "The Torvata has more than enough energy to create what you need. If Evaran's offering, take it." "We can try," said Captain Oroyakan. "Excellent," said Evaran. When you have a list of the damaged supplies, go to the Torvata, and they will be replicated for you." Captain Oroyakon raised a tentacle. Dalton figured that was their way of nodding. Riz's antenna flailed around.
"How did you defeat those Tenagrins with the bubble shield?"
Kess smiled. "For the one on this ship, Sam transformed into a floor and bumped the Tenagrin into the ceiling. Then Dr. Snowden and Dalton hugged the Tenagrin tight. Once Dalton secured a firm grip, Sam slipped away, and Dr. Snowden stunned the Tenagrin."
"That is an interesting strategy," said Riz.
He faced Evaran.
"And you said you ran into two?"
Evaran nodded. "I did. As they contain exotic energy, so do I, but mine is more powerful. Their bubble shield had no effect on me." "We don't have anything like that," said Captain Oroyakon. "We've never seen that type of Tenagrin before."
"It's the time cube, isn't it?"
asked Riz. Evaran sighed. "I do not believe so. It may be their natural power. If the time cube was involved, perhaps they found a way to enhance their ability. Nonetheless, my group and I will take the time cube away from the Tenagrins."
"What can the resistance do to help?"
asked Riz. "I am not sure yet," said Evaran.
"Are you going to stick around after you retrieve the time cube?"
Evaran shook his head. "It is best for us not to interfere more than we have to." Riz's antenna drooped. "I plan to stick around," said Sam. "As a matter of fact, the Bobs would like to join the resistance." "We would gladly welcome you all. Your species' ability is truly unique, and we could use all the help we can," said Captain Oroyakon. Sam transformed into a Kimalox and raised two tentacles in a V formation. Captain Oroyakon moved over and touched one of Sam's tentacles. "Amazing. I can't tell you apart from a real Kimalox." Sam morphed back. "There are over 7,000 of us, and we can adapt quickly. Once the Tenagrins lose the time cube, they'll technologically stagnate, and we will be at their level. We can win this." "I think so as well," said Evaran. "What does the Resistance plan to do next?"
"We are determining how to use this influx of new information from Corcoris. The new scanning tech you picked up from their ship will help as well. It may take a while, though, before we can do anything of note," said Riz. "What are your next steps?"
Evaran nodded. "We will take a brief rest. During that time, I will go over information retrieved from the Tenagrin ship. Our goal is to determine where the time cube was taken. We know it was at Corcoris at one point, so we might start there." "If we hear anything, we will update you," said Captain Oroyakon. "It's the least we can do." "Your help is greatly appreciated," said Evaran. Riz clacked his mandibles and gestured at him.
"We believe we might know the planet the time cube appeared on. It was on a world with a Tenagrin colony before they rose to power. We don't know when the time cube arrived or where on the planet, but there is a monument there that commemorates the day the gods talked to the Tenagrins."
"Sounds like the time cube to me," said Dalton. "Same," said Kess. Evaran rubbed his chin. "That would be a good start. It seems strange that they would document something they tried to keep secret."
"They don't mention the time cube," said Riz. "Not many are aware of that, but they consider it a holy relic. Given that this monument is also on holy ground, I think they're connected."
Evaran nodded. "I concur. We can determine when the monument was built, then travel back in time to see if we can find where it landed, then calculate its trajectory. It would also be helpful to get the time cube's signature. that would help us in the present. You can time travel?" asked Captain Oroyakan. "Yes," said Evaran. "We actually received Riz's call during the middle of our rest. 5 hours later, after everyone was up, we traveled back to just after he had communicated with us."
"So that's why you didn't want any further communication. It would have quantified an event in time," said Riz.
Evaran studied him. "That is correct. This does not seem to surprise you."
Riz gurgled. "Your ship, your crew, neither is from around here. And I've seen what you all can do. It's not a leap to think you have advanced knowledge, and time travel is not out of the realm of possibility."
"You could get the time cube and stop all this in the past," said Captain Oroyakan. Cass shook her head. "We're a part of events now. To maintain the status now as we understand it, we can't interfere in the past, but we can observe it." "I see," said Captain Oroyakan. "Your group possesses superior power. I'm glad you're on our side." It still amazed Dalton that the Universal Translator did what it did. He felt like he was talking with old friends. Yet Riz and Captain Oroyakan probably sounded very different. It must be odd for them as well to hear him and the others in the group speak fluently in their native tongue. Thankfully, their language was within human capability, unlike the Momadrins, which required a translation orb. "While we are getting you supplies, if you need any repairs or the like, let me know," said Evaran. "Thank you," said Captain Oroyakan. "Let us go back to the Torvata," said Evaran. Sam raised a finger. "I'm going to stay and talk with Riz and Captain Oroyakan some. If the Bobs are going to join the resistance, I'd like to get to know my fellow members."
"I'd like that too," said Riz.
Captain Oroyakan raised a tentacle. "Likewise." "Very well," said Evaran. He glanced at Kess and Dalton. "Let us go." Dalton nodded at everyone as he followed Evaran and Kess. It was not lost on Dalton how important this moment was. Evaran had proved to the resistance that he could help them, and they had offered to help him. On top of that, the Bobs would be joining the resistance, and this was their formal declaration to do so. Dalton had witnessed history in the making in this part of the universe, and he was glad to have the opportunity to do so. Emily grimaced as she struggled to move. It pained her to even breathe. The last thing she remembered was being on the Tenagrin ship, but she realized she was now in the Torvata's medical room. The slab she lay on was warm, and she noticed that she was only restrained at the waist. She smiled when Dr. Snowden gently squeezed her right hand. V held her other hand. "There's Miss Sleepy," said Dr. Snowden. "Hey," she said. She cleared her throat.
"Analysis. You are healing fast,"
said V. Emily studied the scowl on V's projected mode face. "Don't frown. I'm the one in pain."
"I hurt you."
She shook her head and grimaced. "Everything happened fast. You're not to blame for not knowing the impact of an unknown energy."
"I should have warned you faster."
Emily tried to laugh, but that too was a trigger for pain. "It's okay. Really, she's a lot tougher than she looks," said Dr. Snowden, laying his free hand on V's shoulder.
"Acknowledged."
She figured V had probably run 1,000 simulations on ways to prevent what had happened. The fight had moved so quickly, it would have been hard for anyone to do anything. Even Evaran, as fast as he was, had had to disable a threatening Tenagrin close by before he had been able to help her. Still, she knew V and understood that he was struggling with the logical explanation for his inability to help, and with his inner container response, which probably pulsed in a way that indicated sadness and regret. She had seen him in this state before. "I'm ready for that training session now," said Dr. Snowden. She squeezed his hand. "No, you're not." He grinned. "Let's say I did and call it a day." "You goof," said Emily. She winced. "How long until I can get out of here?"
Analysis. You suffered broken bones and heavy bruising. Per the medical nanobots I programmed, you will be able to leave in 7 hours.
"Oh, only 7 hours."
I will stay with you the whole time.
Emily winked at V. "I just think you like being around me." V nodded.
I do.
She took a deep breath and stared at the ceiling. 7 hours was a long time, but she suspected she would sleep through a large portion of it. The slab was adjustable, and if she had to use the bathroom, she was sure she could walk to the one nearby. "Evaran said if you were a normal human, that hit by V would have killed you," said Dr. Snowden. "We're not normal," she said with a small grin. "No, we're not." "Where's everyone else?" she asked. He crooked a thumb at the medical room entrance. "They're talking with Captain Arayakan and Riz." "Oh, I take it the Tenagrin ship is gone?" Dr. Snowden nodded. "Evaran took care of it. He wants everyone to take a breather." "I think I can manage that." V motioned over at a matter replicator.
Do you wish for any sustenance?
Emily licked her lips. "Water would be good."
I will get it for you,
said V. He hustled off. "Did you run into those Tenagrins with bubble shields?" she asked. "Yeah. Sam turned into a floor and then bumped the Tenagrin into the ceiling." Emily rubbed her left cheek. "Huh. Did he then stun it?" No, but that's actually a good idea. Instead, I ran up from the back and hugged the Tenagrin. Dalton got the front and locked us in. Then Sam slid away, and I stunned the Tenagrin." "Oh, wow. That actually worked?" Dr. Snowden laughed. "Well, we didn't have Evaran around to walk through their shielding. The Tenagrins reminded me of Shapers, a.k.a. Warlocks." Emily furrowed her brow. "Yeah, I could see that. Their ability to shape was powerful. The one that shot V made him into a living cannonball." V returned and placed a water container over the side of the slab. He pulled a plastic tube off the top and handed it to Emily.
You can drink from this, and then put it to the side when done.
"Got it. Thanks, V." She took a long, hard sip. The cool water felt good rushing down her throat, and she almost sensed it spreading throughout her body. She realized she was probably on something that dulled the pain, but even with that, she knew everything would still hurt.
Analysis. If you want something to do, I can show you my organic interaction simulation.
Emily wrinkled her brow. "The place you go when in low power mode?"
That is correct.
"How would I interface with it?" Dr. Snowden chuckled. "You're asking that while on the Torvata?" She smiled. "You're right. Silly me. Sure. I'm game." "I would like to check it out, too." V smiled. Emily squeezed his hand. "That's what I like to see." V nodded and took off to the research lab. Dr. Snowden looked around and spotted a chair. As he dragged it over, he said, "Well, if I'm going to be here for a while, might as well make myself comfortable." "You don't have to stay if you have other things going on." Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. "This is where I want to be." Her throat constricted as his eyes misted slightly. She had given him an opportunity to go do something else, but he had insisted on being by her side. Kes would probably join them when she came back with Evaran and the others. Emily was sure that the simulation would pause at that time. For the moment, she had her best friend and uncle to keep her company. Tarkarik slithered to the hollow meeting room. He dreaded the upcoming call to Commander Zilkratuk, whose ship had been attacked by Evaran and his murderous associates. Although Tarkarik wanted information, getting a meeting time had been difficult, and Zilkratuk did not like Tarkarik. That was not unusual between an inspector and a commander. Tarkarik reached the room and entered. Once he verified it was secure, he sealed the door. Although he traveled on a ship taking him to the Time Cube's new location, he did not want to miss any updates on Evaran. Zilkratuk would not send information out of the kindness of his heart. No, he would make Tarkarik beg for it. Short of physically retrieving it, Tarkarik had no other choice than to make this call. If he had been a full inspector, this would not be an issue, but he only held the rank of vice inspector. Tarkarik slid over to a podium in the center of the room. A holocell sat in front and occupied a third of the area. It allowed for holographic communication and was used mainly for meetings with remote Tenagrins. He studied the podium's console for a moment, then pecked at it with his scaly fingers. Zilkratuk appeared in a chair on the right side of the cell.
"And who is calling me?" "Vice Inspector Tarkarik. You already knew that."
Zilkratuk hissed.
"Yes, I did. Now what do you want?" "Your ship recently fought the Gimaraika, a resistance supply ship. Evaran showed up. I need to see any feeds you have on that."
Zilkratuk studied one of his fingers for a moment, then glanced back up at Tarkarik.
"I'll send them to you, but only if you answer some questions on this Evaran. And let it be known, I don't like you, but you're a good inspector. Vice Inspector."
Tarkarik took the compliment and insult at the same time. It was the best he would get out of Zilkratuk.
"How can I help?"
The left side of the holocell projected an image of the fight between Evaran, V, Emily, and some pickers and guards.
"This Evaran blew through our security like they didn't exist," said Zilkratuk. "He even downloaded classified information somehow. I thought it was because of their robot at first." "They call him V," Zilkratuk hissed. "They don't even give him a proper name. That's how brutal he is."
Tarkarik was going to say something, but decided it might be better to conceal some information.
"Yes, quite brutal."
A new projection showed the fight with two Tenagrin shielders.
"This fight bothers me,"
said Zilkratuk, studying the scene.
"As you know, well, you probably don't. Shielders have been rotating into our ship. We had 3, and here you can see 2 of them. One repelled V into Emily. Evaran, though, walked through both shielders' defenses with ease."
He faced Tarkarik.
"That's simply not possible. I've studied some of your case. Evaran is not human. He's something else. What is he?" "I don't know. But he is strong and fast, has advanced technology, and came from uncharted space."
Zilkratuk focused back on the projection.
"After that fight, Evaran escorted V and Emily to the docking tunnels, where he met others. Then Evaran did this."
Evaran tore through the ship at breakneck speed. His eyes and hands glowed, and with an energy shield on his left forearm and a stun baton in the other, nothing stood in his way. Pickers were tossed around like rag dolls, and springers were batted away. Guards crumpled from reflected fire, and even bulkers got pushed back. It intrigued Tarkarik that none had been killed. When Evaran had secured the area outside the engine room, a blue card had been placed on the console. Then he began to tap into the air.
This is when we lost our engines. Evaran took on our whole ship by himself. His eyes glowed. How do we fight something like this? Asked Zilkrutuk.
Tarkarik felt the same chill up his spine that he thought Zilkrutuk did. It was not normal for a Tenagrin to feel dread, but Evaran's mere presence caused it. His determination, fighting ability, and technology remained a high threat to the Tenagrin Hegemony. The projection changed to different scenes aboard the Gimaraika. Tarkarik studied the initial Tenagrin assault that proved to be overwhelming. The Kimaloks were a pain in the Tenagrin Hegemony's side. He perked up when it showed the fight by the Torvata in the docking bay.
This is when they initially landed on the Gimaraika, said Zilkrutuk.
None of the Tenagrin weapons could penetrate the Torvata's shields. The large metal sphere, which had been a human a moment before, surprised Tarkarik. He thought it looked like Bob, the Omichan killed on Kirkoris, but this one appeared different. Tarkarik wondered if the Omichan were now going to be involved with the resistance. The Omichan wreaked havoc, and when the others left the Torvata, they all but wiped out the arrayed Tenagrin forces.
What was that bald thing? Asked Zilkrutuk. You mentioned you killed an Omichan at Kirkoris. Is this its brother? I don't know. It's obvious they are a threat, and if they're helping Evaran, then he has brainwashed them and forced them to submit to his will.
The fight showed the Omichan raising his arms in a V formation and shouting something unintelligible. Zilkrutuk gurgled.
That thing seems to be enjoying the violence. Look at his victory celebration. He doesn't appear brainwashed to me.
The scene shifted to a fight with another shielder from its point of view.
We had lost most visual feeds at this point, so this is from the shielder's perspective, said Zilkrutuk.
Tarkarik's beady eyes narrowed. Evaran was a special case, but the four in this fight were Dr. Snowden, Kess, Sam, and Dalton Kingston, the rampaging serial killer. When the Omichan formed a ball and got tossed back, Kess stopped it from hitting the others.
And this Kess can somehow control nanoswarms? Asked Zilkrutuk. These are not normal aliens.
The shielder advanced around the corner, where the ground came alive. It covered the shielder, and when it could see, blue arcs danced over its eyes.
And that is the last we've seen from the ship, said Zilkrutuk. Well, and this.
The scene showed the Gimaraika moving away and entering condensed space.
We worked for months to make the Gimaraika fall out of condensed space right into our trap. This should have been a successful mission, but it seems wherever Evaran appears, our luck changes. I don't see how we can survive him. Perhaps we give him the time cube so he goes away?
Tarkarik hissed.
Your lack of faith is disturbing. The time cube is our holiest relic. Evaran will not get his blasphemous hands on it.
Zilkrutuk bared his fangs.
Don't talk to me about faith. It's fighting for the hegemony out here that tests our faith in battle every day, while you have a nice, comfortable position. Maybe if you used some of your faith to stop Evaran, we wouldn't need to have these discussions. You used bad tactics, which is why we're having this discussion.
Zilkrutuk rose to full height out of his chair.
Tactics? And what would you have done, Vice Inspector Tarkarik?
He enjoyed seeing Zilkrutuk riled up. A commander rarely showed their angry side.
I would have let Evaran, Emily, and V get to the engine room area. Then I would have taken my crew, gotten them to the escape pods and ships, and blown the ship. That would have destroyed the Gimaraika too. Yes. While you like to capture resistance leaders for information, and I suspect a little vanity, I would have stopped the greatest threat we've ever faced at any cost. But I'm not a commander. I guess you can send me the feeds so I can clean up what you failed to.
Zilkrutuk looked off to the side for a moment, then back at him.
You'll get what you need.
The holocell shut down. Tarkarik shared the same concern as Zilkrutuk. Evaran and his associates were a threat unlike anything the Tenagrin Hegemony had seen. Although Tarkarik figured that the time cube was safe, doubts besieged him. Evaran tore through everything. But Tarkarik saw him as a false god coming to claim what was not his. The feeds from the Gimaraika and the Tenagrin ship would provide useful information. Evaran and his friends were powerful together, but individually, tactics could be devised against each one. He growled as he clacked his clawed fingers together. Chapter 22. Dalton did a quick check to make sure everything in his living quarters was situated. It was almost 3:00 p.m., and Evaran would be stopping by. Dalton understood that Evaran had been busy going over all the new information from the Tenagrin ship, and he had also analyzed some resistance data on the Time Cube's current whereabouts. When the gang traveled back and tracked its source, Dalton figured they would learn even more about where the Time Cube was now. Evaran arrived at 3:00 p.m. on the dot. Dalton smiled as he opened the door and invited him in. They sat in the living area, with Dalton in his recliner and Evaran on the perpendicular couch. "You wanted to talk about your dreams," said Evaran. Dalton wrinkled his brow. He had said to Evaran earlier that he wanted to talk about the dreams, but at the time, they had been about to land on the Gimaraika. Although Dalton had not mentioned the purpose of this meeting, Evaran had correctly inferred it. "Yeah, I do," said Dalton. Evaran eased back into his seat and laced his fingers. "I assume you have questions about them?" Dalton smiled. "Yeah. First of all, I found out who the woman in the dream was. She was an echo of Cyrillus." Evaran's eyes glowed slightly. Dalton had come to associate the glowing of eyes and hands as Evaran's way of expressing himself. "Intriguing. Did she mention how she was able to appear to you?" asked Evaran. Dalton nodded. "Apparently, when the Torvata was created, she embedded a link to an imprint of herself in the dream layer. I asked her if that meant the link allowed her to come to the Torvata and contact others, and she said, sort of. I also asked how she was able to contact me outside the Torvata, and she said time was a filter. I'm not sure I fully understand all that." "I can see how it may be confusing," said Evaran. "Her imprint in the dream layer is indeed a part of who she was, but not completely. If she has a link to the Torvata, then she can communicate with anyone who has been on board it at any point and does not possess cosmic energy at the time." "But I wasn't on the Torvata when I started getting dreams." Evaran nodded. "You are thinking of time as a single point. Take a step back. If you were outside the timeline and you looked in at someone's life, what would you see?" I'm not sure. I guess I'd see all points in their life, in sequence, probably." "You are correct. Imagine it as a line, a personal timeline." "Okay." "Now, say at the midpoint, the line has an interaction with the Torvata. That means the Torvata can then access any point on the line. Dalton shook a finger in the air. So she meant she could access a previous point in my personal timeline because I was connected to the Torvata in the future from my perspective. Evaran half smiled. You are beginning to understand. It requires thinking of time not as something in the moment, but as a rendered existence that can be accessed using time as a filter, said Dalton. Yes. Dalton exhaled. Evaran's explanation made sense, and Dalton wondered why Cyrillus had not said it in a similar manner. Was that all you discussed with her? Asked Evaran. Dalton shook his head. I did ask her about being chosen, and she said I wasn't complete yet, and I would understand when the time came. I see, said Evaran. He eyed Dalton. I am curious if you understand what that means. I guess it means I will be complete in the future and will understand things then. Evaran tilted a finger at him. Think harder. Dalton was not sure what Evaran was driving at, but he understood something from Cyrillus's comment. Well, it seems I will be complete at some point. And going back to the line analogy, let us say that the midpoint is where you become complete. The Torvata knows this, so it needs to ensure that all points prior to it exist in order for the line to continue to the completion point. Dalton's jaw dropped. Wait, are you saying everything in my life has been leading up to this completion point? That would mean that the cube with those rift crystals that appeared out of nowhere might not be random. Evaran studied Dalton. Which means someone had to place them there, said Dalton. He gazed at Evaran. It's going to be you, isn't it? I abide by the Torvata's will. Dalton ran a hand over his mouth. So this is like some time loop. It would not be my first, said Evaran. However, I am only a small part of it. The Torvata will guide and shape things. My wife and kids. They didn't need to die. Evaran raised a finger. Do you remember clearly how you escaped, but your family did not? Yeah, said Dalton. Mutants had raided our bunker, and they swept through and killed everyone. I only got out because a part of the bunker had caved in and crushed the mutants chasing me. That allowed me to flee to the surface. He wrinkled his brow. Wait. Are you saying the Torvata caused the opening to appear so I might escape? Why wouldn't it save my family? Evaran sighed. This may be hard to hear, but they were not chosen. I am not aware of the Torvata's decisions all the time. It sometimes goes off by itself, without me or V on board, although it comes right back. And given the nature of time travel, it might have been gone for thousands of years and then destroyed any evidence it had done so. Evaran nodded. Dalton eased back into his chair. So if I hadn't been chosen, I probably would have died along with my family. He licked his lips as a lump formed in his throat. Perhaps I should have. I miss them so much. I understand, said Evaran. The Torvata works in mysterious ways, even to me. I would have tried to help your family if I had been around. Dalton swallowed hard. Yeah, and it probably left you behind for that very reason. A part of me is angry that the Torvata didn't help further, but I'm also glad it saved my life. Twice. He let out a measured breath. Did she mention anything about this summons? Dalton shook his head. She said sometimes a threat is not evident, and that my presence would be a factor. I would know my role when I'm complete. What does that mean, to be complete? Evaran rubbed his chin. I do not know. It might be an event, or perhaps a transformation, or something else. right? I mean, how will I know I'm complete?
I am not sure. But it sounds like whatever being complete is, it will be obvious when it occurs.
Dalton laughed. I guess so. And when I'm complete, whatever the hidden threat is, my role will be evident. Not complicated at all.
Evaran half smiled. I am glad you are taking this in stride. It is not easy for one to learn that one has been chosen by the likes of the Toravata.
Yeah. And I'm sure this being new to you is strange.
It is not. You may be the first of many. As I choose those who travel with me, it would not be unusual for the Toravata to do so as well, although instead of traveling, I believe it places people in certain locations at specific times.
Dalton licked his lips. And if I'm complete, I could help balance out wherever the Toravata thinks I need to be.
That is my assumption.
It's a good one, said Dalton, gesturing at Evaran. I'm glad you stopped by. I feel better about my dreams, and Cyrillus said I could tell you because you would understand as a cosmic being.
Evaran nodded. She would be correct, although I have found that sometimes we speak at such a high level it can be confusing to those who are not cosmic.
Dalton snorted. Yeah, tell me about it.
If you have time, I would like to learn more about your history, in particular the parallel Earths you visited.
Dalton smiled. Sam wanted to know more about that too. All right, sit back and prepare to be regaled. He enjoyed talking with Evaran. It was like they were old friends, and he was easy to get along with. However, Dalton had seen another side of Evaran on the battlefield. He was a fierce combatant and watched over those he considered his friends. Dalton understood how rare the privilege was to be where he was, and having been chosen by the Toravata made him understand that his life had been watched to some degree by a ship that was a force unto itself. Where this would all end, he did not know. And he could not change the past due to being a part of the current events. For now, the focus would be on the present, and he would deal with the future, whatever it might be, when it came. Dr. Snowden smiled as he eyed his ham omelet. He had enjoyed another great night with Kess, but before that, she had spent time with Emily until she could get up by herself. The program that V had created to test his organic interactions had been interesting. Dr. Snowden definitely saw Solia's influence, and he suspected V missed the alternate timeline version of her. The one in this timeline was fast friends with him, but they did not have a romantic relationship. Dr. Snowden looked over at Kess as she dug into her breakfast burrito bowl. It still amazed him that the Earth culture he knew was such a smash hit in Kess's time period. She was treated with respect by everyone there, wherever she went. Waking up next to her was a sensation he had thought he would never experience, and he did not want it to end. Kess looked up at him and winked. I know that look, but we already did that this morning. He laughed. It's not that. I'm just glad you're here. So am I, she said. Dr. Snowden focused on Emily, Sam, and Dalton entering. They appeared to be in good spirits, and Dr. Snowden figured they had probably trained together, although maybe not as hard due to Emily's recent brush with mortality. He knew he should as well, but waking up to Kess was his priority in the mornings. Evaran and V entered shortly thereafter. After a few minutes, everyone had assumed their usual seating. I am glad everyone is here, said Evaran. I have gone through the information sent to us by Riz, and can go through it if everybody is ready. They indicated they were. Evaran tapped at the table console. A holographic projection of a planet shot up. This is Tolikus, one of the initial planets the Tenagrins expanded to. It is now considered a core world and is quite populated. Our first step is to go there and interface with one of their satellites. That should allow us to locate the monument. Once found, we will travel back in time to the Time Cube's arrival. This will allow us not only to get the Time Cube's energy signature, but also to determine where it came from. Dalton nodded. Seems straightforward. Just curious, where do you think the Time Cube came from? Asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran half smiled. Someplace not from this galaxy. My only concern is if it is a part of history and there are no rifts. Emily wrinkled her brow. You mean like it was always supposed to happen? Yes. That would mean that, while we can retrieve the Time Cube, the process that sent it here can continue operating as normal. Well, that's no good, said Kess. It is not, said Evaran.
Analysis. The knowledge pollution aspect may not be the only purpose of the Time Cube.
Evaran nodded. I concur, and suspect there is something larger at play here. Sam smiled. Something large enough that might require the Torvada to choose someone to deal with it. Dalton laughed. Yeah, probably not. Unless, whatever it is, we'll do it as a team, said Kess. Yeah, said Sam. The group chuckled. Okay, let us go to the command center, said Evaran. They assembled there after a few minutes. Dr. Snowden was beginning to feel better about the summons. Emily's getting hurt and the loss of Bob were events Dr. Snowden had not expected to happen. He was used to the danger of traveling with Evaran, but these summons had an extra layer of danger to them. At least this part of the summons was more investigative, which was more his speed, and he was sure Dalton's as well. V, put us in stealth mode and ensure we are in scan profile 1, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden had become used to traveling to the heart of dangerous empires without worrying about being killed. One activity he had figured he would be doing more of when traveling on the Torvada was going to a ruin and then traveling back in time to see the civilization that had built it. Instead, he spent half his time fighting. Still, he understood the risks and enjoyed what he could. Not many could say they met unique characters across space and time. The Torvada opened a portal and flew through. Dr. Snowden surveyed the swarm of satellites that immediately registered. His eye was drawn to a massive space station. Its design had an organic look to it, and the purple exterior looked like a shell of some type. Further scans revealed the presence of lots of rock. The Tenagrins liked to carve things. As expected, there were a ton of ships flying around. It occurred to him that he had not really seen a Tenagrin city. He smiled as he realized he was about to. V. Connect to a satellite using the credentials obtained earlier, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada flew in near a satellite, then emitted a scanning beam. That's such a powerful feature, said Dalton. To be able to learn about a civilization without the threat of them attacking you. Dr. Snowden smiled. I was thinking that too. To be fair, you're always thinking about something, said Kess, winking at him. Dr. Snowden shrugged. It's who I am. He motioned at the star in the distance. I'm sure Emily will tell us that the Autolycus star is a... Emily stood and walked up front. She pulled up a window with the star and studied the data labels around it. Her brow wrinkled as she played with her ponytail. It's older than our sun, hydrogen burning, smaller than our sun, and the surface temperature is averaging 4,400 Kelvin. It's an orange dwarf, she said. Very good, said Dr. Snowden, clapping. The others joined in. Emily bowed. Now, what main sequence type is it? Asked Dr. Snowden, grinning. K-type, of course, she said. Our sun is G-type. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened. You have been studying. She smiled. Yeah. Dalton nodded. K-type is often valued when searching for alien life. Emily pointed a finger at Dalton. Because of the expanded habitable zone and less ultraviolet radiation, which is bad for DNA. right?
Impressive. Of course, that assumes alien life has DNA.
Analysis. The monument has been located in the city known as Gizris Korl, and Emily is wise.
Evaran half smiled. Yes, she is. V, take us to the monument.
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden smiled when Sam grinned. It must do him good to see a relaxed and friendly atmosphere, and given his bond with Emily, seeing everyone be playful and kind to her. Dr. Snowden felt the same way. The Torvata angled and began its descent. 25 minutes later, it cruised over Gizris Korl. Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin as he examined the massive, unusual-looking cube that sat in the ground. It looked like it had been cut out of rock. The surrounding area had a river and grasslands nearby. He spotted balconies and platforms on the sides of the cube as the Torvata got closer. Ships of all types surrounded the base, and a huge tunnel resided at the base of each side. It was centered, and he suspected they probably formed a crossway inside. "This is a weird city," said Emily. Kes nodded. "I'm going to guess the monument is inside." "Yes," said Evaran. "Gizris Korl was built around the monument. V has the location, and he can stealth in." "It's Hollow Room time, then," said Emily.
"I'd like to go with V," said Sam. "If things get rough, I can help."
Analysis. Your company would be appreciated.
Sam smiled. The Torvata flew to outside one of the main tunnels. Dr. Snowden gestured at Dalton. "You'll like this." He nodded. "I'm guessing we will see a 360-degree view from V as he scouts." "Yep," said Dr. Snowden. "It's like watching a movie in real time."
"Sounds good to me,"
said Dalton. "Be careful," said Evaran, studying V.
Acknowledged,
said V as he transformed into orb mode. Sam followed suit.
"Acknowledged."
The group laughed. Dr. Snowden joined the others as they began to go to the Hollow Room. The Torvata was positioned far enough away that it was not near where the ships were, but also close enough that V and Sam would have a short trip to the city. Dr. Snowden was eager to see the inside. Although he had a bad taste in his mouth in regard to the Tenagrins, he suspected the average Tenagrin was not like Tarkarik. He smiled when Kes grabbed his hand. She made even watching a trip via the Hollow Room better. Chapter 23. Kes grinned as she looked around the Hollow Room. A couch had been formed with her, Dr. Snowden, Evaran, and Emily sitting on it. Dalton sat off to the side in a recliner, something he favored. Emily had gotten some popcorn, and a cooler with drinks and some snack items sat on a nearby table. Kes remembered doing this when V had flown through a forest on Nearest Prime to a Hollangen village in a previous adventure. She loved the positive mood, and V and Sam's chatter cracked her up. Sam had a lot of questions, and he enjoyed interacting with others while flying along with V. Everyone had a good laugh when Sam got V to raise two of his segmented metallic arms into a V formation. Despite the jovial atmosphere, she understood the seriousness of going into Gizris Korl. She observed some of the ships on the ground as V and Sam passed by them. The ships were typical of the Tenagrin designs seen earlier, but one design stood out from the others. It looked like a large X with wavy lines, and a sphere sat in the middle. The ships ranged in size, but the data labels hanging to the side indicated the presence of organic matter. They resembled giant bugs in some regards. Her skin crawled. "Those ships are creepy," said Emily. Kes laughed. "I was just thinking that." Dr. Snowden smiled as she squeezed his arm. Dalton studied the approaching tunnel.
They're using a rail system for supplies and transportation. I wonder how far it goes down."
"Yeah, I guess that makes sense if you think about it," said Dr. Snowden. "You wouldn't need to fly into the city. It kinda looks like the tunnels from Corcoris, just a lot more massive." Kes studied the odd-shaped transportation units that entered and left the tunnel. She agreed with Dr. Snowden's assessment. 2 walls surrounded the rail area, but they did not completely separate the areas. Massive platforms with high activity resided outside the walls. When Vi and Sam entered the brightly lit tunnel, she noticed the rail area burrowed deep into the ground. Metal rails at various levels passed by a massive opening in the middle. It was like someone had taken a knife and sliced into the ground, then put rails on the resulting sides. "Wow, so the city is actually just the top area for a large, underground transportation system," said Emily. Evaran raised a finger. "The monument is deep underground. Per the metrics, since Vi and Sam entered the tunnels, Gizris Coral was built on top of an intersection of 4 gorges that had been filled in long ago." Emily shook her head. "Snakes, rocks, and underground. What a bad theme." Kes smiled as she focused on Vi and Sam diving into the open area, which gave a good view of the multiple rail layers. Each rail had massive platforms they lined up with, and they seemed to serve different types of purposes. In the towers that the Alliance had built on Earth in her time period, they transported supplies and cargo via beam paths and ships. At no point did cargo touch the ground. That was the opposite of the Tenagrins, who loved to build into things, especially underground. Vi and Sam descended 50 feet to a rail area and then flew over the platform. They cruised into a wide, busy tunnel that had been carved out of rock. Suspended globes hung from the ceiling and provided illumination. A variety of what looked like shops and stores lined the sides, and she smiled when she watched Tenagrins hiss at each other in what she suspected was haggling. It shocked her that other aliens were present. Given the personality of Tarkarik, she figured Tenagrins hated other species. Definitely not the case here. She found it difficult to compare these Tenagrins to the ones at Corcoris. These were everyday ones, and while they moved around with purpose, she did not sense a menacing presence. If anything, it felt like she could pop in and pay them a visit. "This is not what I would have expected," said Dalton. "Me either," said Dr. Snowden. "This isn't a place I'd see Tarkarik being comfortable in."
Analysis. Perhaps these Tenagrins have a different religious or political alignment compared to Tarkarik.
Dr. Snowden shook a finger. "Definitely possible." Emily smirked. "Yeah, Tarkarik is aligned with being an ass." He eyed her. She smiled at him. Dr. Snowden chuckled. "No argument from me on that." Dalton gestured at Emily. "Same here." Kes focused on the large open area Sam and Vi flew into. It was like a miniature city set out in the open. Holes along the walls had small balconies. She had expected buildings, but instead saw cone-shaped rock structures that reminded her of stalagmites. Rope-bound bridges hung between structures, and the only other building type was massive drum-shaped ones. Vi scanned those as water reservoirs. It made her wonder how they dealt with waste. "Looks like Rock City in here," said Dr. Snowden. "I like it," said Sam. Emily nodded. "I do too, if it wasn't packed with Tenagrins." Kes scooted to the edge of the couch when Sam and Vi flew into one of the rock structures. There were more tunnels, as she expected. Illumination globes hung from the ceiling, and various holes along the wall had doors on them. Per Sam and Vi's scan, these were living quarters of some type. She wrinkled her brow as Tenagrin children slithered around outside on the main tunnel's path. It made her wonder what they truly knew about the Tenagrin Hegemony. Sam and Vi coasted for a while, until they arrived at a large, open area. In the center stood a square stone base. On top of it resided a statue of a Tenagrin in robes with his arms outstretched.
Analysis. This is the monument.
Everyone stood and walked around it. Dalton rubbed his chin. "Doesn't seem like much." I'm guessing the statue is the person who found the time cube."
"It appears that way," said Evaran. "Per the Resistance, the Tenagrins worship many gods, so this may be either one of them or, as you mentioned, the one who discovered the time cube and became a prophet." He raised a finger. "However, what is important is that we now know the exact spot of this monument. We can travel through time and verify when there is activity." "Will we have to keep going in and checking at every stop?" asked Emily. Evaran shook his head. "The first goal is to establish a baseline, a point in time where there is no impact. From there, we have the time and then check what's present. If nothing is found, we continue halving until we locate the time cube's arrival." Dr. Snowden raised a finger. "I remember doing this before. It was when we tracked the appearance of a cosmic rift sender." "That is correct," said Evaran. "Sam and V, you can both come back now. For everyone else, this process will take some time if there are other things you need to do." Cass shrugged. "I'm curious to see the place at different points in time."
"I am as well," said Dalton. "I assume we can scan the area from orbit."
Evaran nodded. "That is correct. We can do that until there is enough information to descend. I will be in the command center."
"Sounds good to me," said Dr. Snowden.
Everyone stood and began to leave. Cass enjoyed the exploration of Gizris Coral. It changed her perspective on the Tenagrins some. They were not what she had imagined, and the Tenagrins faction that ruthlessly conquered other civilizations was most likely different from the ones in the city. She wondered what would happen to the city if the time cube got taken away and the Resistance defeated the Tenagrins. It would probably be messy.
V monitored the Toravata as it began jumping through time. He had determined that almost everyone would go elsewhere, but they were in the command center. The jumps did not require a portal, and everything outside would fade away, then fade in with each jump. They had traveled back 150 years first, since Riz had mentioned that the Tenagrin rise to power had occurred 100 years ago. Evaran wanted to establish the baseline to work from. After the first jump, V ran a scan of where Gizris Coral should be. A data window popped up, showing 4 gorges and their intersection.
"Analysis. We are 150 years back."
"Looks like nothing's set up yet," said Dalton.
Evaran nodded. "And we have our baseline."
"So the next jump will be the halfway point between this and where we started from, right?" asked Dalton.
"Yep,"
said Dr. Snowden. Dalton shook his head. "This jumping around would have made most of my cases trivial."
"Yeah, all you need is a Torvata," said Kess.
"I'd love one," said Sam. V was fascinated by organic interaction and always observed everyone when he could. They might not notice that he did, but the observations helped him run better predictive algorithms. Dalton's investigative nature was displayed, and V suspected Dalton could not sit by when something was not clear. Kess's response was sarcastic, but that was in line with her personality. Sam's comment was not serious, but the situation was, which made it seem comical to the others. V oftentimes tried to find openings to say something, but by the time he had run response simulations, the moment had passed. The Toravata jumped again.
"Analysis. We are 75 years back."
Dr. Snowden stood and studied the small group of facilities that popped up on the ground. Construction appeared inside the gorges. "Looks like the time cube already hit, so it arrived sometime between 75 and 150 years ago. Should we go down and do a scan?" Evaran shook his head.
"We can do that when we trace its initial arrival. It may have been moved by this point."
"Gotcha." The Toravata jumped again.
"Analysis. We are 112.5 years back."
Emily tilted her head. "Nothing there. We're getting closer."
"This is fascinating," said Sam. "I'm beginning to get an idea of what's possible with something like the Toravata." Emily smiled. It opens a lot of doors, that's for sure. The Torvata jumped forward in time.
Analysis. We are 93.75 years back.
Dalton rubbed his chin. Huh. Still nothing there. So we know this occurred sometime in the next 19 years or so. That is correct, said Evaran. After 2 more jumps, the Torvata picked up the signs of a Tenagrin camp.
Analysis. We are 79.7 years back.
The camp's small, and so is the nearby ship, said Dr. Snowden. I bet this is just after the time cube arrived. I concur, said Evaran. V, take us back half a year.
Acknowledged.
Once the Torvata jumped back, Dr. Snowden grinned. And empty again. That means we've narrowed it down to a 6-month period. After 14 more jumps, V said,
Analysis. We are within 21.25 minutes of the time cube arriving. An object has been detected approaching the planet and is a few minutes away.
It came from space? Asked Dalton. That seems odd. Either that, or it was moved to the location. Evaran rubbed his chin. Scan the object to confirm what it is.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata moved to intercept the object. Once within range, the Torvata emitted a golden beam. Kes studied the object in a zoomed-in window. Well, that's obviously the time cube. Evaran nodded. And now we know it came from space, and have its signature and trajectory. So we track that now? Yes, said Evaran. However, I suspect its origination point is close by. Otherwise, the Tenagrins would have responded prior to it getting to where it is now. Were they advanced enough to? Asked Dalton. A good question. Based on the nearby satellites, they already appear to be somewhat advanced. Their primitive space station and ships would be able to intercept this if they chose to. Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses. Sounds like they let it fall. It'd be easier to pick up. But then again, they may just think this is a small asteroid that will burn up. I agree that those are possibilities, said Evaran. V, using the time cube's trajectory, calculate a path.
Acknowledged.
It made V's lights glow to witness everyone participating in trying to unravel a mystery. He plotted the course and opened a window for all to study. The path led out past the solar system. Given the speed of the time cube, V was able to project when and where it should be. He also factored in the gravitational pull of any celestial object in its path. How far does it go outside the system? Asked Dr. Snowden. V plotted the path further.
It goes off through interstellar space, and then another system. I can plot further if you wish.
Dr. Snowden shook his head. I think to the edge of this system is a good start. He glanced at Evaran. We going to the halfway jump thing, except with portals this time? Not quite, said Evaran. As you may remember, the Torvata can scan out to 10 light years. As we now have the time cube's signature, we can pulse a scan at each point on the time cube's projected path. Oh, that's right. Makes sense. V, proceed, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata jumped back a bit in time.
Analysis. The time cube is where it should be.
Okay. Let us proceed to check the other points, said Evaran. Over the next 5 minutes, the Torvata continued jumping back and performing long-range scans.
Analysis. We have a point where the time cube exists, and one where it does not.
Evaran rubbed his chin. Interesting. Starting from the point it exists, have the time and pulse.
Acknowledged.
After another 5 minutes, the Torvata located the appearance of the time cube. Kes studied the screen. Did it just appear out of nothing? It would seem that way, said Evaran. Long-range scans show something else there. V, take us in for a deep scan.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata opened a portal and flew out near where the time cube appeared, then performed a deep scan of the area. "Intriguing," said Evaran. Dalton wrinkled his brow. "I see a squiggly outline, but nothing's there." "It is a timeline fracture. There should be none. V, take us out of the timeline." "You can do that?" asked Sam. Evaran half smiled. "Yes. We have been doing it already when we jumped through time." Sam glanced over at Dr. Snowden and Emily, who smiled. "The Torvata can go anywhere, it seems, from what I've read," said Dalton. "I guess so," said Sam. Everything faded away. Evaran studied the blank screen. "I see them now." Sam stood and walked over to the front area. "I don't see anything." Evaran interacted with his chair console. "I will show you what I see in the timeline void." Wispy smoke columns appeared in a grid-like manner. Emily smiled. "I remember seeing these for the first time before we traveled outside the universe." "Same," said Dr. Snowden. Sam raised a finger. "Did you say outside the universe?" "Yep," said Emily. Kess laughed. "You'll get used to it." Sam smiled. "Sure." Evaran pointed at a highlighted column. "This is the timeline. However, there are fractures present now." White lightning bolt-shaped lines zigzagged vertically inside the timeline. "I know of one thing that could cause this. Cosmic interference." Dr. Snowden's eyes narrowed. "You're thinking the Mortani's cosmic rift sender and receivers. But they didn't have one in our timeline." "They did not. However, as you may remember, the source was a cosmic energy-infused black hole in another timeline that generated repeaters across other timelines. A repeater would affect all nearby timelines, relatively. So a sender and a receiver portal were not required. But our timeline was still impacted by the repeater, is what you're saying," said Dr. Snowden. Evaran nodded. "I do not normally look for timeline fractures as they are extremely rare. However, it seems the timeline is healing from them. But something or someone apparently sent the time cube through the fracture." V recalled the Mortani as cosmic refugees who had hidden out in this universe. They had tried to capture Evaran using a series of send and receive portals across the timelines. Unfortunately for them, Evaran had figured out what they were up to and had taken away what little cosmic energy they had left, then handed them over to the Rift Guardian's prison planet system. Although Evaran had removed the cosmic source, repeaters, and portals, the Mortani had damaged the timelines in their abduction attempt. Dalton rubbed his chin. "So, how do we find the other end?" Evaran tapped at his chair console. A dot blinked at the end of one of the white lines. "There," said Evaran, pointing at the dot. Emily puffed her cheeks. "Time for a visit?" Evaran nodded. "V, take us there, and about 2 light years away."
Acknowledged.
Dalton was not sure what he was seeing when the Torvata exited through a portal. It looked like a solar system had been dropped into the middle of a gas ring. The gas had tendrils that connected to the planets, and where they touched was bright. The Torvata was far enough away to view everything, and he noted that the fracture's endpoint was inside the system. Outside the gas formation appeared to be pitch black. "What in the heck is this?" asked Dr. Snowden. "We are in the degenerate era, and this appears to be an anomaly. This should not be here," said Evaran. Dalton rubbed his chin. "The degenerate era? We're way past when any life should be around." Evaran nodded. "V, take us into the location of the time fracture's endpoint."
Acknowledged.
"That's not a good sign that you don't know what's going on here," said Emily. Evaran half smiled. "I do not know everything, and enjoy learning about new topics and events." Emily sighed. "Let's hope there isn't anything crazy then." "We should all go to the roof," said Dr. Snowden. I think we need to see all around us. Evaran stood. A good idea. Let us go. Dalton followed the others to the roof. It still amazed him that they could do that. He understood that the Toravada's shielding was powerful, and with the inertial dampening effect, the roof was a safe place. His eyes narrowed when the Toravada opened a portal and flew through. He was used to the portals his device created, which allowed him to hop timelines, but it had limited usage. The Toravada could jump to any time and anywhere, with only a few restrictions. "What the heck is all this?" asked Dr. Snowden.
"It's pretty," said Kess.
Dalton studied the orange gas that swirled around the Toravada. A nearby planet was being devoured as a massive gas tendril dissolved parts of the planet. The data labels popping around everywhere on the inside of the Toravada's shielding caught his attention. Sentient life had been detected in the gas. Not only that, the fracture ending was outlined and appeared to be massive.
There's life here?"
asked Emily. Evaran looked around. "Yes, and I can sense it.
I see the fracture ending, but there's something else near it. Something with a dimensional signature," said Kess.
"I see it too," said Dr. Snowden. "Huh, is that another time cube?" Sam sighed. "I think so. Now there's two of them." "I will get some answers," said Evaran as he walked over to the guardrail and interacted with his ARI. A portion of the guardrail dissipated, and a small, dimly lit blue ramp extended past the Toravada's shielding. "Wait here," said Evaran. He walked out to the edge of the ramp and showed his hand, palm up. A projection shot up rapid images of a human form. "I suspect you understand this." Dalton was once again impressed with Evaran's fearlessness. Stepping outside the shield seemed dangerous, not to mention what would happen if he got knocked away. But Dalton understood that if he had thought about that, Evaran surely did as well. It was also not lost on him that Evaran walked out into space without any additional suit pieces. The orange gas swirled around the Toravada and came within a few feet of Evaran's outstretched hand and projection. A moment later, a humanoid form made of turbulent orange gas formed. "It can form like me," said Sam. The humanoid looked at him.
"Yes, we can."
Dalton's skin crawled at the unusual sound of multiple voices talking, all slightly off from each other. It created a monotonous, almost disinterested type of voice. He also noted that the humanoid referred to itself as we instead of I. Evaran did not have his translation or about, but Dalton suspected the Toravada was translating for everyone. The humanoid focused on Evaran.
"What are you?"
"I am a traveler who helps those in need," said Evaran. "I am not aware of your species."
"Of course you aren't,"
said the humanoid.
"We are what you may refer to as the Omagala. We're highly intelligent, by your standards, and easily digested the knowledge from your projection, including this primitive communication medium. You are able to communicate without sound waves out here, and are more powerful than you appear to be. Your ship is also strange. We can see it, but not enter."
Evaran nodded. "That is by design. You will not be able to penetrate its shielding."
"Yet you stand outside."
"I have nothing to fear," said Evaran. Dalton realized that the Omagala did not use sound waves. It made sense, since they were in space. That meant the Toravada could translate other forms of communication, which impressed him. The fact that Omagala referred to however it was communicating as primitive suggested it was a very advanced species. He suspected he would be changing his pants if he were out there. It was a strange sensation to witness two powerful entities talking to each other.
"Why are you here?"
asked the Omagala. Evaran pointed off in the distance. There is a time fracture, and it ends here. On the other end is a solar system far in the past.
We know that.
Evaran tilted his head. So you are aware of what a time fracture is?
Of course we are. We don't know what caused it, but we will take advantage of the situation. The fracture is weakening and will most likely close soon.
It will close soon, said Evaran. How are you taking advantage of it?
We send a time cube through. When an intelligent species discovers it, they invariably unlock levels of knowledge until the final one. Once they have done everything as described, they get the last message, which brings their system here. Then we convert their matter to energy for us to feed on.
Dalton's eyes widened. He was not sure he had heard what he had, but the Omagala were predators of an epic scale. They talked casually of it as well, as if it should be obvious they murdered solar systems. Evaran sighed. No matter or energy would survive in the time fracture.
You're right,
said the Omagala.
The time cube is a dimensional portal ending, like the one nearby.
Evaran rubbed his chin. I suspect the final piece of information you give to the victim's civilization is for them to give enough energy to the time cube to expand the portal opening on their end.
Yes. The ending on their side expands to about 5 light years. Everything is then pulled here for conversion.
You're energy vampires, said Dr. Snowden. The Omagala looked at Dr. Snowden.
It is the natural order of things.
Doesn't that mess with the past, though, causing timeline changes? Asked Kess. Evaran shook his head. The timeline fracture is a natural phenomenon, unfortunately one that the Mortani increased in strength. The use of a dimensional bridge to lure those in the past here is a part of the timeline.
You understand,
said the Omagala. Yes, but I do not approve. As we are a part of events on the other end of this timeline fracture, I will remove the time cube there. You may get others, but you will not feast on those from that time period. I suspect that, too, is already a part of the timeline. The Omagala grew in size and reached toward Evaran with a swarm of corporeal tendrils.
You will not interfere. We will not allow it.
Evaran's eyes and hands glowed as he slowly extended his hand, palm forward. You have no choice in this matter. The Omagala retreated.
Unknown energy resides in you. You are dangerous and have more power than us.
I do. However, know this. The timeline fracture will heal, and you will no longer be able to do this. I would suggest you look for other alternatives to feed. Goosebumps formed on Dalton's arm. The Omagala, backing off, gave a good indicator of Evaran's power. The ramp retracted into the shielding with Evaran on it. V, take us back to a day after we initially arrived at Gizris Coral. Before you do, exit the timeline. I suspect the Omagala can hold the Torvata and prevent us from using a portal here, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dalton looked around as everything faded away. Dr. Snowden was right that the roof definitely had a better vantage point. A moment later, the Torvata flew through a portal above Gizris Coral. Dalton realized that he had witnessed something truly unique. The look on Sam's face showed he had as well. Dr. Snowden, Emily, and Kess looked like this was all routine to them. Evaran and V were calm and cool as always. Dalton had found the exchange fascinating, and he looked forward to talking to the others about it. Let us take the day off. I wish to go through some of the data collected when we were out there," said Evaran. "We can meet in the morning and determine our next step."
"Well, I could use something to eat," said Dalton.
Sam grinned. "Me too. Taco time?"
"Why not?"
said Dalton with a grin. Chapter 24. Dalton looked around the dark plane he was on. It was becoming like an old friend to him, and he knew he was dreaming. The longer he was on the Torvata, the clearer the dreams had become. As expected, Cyrillus appeared in the distance. He did not know what she wanted to discuss. Perhaps the moment when he became complete had come, although he was not sure how his presence had helped with the recent set of events, especially against something like the Omegala. Cyrillus arrived and smiled. "Are you ready to be complete?"
I'm not sure." "Why now?" he asked.
"The event has passed where you now understand the true purpose of the time cube." Dalton sighed.
"Yeah, it's essentially a fishing lure on an epic scale. The Omegala are monsters.
They are a part of the natural order of the timeline. If you could stop them, would you?" He raised his head a bit.
"I wouldn't stand by and watch a solar system full of life get devoured."
Cyrillus nodded. "And your position is one reason I have chosen you. You are a fierce champion of life." Dalton shrugged.
"I think that's just the human in me."
"Perhaps."
"I have some questions before we go any further," he said.
"Proceed."
Dalton stared at Cyrillus. "Evaran implied that you've been a part of my life, and the cave-in at the bunker that saved me was your doing."
He would be correct.
Dalton's blood boiled. "Why couldn't you save my family?"
"They were always meant to die at that point."
"But couldn't you have changed things? You could have melted through the ground and done it before the mutants came."
Cyrillus shook her head. "No. This point in time traces back to that moment. Your personal timeline was ending, and I acted to prevent that."
Dalton's eyes narrowed. "And how would saving my family hurt anything?"
"It would cause a timeline change with far-reaching impacts."
"How?"
"Are you sure you want to know?"
Dalton scowled. "Yes."
"Very well. I will show you what changes would have occurred." The environment changed to show planets exploding. It then displayed Dr. Snowden and Emily's Earth being overrun by unusual creatures that looked like they were made of oil. The next change showed Riz and Captain Oriakin near a monument with a plaque suggesting that Evaran and the gang had fought well, and their sacrifice would never be forgotten. Other changes involved Earth and showed deaths of people he did not recognize. Your journey made you who you are now. Without that, you no longer participate in events with a cosmic impact."
Dalton sighed. "So, in order for me to participate in these events, it always had to be like this?"
"Yes. I am sorry it had to be this way."
He shrugged. "I mean, I'm thankful to be alive. Don't get me wrong, I just miss my family."
Cyrillus squeezed his arm. "You are strong, and your family helped shape who you are. When this summons is over, I can take you to them before they merge into the life layer."
You can do that?"
"Yes. The dream layer is connected to the life one. However, this can only be done if you're complete."
Dalton rubbed his chin. "Complete? What does that entail?"
you will be given gifts. One is a sliver of cosmic energy. You will possess slightly more than what Dr. Snowden and Emily contain. The other gift is my touch, which allows you to open, close, and seal portals. He was not sure what he was hearing. How would that make me complete? Cyrillus nodded. It means your journey led you to this point. By taking these gifts, you will be complete and ready for the next chapter in your life as a cosmic enhanced being. All right, but I have some questions. I would be surprised if you didn't. Dalton smiled. He had still been feeling some raw emotions before about the discussion of his family, and although they had died long ago, it still haunted him. This new situation intrigued him, and the thought of seeing them one last time burned in his mind. Okay. Scout Spectre Dalton time. What would the cosmic energy do to me? He asked. Cyrillus pointed around him. You will be able to detect things in a radius around you. For sentient beings, their proximity enhances the read accuracy of their life signatures. You will understand what they are. Also, your cosmic energy supersedes lesser energies. Like how Evaran walked through that Tenagrin warlock's field. Yes. When you focus, things will appear to be slower around you, and your natural supercells will be enhanced, as will every other aspect of you. In terms of raw power, you have less than Evaran, but more than Dr. Snowden and Emily. Dalton rubbed his chin. That is quite the gift. Now about this touch you mentioned. You said I could open and close portals. Oh, and seal them. Why exactly would I need that? Cyrillus smiled. Your inspector persona shines through, and your future involves situations where it will be needed. I see. And how does it work then? You can open, close, and seal existing portals anywhere. However, when in another timeline, you can open new ones anywhere back to this timeline. It's a recall ability. Also, you can open a new portal to a nearby existing one, assuming you can sense it. A connection ability. Dalton studied Cyrillus. So there's some rules. I like the recall ability. I figured you would. Although you cannot open new portals to travel to other timelines while inside this one, you can use other means to get there, and you will have a way back, should the means used to get there disappear. I like it. Dalton cocked his head. Wait a minute. I'd be able to shut down the time cube. It's a dimensional portal. Well, the end of one. You are correct. So that's my role on this summons. It has to be. It is one part. Dalton sighed. So, there's another part. Or parts. He cocked his head. From what I read on previous adventures, you could close the time cube with your shields. Yes, but not in this instance. The reason will show itself soon. Dalton was not sure what would keep the Torvata from taking care of the time cube, but with his new abilities, he would be able to. Although that appeared to be a part of his purpose for being chosen, it seemed odd for a one-off case. Maybe the other part was just as important. Okay. Say we do get rid of the time cube. What then? Do I travel with Evaran? Cyrillus shook her head. You will go to Dr. Snowden and Emily's Earth in their time period and assist in dealing with the unusual cases there. So, I'll be a Scout Spectre there. Actually, you will be Inspector Dalton Kingston, Earth Ward, and support what Evaran created. Dalton rubbed his chin. I like how that sounds. I'd be doing what I do best, and with these enhancements, along with my other ones, I'd have some advantages. He eyed Cyrillus. Wait. That must mean the cases I handle, or will handle, require someone with my advantages. You are beginning to understand. Earth will need some help, and Evaran has higher-level events to attend to. He ran his hands through his hair. All right. I understand. And I'm ready to be complete. Okay. Follow me. He trailed after Cyrillus as she took off. He was not sure where they were going, or why he needed to go anywhere. She took several twists and turns before ending up at a doorway with a chair just past it. Dalton surveyed the environment. The doorway seemed out of place, and he was not sure what the chair was about. He entered and sat after Cyrillus ushered him in. He half expected restraints to pop out, but relaxed when none did. She pointed around. This will be painful. But understand this. You'll be among a select few that possess cosmic energy. Do not take this lightly. I'm not. I realize how rare this is. Well, how rare all of this is. I'm honored to have been chosen, and I'll do my best not to disappoint you or Evaran. Cyrillus grinned. I know you will not. Prepare yourself. Dalton licked his lips as he surveyed the environment. He was not aware of how the infusion would work, and her mention of it being painful did not comfort him. Everything that had happened to him throughout his life had built to this moment. He would become something new, and he wondered how that would change him mentally, if at all. The thought of being able to see his family reinforced his conviction that he should do this. This was for them, and he looked forward to seeing them. A bright light flashed around him. A swirling orange energy hurricane approached him in all directions. As it closed in on him, he sensed the raw power it emitted. He had expected to be blown away, but the chair was stable, and he did not sense any winds. However, the noise was deafening. His eyes widened when Cyrillus changed into a pylon of turbulent energy and got sucked into the oncoming storm that rapidly approached. He braced himself as he focused on his family. Emily jumped out of bed when a muted thumping sound blared into her living quarters. She had been having a good dream about Jelton, but the Torvata had issued a warning about something. It must be important to blare at 3:00 a.m. Her suit was on her in record time as she grabbed her PSD and hustled out to the Torvata entrance. Evaran, Dr. Snowden, Kess, Sam, and V in projected mode had assembled. What the heck is going on? Asked Dr. Snowden. Are we under attack? We are not, said Evaran. He looked around. Dalton is not with us.
Analysis. He is in the reforming chamber.
Let us go, said Evaran. Emily hustled along with the others. Why Dalton would be in that room was a mystery. The last time she had seen it used was when one of Evaran's 8 initial plane forms used it to reform into Leverin. Dalton was not a plane form, though. When the group arrived outside the chamber, she peered in. Dalton sat in a chair while energy tendrils from the corners of the room connected to him. His screams made her skin crawl. He seems to be in pain. Why is the Torvata hurting him? Asked Sam. Evaran raised a finger. It is giving him cosmic energy, although I do not understand why. Should we get him out of there? Asked Emily. He shook his head. Before we do anything, let us see how he got there. He extended his hand and emitted a projection from his ring. Emily watched in rapture as Dalton exited his living quarters. His closed eyes and cautious pace indicated he was sleepwalking. Eventually, he made it to the room he was in now and took a seat. The door sealed him in. Then the cosmic energy tendrils appeared, and he began screaming. It would seem that he had another dream that guided him here, said Evaran. All we can do is wait. Cass gestured at Dalton. I wonder if this is why the Torvata had a summons for him. Evaran nodded. It is possible. I do not understand why this is occurring, but I will be here for him when he does come out. We all will, said Dr. Snowden. I want to hear about this dream, said Sam. It must have been one hell of a dream. The group chuckled. Emily remembered when she had had cosmic energy given to her. It felt like every part inside her had melted, then reformed. The pain had been unimaginable, but she was glad to have what she did. She suspected that was what was happening to Dalton. He was being reconfigured. After a few minutes, the energy tendrils retreated, and the room became pitch black. Emily could not make anything out, but she sensed Dalton. Her cosmic-infused nanobots tingled at the presence of another source of cosmic energy. Based on Dr. Snowden's face, he was getting a similar sensation. Everyone focused on the door as it opened. A moment later, Dalton strode out with his full Scout Spectre outfit on and a raised helmet. Are you okay? Asked Evaran. Dalton lowered his helmet, which exposed his glowing yellow eyes. His gloves disappeared, and blue fire erupted around his hands. He scrunched his face a few times and stretched around. When his eyes and hands returned to normal, he nodded. I'm good. And thanks for asking. Of course, said Evaran. He scanned Dalton with his ring. It seems you now have cosmic energy in you, more than Dr. Snowden and Emily even. Wow, said Dr. Snowden. He gestured at Dalton. I guess that was the yellow glowing eye thing, but what was the blue fire around the hands? Dalton raised a hand. It's the Torvata touch. It can open, close, and seal portals, with a few restrictions. Emily was not sure what to make of Dalton's enhancements. It surprised her that the Torvata had given him that much, and the Torvata touch was a first for her. She briefly remembered Zika from the previous adventure, who had opened portals, except hers had sent people to the past. Dalton's portal ability was different, but it seemed just as powerful. Interesting, said Evaran. Did Cyrillus explain your new enhancements? Dalton smiled. She did. We had a long talk, but I didn't expect to end up in that room. I thought I was still dreaming. Are dreams like this common here? Asked Sam. Perhaps I need to book more time so I can sleep. Kess eyed Sam. I think this is a special case. She studied Dalton. So, what can you do with your cosmic energy? Dalton scrutinized Emily. I can see a layered aura of some sort, if I focus. You can detect what someone is, it sounds like, said Emily. Yeah, I think so. For instance, you have cosmic energy, said Dalton. He looked at Kess. Yours has touches of gray, but 4 exotic energies, huh? Are you saying I'm exotic? She asked, winking. Dalton grinned. Maybe I am. It seems I can identify exotic energies. Another thing, everything slows down when I concentrate. Bullet time, at least that's what Dr. Bryson calls it, said Dr. Snowden. That's always a fun one to adjust to.
Analysis. Your cosmic energy puts you second only to Evaran and his other plane forms in terms of amount.
Dalton nodded. Then I'm in good company. Cyrillus mentioned that I can use my Torvata touch to close the time cube. I asked her about using shields to disperse, and she said it wasn't possible, and that the reason would show itself soon. She also said I had another purpose, but as expected, she didn't elaborate. Emily wondered what it must be like to see Cyrillus in dreams. Since Emily had been on the Toravata, she had not had a dream experience like that, although she had gotten to meet Cyrillus a long while back when investigating Evaran's origin. It did not surprise Emily that Cyrillus could take on different forms. That seemed to be the way with cosmic beings. Evaran rubbed his chin. So your summons was to complete you, so that you could shut down the time cube and do something else.
I believe so, said Dalton. She said after this, I'm to go to Earth.
He waved a finger between Dr. Snowden and Emily.
In their time. I'm to assist in cases that will need my abilities. Inspector Dalton Kingston. Earth Ward, she called me.
It has a nice ring to it, said Emily. Dr. Snowden grinned. I like it too. Those must be some tough cases, then.
Dalton laughed. That's what I said.
Evaran's eyes narrowed. The time fractures would make the dimensional and parallel timeline barriers on Earth weaker. There would be a need for someone with your abilities, although usually I would handle those.
Cyrillus said you had much bigger things to deal with, and I would get the ones on Earth.
Evaran nodded. She is wise. Emily's eyes narrowed. While it made sense that Evaran would deal with the bigger events, he had more than enough time to deal with whatever came Earth's way. The only other explanation was that maybe he would not be available. The thought sent chills down her spine.
You mentioned restrictions on your Torvata touch, said Sam.
Yeah, said Dalton. He cleared his throat.
I can open, close, and seal existing portals anywhere. However, outside the timeline, I can open new portals from anywhere back to this timeline, a recall portal or something. She also mentioned a connection portal, where I open a new portal next to me that goes to a nearby existing portal. I'm not totally sure how that one works.
I am not sure either, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, for the recall portal, you should mark some safe spots on Earth, so that if you are in danger outside the timeline, you can safely return.
Dalton studied Evaran. That's a good point. I'm guessing there's going to be cases with parallel timelines in my future.
You're well equipped for sure, said Kess.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if I woke everyone, said Dalton.
She waved a hand at him. Who doesn't like some yelling and screaming at 3 a.m.?
The group laughed. It wasn't my intent. I didn't even realize I was coming here, said Dalton.
Evaran nodded. I would suggest that we do a group training later today, and we can assess your new features and work on some tactics.
Sounds good to me, said Dalton.
He exhaled loudly.
I'm exhausted.
Now watch, you go to sleep and Cyrillus has you do more things, said Dr. Snowden, grinning.
I think I might prefer an actual dreamless sleep this time around, said Dalton.
Very well, said Evaran. Emily smiled as everyone surrounded Dalton and said their goodnights and congratulated him on his transformation. She suspected it would be hard for anyone to sleep, knowing what had happened, but Dalton appeared exhausted. Group training sounded great, and she looked forward to seeing how his new abilities would work. The Torvata continued to astonish her, and she found it interesting that even Evaran was surprised. That was not something that happened often. After she gave Dalton a quick hug, she hightailed it to her living quarter. Although she was happy for Dalton, she did not know what his future held. It sounded like he was going back to Earth in her time and would be working with the Earth Ward. With all his abilities, he would make an excellent inspector, and she wondered how he would interact with Lord Vigon and the others. At least he could visit her and Dr. Snowden while on Earth. The historic moment was not lost on her, but she would contemplate it more in the morning.
Chapter 25. Dalton had enjoyed a good rest after his infusion of cosmic energy.
Waking up was a new experience as energy coursed through him. Small details became readily apparent. Breakfast had been extra delicious, and he loved the banter. Everyone gave him some space to get used to his new state, and he appreciated that. Evat had been acting strangely ever since the infusion. She struggled with the energy flying around inside him. Her main processing center was built into his chest, with 2 auxiliary ones in his upper arms alongside a small nanoswarm. She had not come out all morning, which was strange in itself. Evaran suggested that she might be forming into an AI due to the infusion, and if so, he would help with that. Dalton hoped it was not something dangerous. The thought of losing Evat was painful, and he was tired of those close to him dying. He grinned at seeing the rest of the group in the hollow room. In addition to trying out Dalton's new abilities, Evaran wanted everyone to learn how to fight the Tenagrins as a team. Dr. Snowden and Kess joked around while Emily and Sam talked. Evaran and V looked over the scenario and determined what they would fight. Dalton enjoyed the casual atmosphere, and everybody was in good spirits. Everyone's life aura had been interesting to study. Dr. Snowden, Emily, and V had bright, golden auras around them, with a smattering of gray. Dalton learned that gray represented planar, and anything else meant exotic energy. Kess had a bit of it, but also 4 other lines in varying quantities. The star she had orbited for over 200,000 years had soaked her and her kind in exotic energies. Sam was pure gray, indicating the lack of any exotic energy, but he still possessed strong abilities. Evaran had a bright, glowing, golden aura. That did not surprise Dalton. The Toravata touch remained a mystery to him, but Evaran said they had a rift door on board that he would use to help Dalton learn. He was happy to have Evaran around, as trying to figure all this out by himself might be disastrous in some situations. A portal could open, potentially cutting someone in half or, even worse, sending them to a place where they would instantly die. Evaran suggested that Dalton would most likely be able to open the portal and see where it went before going through, but that needed to be tested. Evaran raised a hand. "Gather around." The group did so. V and I have programmed a few scenarios, but first, I wanted to go over ways to fight the units we have seen before. "Is everyone ready?" asked Evaran. They indicated they were. "Good. The first wave we will fight are pickers," said Evaran. The group adopted defensive stances. Dr. Snowden and Kess were positioned to the right of Evaran, while Emily and Sam had the other side. Dalton and V stood just behind Evaran. "What's the strategy?" said Emily. Evaran nodded. "Pickers are weak to stun inside their shielding, but not outside of it. Also, their 4 robot arms are merged into the picker's back, but it can be removed. The goal is for one to distract and the other to either get in close or take off the arms. Let us pair up for this. Dr. Snowden and Kess, you can go first." A picker appeared in front of the group a bit away. It slithered forward. Kess moved to face it, while Dr. Snowden flanked with his energy shield out. The picker paused when her nanoswarm covered it and lifted it into the air. Dr. Snowden ran inside the picker's bubble shield and fired a stun beam. The picker collapsed. "Very good," said Evaran. He motioned at Emily and Sam. "You 2 can go next." The picker reset. Emily glanced at Sam. "If you can distract, I'll get those arms off." "You got it," he said. He formed into a steel ball. She pushed him toward the picker, who slithered to him. When Sam ran into it, it slid back. Emily used her bladed staff to spin in and slice off the pack that merged the 4 arms to the picker's back. She then stunned it. The picker collapsed. Sam morphed back into his human form. "Nicely done," said Evaran. He motioned at Dalton and V. "You 2 are next." Dalton nodded. He was ready to go, but not clear on what tactic to use.
Analysis. If you focus, everything will seem to move slower. If you can get in close and deflect its attacks, I can fly in and stun.
Works for me, said Dalton. The picker reset and advanced. Dalton's eyes narrowed as he rushed forward with his nanoshield out and stun baton ready to go. V was right that when Dalton focused, the picker appeared to slow. When in melee range, he effortlessly dodged the picker's jabs and swipes, and even got a few shield bashes in. V swooped in and unloaded a stun shot from all 4 of his arms. The picker collapsed. V high-fived Dalton, who laughed. Wow, you moved fast, said Emily. Kess nodded. Yeah, you were a blur. I felt like everything moved in mud, said Dalton. He grinned. I think I'm going to like that. He looked at Evaran. You taking a turn? Yeah, you should, said Sam. He began to chant, Evaran, Evaran. The others joined in. Evaran half smiled. Very well. The picker reset. Evaran rushed forward, grabbed it by the neck, and lifted it off the ground. With his other hand, he used his utility handle to stun the picker. He lowered the picker. Whoa, said Sam. Dalton found it hard to believe Evaran could lift the picker like it was nothing. One advantage of having cosmic energy was that Dalton sensed Evaran's energy fluctuations. Barely anything registered with the picker, though. It was not lost on Dalton that Evaran had taken the picker on by himself. Emily laughed. That's so Evaran. Yeah, it is, said Dr. Snowden, chuckling. I went easy, said Evaran. Uh-huh, sure you did, said Kess, winking at him. Okay, using these techniques, let us fight a group of them. The idea is that if one is distracting, another should get in close and either stun or take off the arms. Everyone ready? Dalton grinned while they got ready for battle. His heart pumped at being able to fight like this. No wonder Dr. Snowden, Emily, Evaran, and V fought as a well-tested battle unit if they trained like this on previous adventures. 40 pickers appeared and rushed toward the group. Sam formed into a steel ball and rolled in front of Evaran, who threw Sam like a bowling ball. Pickers flew everywhere as Sam blazed through them. Dalton rushed in, along with the others. When the first pickers arrived, he took 3 on at the same time, using his shield and deflecting blows to keep them at bay. Emily ran past him and stunned each one in sequence with her staff. Kess focused with her hands out and formed a nanoswarm sphere around her. As she marched through the group, the nanobots held the picker's arms in place. Once she had 5 in place, Dr. Snowden fired a mist beam. She pulled her swarm back, and V swooped in and ignited the cloud. Dalton was amazed how well the group worked together. Their awareness was their greatest tactical weapon. He swore Evaran had eyes in the back of his head and sensed pickers up to 10 feet behind him. He knew what they were doing and how fast they moved. It resembled having some type of radar. After 15 minutes, the attackers were defeated. The group paused to catch their breath. That was fun, said Sam. Emily grinned. Nothing like fighting 40 pickers to get the heart racing. You did good, though, said Kess. She looked around. We all did. Evaran raised a finger. That was only one unit type. We will go through the others, then try our hand at mixed units. Dalton smiled. He saw how Evaran had structured the training. Everyone would witness different techniques, whether solo or in pairs, then fight a group of the enemy as a team, utilizing what had been learned. This would help to make fighting Tenagrins familiar. There would likely be new units not seen yet, but the Tenagrins had certain patterns to their units. The group could handle them. He focused on Dr. Snowden and Kess, who were lining up to take on a Springer. This was going to be a long training session. Dr. Snowden studied the swirling mass of holographic systems in the planar cartography lab. It was 6:00 p.m., and a good dinner rested in his belly. Dalton hung out with Evaran and V in the research lab. Although Dr. Snowden wished he could listen in, he suspected Evaran wanted to ask more about Dalton's situation. His infusion was something Dr. Snowden had never seen before outside of when Leverin had changed forms, but she was already in Evaran. Kess, Emily, and Sam worked in the Hollow Room, tweaking the cultural absorption program. Sam had mentioned that he wanted some additional information added that he said would make things a little easier to understand in terms of organizational structure. As Kess had been the first to use the program, she had volunteered to help, and Emily had been curious to see it. For Dr. Snowden's part, his stomach bulged. Although the Hollow Room activity intrigued him, he wanted to check out the area the Torvata held position in with the addition of the Tenagrin and Resistance information. Kess had initially planned to join him, but he had suggested that she spend time with Emily. Sam could also use her assistance with the program. She had agreed, and said they would make up for lost time later that night. He smiled at how good he had it. The galactic region he studied looked very different from before. It showed the extent of the Tenagrins' reach, and also areas with a strong resistance presence. Corcoris, showing as a contested planet, caught his eye. It was a tiny dot among thousands of other dots, which belied how important that planet had been. He was not sure where the time cube would end up, and it amazed him that it was a dimensional portal ending. Omagala had also been odd, and it disturbed him how indifferent they had been to the destruction of life. He understood from their perspective that matter was stored energy. Any presence of life was irrelevant, and they had discovered a way to bring matter from the past to their location. His skin crawled to think of them as solar system fissures. His PSD buzzed. A quick check showed that Riz had contacted Evaran about a possible location of the time cube, and he had called everyone to the conference room. The Resistance had done everything in its power to assist him. As on most adventures, the Resistance saw hope in Evaran's presence, something he often lent unknowingly to others. He was truly a beacon of light in dark places. The capture of Corcoris and liberation of the Gimaraika removed any doubt the Resistance might have had about his impact. Dr. Snowden shut down the holograms and hustled to the command center. Dalton and Emily sat on the left U-shaped seating, while Kess relaxed on the other side. V stood at the front console, and Evaran, as expected, commanded from his big chair. Dr. Snowden took his seat and looked around.
"You almost missed us leaving," said Kess, smiling.
Dr. Snowden gave her a look, then focused on Evaran.
"So, where are we going?"
He pulled up a galactic regional map in a data window near the front.
"It is a heavily defended facility on a planet known as Jorez Prime." Riz also referred to the recent arrival of a large ship in orbit as a planet cracker. It is called the Doomcris, and it rips out chunks of a planet, which is effective against resistance bases. It also carries formidable weapons for ship combat and has many fighters.
"I suspect it didn't come alone," said Dalton.
"And you would be correct," said Evaran. A small fleet accompanied the Doomcris. Riz said the Resistance suffered harshly in another region due to the Doomcris, so its presence here was unexpected. "Between that ship and the facility, I bet that's where the time cube is," said Emily.
Evaran nodded.
Riz came to the same conclusion.
"So we're going to perform reconnaissance," said Sam.
"That is correct. V, take us there."
"Acknowledged."
The Torvata opened a portal and flew through. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened. The sheer number of satellites, defense platforms, and ships astounded him. They must be there to protect something of importance. When the Torvata reached the ground facility 20 minutes later, he focused on the massive base. It sat at the end of a massive gorge that had a river running down the middle. The solid rock on both sides indicated that the base had been carved out, and the parts of the base that were exposed resembled a U-shape. Tenagrins love being underground, said Kess.
Don't knock it until you've tried it, said Sam.
She chuckled. I'll take your word. Dalton's eyes narrowed.
The Toravata is showing a lot of magnetic field activity, more than a natural resource would generate.
Yes, said Evaran. The Toravata cannot burn through that, so if we enter, it would need to be through one of the entrances not shielded.
You don't think Tarkarik outfitted this space just to prevent the Toravata from doing that, do you? I'm sure it was a surprise on Chorus, but the amount of shielding seems like it would have taken some time.
Evaran nodded. I would agree. However, I suspect this facility was built using experimental technology from the Time Cube.
Those sneaky Omagala, said Dr. Snowden.
Nonetheless, we can still get in close and scan the area, said Evaran. The Toravata flew into the gorge. Dr. Snowden studied the pickers as they crawled on the sides. Massive turrets extended from the rock walls at various intervals. Guard platforms also appeared every now and then and resembled part of a purple jalapeno pepper that had been jammed horizontally into the walls. It was the massive base that came into view that caught his attention. The base's outer materials consisted of a mix of metal, stone, and fungus bricks. A red mist swirled around various landing platforms, and the base reached from the bottom of the gorge to the top, about half a mile. Ships flew in and out, and the area was packed with drones. As sunlight faded, glowing strands of something organic that covered the gorge and the base provided illumination. Although spotlights shone around, the bioluminescence output surprised Dr. Snowden.
Wow. It's pretty, yet menacing at the same time, said Emily.
Yeah, and I'm interested in the vein-like lightning thing going on, said Dr. Snowden.
Evaran nodded. This is just the outside part. The base extends deep into the ground, but the Toravata is having trouble scanning through all the magnetic fields. However, the Time Cube has been detected.
Sam studied the screen. It says the Time Cube is above an area that goes deep underground, and I mean deep.
Yes, and it is protected all the way down. Dr. Snowden studied the long, thin structure that looked like a pin that shot out of the bottom of the base. His heart thumped faster at the thought of not only having to fight all the way down, but also being so deep underground. He wished the Toravata could just fly there, but the magnetic shielding would prevent that. He shook a finger.
The base resembles a screw.
Analysis. Perhaps that is the base's intent as well.
Everyone looked at V and laughed.
That's a good one, V, said Emily.
V's lights glowed brighter. Dalton rubbed his chin.
Despite the base's intent, I agree it looks like a screw. The top part is large enough to fill a gorge. So, what's our plan?
Evaran gestured up. We will scan the nearby fleet, and then go through all the information gathered. Once we fully understand what we are dealing with, we will meet with Riz and come up with a plan. One thing is clear. We must reach the Time Cube so Dalton can close it.
Cyrillus said she couldn't disable the Time Cube. I bet she meant due to the base design and the shielding, said Dalton.
I concur, said Evaran. Nonetheless, we will figure something out. V, take us to orbit and begin scanning the fleet.
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden's stomach churned.
Although the goal remained clear, and the path to get there as well, the base had a menacing feel. The arrival of the Tenagrin fleet did not assuage his concerns. There were many obstructions in the way, and he got a sense that the Tenagrins were now aware of the group's abilities and technology. With Kess around, Dr. Snowden was on high alert and would do everything in his power to ensure she stayed safe. She would be deeply involved in whatever got planned alongside him. For the moment, he would enjoy what time remained before the plan was crafted. Chapter 26. Kes had enjoyed the previous night with Dr. Snowden. They had spent a few hours watching the Torvata scan the fleet and defenses, and when they had retired to bed, the Torvata had still been working. She had suspected the scanning would continue for a long while. Her hunch had been confirmed when she had woken up and learned from Evaran and V, who had monitored it all night, that it had ended an hour earlier. The Torvata was now at a resistance ship awaiting Riz and the other Alliance leaders. It was 10 o'clock a.m., and she was now used to using Earth time. She surveyed the hollow room. Seats were aligned in a circle, allowing for a massive open area. Although the meeting could be held on the resistance ship, Riz had easily persuaded them to take advantage of the room, which apparently had an effect on him. The seats opposite where she and the others would sit had unusual-looking structures, probably due to the strange aliens that would be coming. That was something she had always planned for back in her alliance. The meeting must have been set up when she was sleeping. She envied Evaran in that he did not need sleep. V would use low power mode at times, but Evaran was permanently awake. Dr. Snowden mentioned that the only time he had seen Evaran not conscious was when he had gotten hit by a Palasan exotic energy beam on an asteroid space station long ago. Emily, Dalton, and Sam were seated in a section and eagerly talking about something. Dr. Snowden talked with Evaran and V in projected mode off to the side, leaving Kes near the entrance. She did not mind, as she enjoyed everyone's interaction. People watching was what Dr. Snowden called it. After 10 minutes, Riz entered the hollow room with 4 others. Kes took her seat, along with Dr. Snowden and V, while Evaran stood by the entrance. Riz wore the same hodgepodge mix of armor. She recognized Captain Oriakon from the Gimaraika, but the other 4 were a mystery. One resembled a walking yellow meatball with 3 arms, 2 on the side and 1 from the front, that extended down like a trunk. Armor covered the main body. Another looked like an upright ant, except with smaller mandibles. Chitin-like armor seemed like a natural fit. The third resembled a 3-foot bird with golden armor. Although the alien possessed wings, 2 arms extended from its chest. The last one made her skin crawl. It had a dog-like body with a humanoid torso that ended with a shell covering over the head. 4 strong arms hung to the side, and a plethora of eyes dotted its bug-like face. It had a small beak, and its body was covered in armored scales that were supplemented by armor where it could fit. Evaran escorted them to a seating section opposite everyone else. Once everybody sat, Evaran and Riz met in the center. Evaran raised a hand. "Now that we all are here, we can begin." He introduced the gang to the aliens, then gestured at Riz. Riz pointed at Captain Oriakon.
"You all know her already."
Captain Oriakon raised one of her octopus-like tentacles.
"The others are new, though,"
said Riz. He motioned at the meatball alien.
"This is Pakra, a Gensgriz."
"I'm glad to be here. Exciting. This translator is impressive. Efficient,"
said Pakra in a deep voice. Kes took note of the unusual cadence of Pakra's speech. He tended to move his arms around a lot. Riz gestured at the ant alien.
"This is Krizzlekor Torkri Histor, an Anlor. You can call him Tor, most do."
Tor's antenna flailed around as he nodded his big, ant-like head. In a guttural voice, he said,
"I am honored to be here, like Pakra."
"Next is Gissa, a Moonro Kaz,"
said Riz, pointing at the bird-like alien. In a squeaky voice, Gissa said,
"Like the others, it's an honor to be here. I'm stunned we can speak so effortlessly."
Analysis. The Torvata has advanced translation capabilities.
Pakra shook.
"It's very advanced. Delicious."
Kes struggled not to laugh, but the thought of the translator being delicious amused her.
Yes, it is, said Riz.
He motioned at the last alien, a quadruped.
This is Gaukra, a Zinix.
Gaukra crossed his forearms and dipped his head. In a deep, grizzled voice, he said,
It is an honor to join those with a similar goal of defeating the Tenagrins.
Kess sensed Gaukra had a warrior-type personality. Pakra appeared jovial, almost, while Tor acted nervous. Gissa was full of sunshine, though. She had smiled when Evaran had introduced everyone earlier. I will go over the plan that Riz, V, and I came up with, and then we can go into revision and changing things around as needed, said Evaran. He tapped at his ARI. A zoomed-out map of Joris Prime appeared. As you can see, the Doomchris arrived in orbit with 86 ships. The projection zoomed into the Doomchris. It has potent defenses, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, it is slow, and I suspect if it is taken out, a superior resistance fleet can engage the other ships.
That's a lot of ships still. Many,
said Pakra. Riz pointed at the Doomchris.
Right, but if we take it out, it'll stop destroying our bases before we can evacuate. You saw what happened in the previous sector.
Gaukra grunted.
I like it. How do you plan to take down the Doomchris? There won't be any ships left after a fight with it.
A good question, said Evaran. He gestured at the gang. We will board the Doomchris, and with the assistance of the Bobs, we will establish control.
Just this group?
Asked Gissa, tilting her head and flapping a wing at Evaran and the gang. Sam smiled.
I'll be bringing a few Bobs to the battle.
Riz shook his buggy arm at Gissa and the others.
There'll be details given to everyone after this meeting. Evaran and his crew are more than capable.
You don't need to convince me of that, said Captain Oriakan, raising a tentacle. Evaran nodded. Once the Doomchris is out of action, then the Resistance can attack. The projection changed to the surface facility. Once that occurs, my group will go to the facility on the surface to retrieve the time cube, said Evaran. He crooked a thumb at Dalton. He will destroy it.
I sure will,
he said. So, essentially, your group is going to fight everything, said Tor.
Almost, said Evaran. The other ships will be handled by the Resistance, but we'll handle the Doomchris and the facility.
That facility is heavily protected, said Gissa.
Many Tenagrins there. Bad snakes,
said Pakra.
Evaran half smiled and gestured at Sam. We have the Bobs. Sam raised his arms in a V formation.
Yes, you do.
Kess observed the alien's laughter, or what she thought was laughter. Gaukra dipped his head, but Gissa emitted a series of squealing noises. Light waves pulsed fast over Captain Oriakan, while Tor's antenna flailed around while he made short grunts.
I'm leading a small detachment that will accompany Evaran, said Riz.
I would like to join as well,
said Gaukra. It is your call if you want to come, and what you bring, said Evaran. Captain Oriakan raised a tentacle. I'd be better leading our fleet.
I as well. Leaders, said Pakra.
Gissa chirped.
As we are providing the bulk of the fleet, I'll be needed on my ship.
Gaukra grunted.
The Zinix may not have ships, but we are formidable fighters.
Then it's settled, said Riz. We'll go over each part in more detail, and who is where at what time. Let's take a quick break first.
Kess smiled when Dr. Snowden poked her. He had been unusually quiet, but she suspected he was soaking everything in like the others. Emily and Sam walked over to the aliens to talk with them. Dalton joined Evaran, V, Riz, Gissa, and Captain Oriakan in the center. The assembly reminded her some of the Alliance meetings she had held. There were many aliens, with so many different cultures that it was easy for some things to get lost in translation. Emily had enjoyed meeting the Resistance leaders the previous day. The group had a plan to get the time cube. The leaders had struggled to understand how the Torvata did what it did and the Bob's morphing ability. Nonetheless, they had left the meeting with a much better understanding of everything, and they were committed to taking down the Tenagrins. It was 11 o'clock a.m., and the Torvata cruised toward the new Bob City. Sam had contacted Val, who had mentioned that the city had been built. She had updated him and everyone else on their development while he had informed her of what the gang was up to. Emily found it strange that the Bobs were eager to go to battle in a facility, considering what had happened to Bob. Perhaps the fight on the Gimaraika showed that, with caution, anything was possible. Her eyes gazed at the metal and rock city in the distance. The Bobs seemed to like a cylindrical aesthetic, as the buildings appeared to be cylinders of various sizes, with tunnels between them residing at different heights. Thin strips of a glass-like material rose on all sides of each cylinder. Outside the city resided smaller buildings, and what appeared to be a spaceship construction yard manufacturing a large sphere with thrusters on every side. The strange design reminded her of the spheres that Kess's group, the Orions, had. If you possessed the ability to assume any form, you could optimize the space needed to pack yourself in. The command center lit up as Sam chattered away about all the progress Val had made. Emily joined the others in peppering Sam with questions, and he was more than eager to answer. He witnessed his species evolve right before his eyes. The Bobs had changed from an instinctual mass into individuals building towards a space fleet. It helped that their morphing ability allowed them to build anything with the knowledge obtained from different places. That would be handy in construction. The Torvata landed on a pad. Other pads of various sizes packed the area, each with an above-ground tunnel that ended up going underground. Emily suspected the short distance between whatever landed and the tunnel was for visiting aliens who might have trouble with the atmosphere. Larger, specialized tunnels were probably meant for cargo. The overall city had kept visitors in mind during its design. Sam stood with a big smile. "We're here!" He rushed to the Torvata exit. "Someone's excited," said Dr. Snowden, adjusting his glasses. "I would be too," said Dalton. "Come on. Let's go meet some Bobs," said Kess. Emily hopped up and followed the others outside. She grinned when she saw Val along with 10 other Bobs. Sam had hugged her and then spent time greeting each of the other Bobs with a hug. Emily loved the kindness that each Bob showed each other. She figured she had some hand in that, and Bob had been a great template for others to form from. Her eyes widened as each Bob came and hugged her, then Kess, then Evaran. She recalled when the first few had formed and how much introductions and hugging had followed, and she did not want to experience that with thousands. However, it was a one-time thing, as Val stood back and smiled as everyone else got their hugging in. "We're back," said Sam. He looked at Val. "So you updated the others on the situation?" "I did," she said. "Unfortunately, we already sent half of our population out to aid resistance worlds, and the ones left here are spread all over. However, as we discussed, I have 10 that can be spared for this." "10 is better than none," said Sam. Evaran raised a finger. "While your help is appreciated, I do not want to take away from what you all are doing." Val grinned. "It's okay." She swept her hand out in an arc. "We're ready to go, and we've already planned for our absence. Besides, this is important, along with everything else going on." "Wow, so there's over 3,000 Bobs out helping the resistance?" asked Dr. Snowden. "Yep," said Val. "We're dropping 10 off at each world to deal with whatever is there. It will take time, and we only hit the fringe worlds, or those the resistance deemed doable with such a small group." Dalton rubbed his chin. "Even so, 10 Bobs is still a formidable force, regardless of whether it's a resistance planet or what we plan to do." The Bobs raised their arms in a V formation. "Any help is appreciated," said Evaran. "Sam, can you update them on the plan?" "Of course," said Sam. He walked in front of the Bobs and extended a tendril toward each one. The others reciprocated, and once connected, they emitted a soft hum. A moment later, the tendrils retracted. "We're all up to date now," said Val. "A bold plan. But I agree with Dalton that 10 of us should be more than enough for this. We've got our armor still, which has proven effective in the outer worlds under occupation."
Analysis. You could merge into a giant.
Val nodded. "Of course. But I like the river approach. We can wash away the Tenagrins." 2 serve bots jumped off Dalton's arm and merged, then formed Evot's humanoid form. I'm aware," she said. She looked around. "Hello." Each Bob went over and hugged a startled Evot. Dalton drew his head back.
Evot, what's going on?
I believe I've been upgraded. Processing.
Evaran raised a finger. "I altered your programming. Dalton's cosmic energy infusion destabilized you, and the only options were to shut you down or upgrade you to handle it. You are no longer an enhanced VI, but a full AI now. V was of great assistance in that regard." Evot rushed over and bear-hugged Evaran, then high-fived V.
"Thank you. This is all new."
She looked at Sam.
"I bet this is what sentience felt like for you."
"It would seem so,"
he said.
Analysis. I can assist you as needed.
"I'd love that," said Evot, smiling. Emily noted Evot's excitement, something Emily didn't normally associate with AIs. V was her base reference, and the only other AIs she had met were either snarky or ruthless. Evot was different, and the fact that she had hugged Evaran stood out. Thankfully, she had V around to help out, and he would because he remained a source of goodness. Dalton rubbed his chin.
"So, do you remember everything?"
"I do," said Evot. "I can now put it into proper context. Oh, we're about to go into combat, aren't we?"
He chuckled.
"Yes, we are."
"I need to organize then," she said, furrowing her brow.
Emily remembered seeing V's facial reactions when he had first gotten projected mode. Evot disassembled into a swarm and merged back into Dalton's upper arms. "That was interesting," said Kess. Emily laughed. "Well, I guess better here than in the planning session. The resistance leaders would wonder if that happens all the time."
Dalton smiled. "I could see that. It seems Evot is going to have an adjustment period, but I'm thankful that she isn't lost."
"Because of your cosmic energy infusion, right?" asked Val. He nodded. Evaran looked around. "Before we go, does anyone have any questions?" Everyone indicated they did not. "Okay. Then our first stop is Doomcris's landing pad. It will take 20 minutes to orbit, another 20 to pick up Riz and Gaucraw's forces, then 5 to arrive and land there. Take that time to gear up accordingly." Emily's heart raced as it always did when the group prepared for combat. Although she wished more Bobs could come, she understood that with 10 Bobs per planet and over 3,000 of them out there, 300 planets were being helped. The Bob's impact on the resistance was immediately being felt. Now she would get to see what more than one Bob could do in action.
Chapter 27. Dr. Snowden studied the Doomcris's docking bay as the Torvata approached. The massive steel doors were open, and multiple ships flew in and out. He trusted that the plan to secure the area would work, but he suspected there would be a lot of fighting. They were going to essentially claim one of the more active parts of the ship. He had chuckled when he had observed Gaucraw's and Riz's reactions to the Torvata having enough space to support the units they brought on board. Gaukra had brought 50, and Riz 40. Add in 10 Bobs, and that was an even 100 additional members of the gang. The living quarters' dimensional area easily held them. Evaran ensured that the matter replicators possessed each race's food types, and that the living quarters had the appropriate accommodations. In the command center, Evaran sat in his chair, with Emily, Dalton, and Riz in the right U-shaped seating, while Dr. Snowden, Kess, Sam, and Val were on the left. Gaukra's unusual body type made him stand to the side, gripping one of the chairs. V stood at the center console in the front.
"This docking bay is busy," said Gaukra. "Yeah, it is," said Dalton. He rubbed his chin. "I guess we won't fully know what we're dealing with until we're inside."
Evaran nodded. "They should not detect us. We will be a momentary blip as we pass through their shielding. Once inside, we can hover out of the way and scan the area, then determine a plan. We have the ship's layout and can overlay that on the inner shields from the roof." "We can go there now," said Emily. "If you wish." She hopped up. "Let's go." Dr. Snowden smiled. It did him good to see Emily in a better mood after the scare on the last Tenagrin ship. Her spirit had not been dampened in the least. He followed the others, and after a few minutes, everyone was on the roof.
"Your ship is full of surprises," said Gaukra.
Kess winked at him. "Wait till you have some tacos."
"I don't know what that is."
Evaran half smiled. "It is a human food item. We will have plenty of time for that when we are done here. V, take us in."
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden gripped the guardrail as Kess interlocked her left arm with his right one. His heart raced as the Torvata passed through the shielding. Although he trusted that Evaran would have a plan, and there were more than enough capable fighters, there might be complications. That would be nothing new, but the Tenagrins had proven to be quite adaptable. The Torvata hovered over a hallway entrance. Dr. Snowden studied the docking bay. The Torvata's interior shield displayed a wire-frame view of areas beyond what was immediately viewable. The Tenagrin ships that took off and flew in resembled fighter crafts of some type. He found it interesting that some civilizations used drone swarms, some individual fighters, and others mainly large ships. The ground bustled with activity, and he was not sure how they would secure it. Evaran pointed at an office area that jutted out over the back wall. "That is where the docking bay room controls are. We can secure that, then seal the doors." Dalton motioned at a doorway next to the office.
"That should lead us right there. But as soon as we exit, it's going to be pandemonium."
"I understand," said Evaran. "The Torvata will land in front of the doorway and block it. That should give us some time. But if panic ensues, the Tenagrins should clear out of the area unless they are security."
"I like your plan," said Gaukra. "They might just destroy your ship, though."
Cass shook her head. "They won't be destroying the Torvata. Its shielding is unique." Riz looked at Gaukra.
"I share your concern, but I trust what they say."
Gaukra dipped his head toward Evaran. "Once the docking bay is secured, we will split into 2 groups. I will lead a group consisting of Dr. Snowden, Kess, Gaukra and his unit, and Val and 5 Bobs. Our goal is to reach the power room and shut down the main generators. That will kick the emergency power on and, in effect, disable the ship. The second group will capture the command center. Dalton will lead that group, which will have Emily, Riz and his unit, and Sam and 5 Bobs. Is everyone clear?" Everyone indicated they were. Dr. Snowden found it interesting that Evaran had chosen Dalton to lead the second group and not Emily. It could have been because Dalton had held a leadership role for longer than Emily had been alive, and Dr. Snowden wondered if it bothered her. Based on her smile, she appeared to be okay with the decision. She was a team player, and from his experience, she would be a tremendous asset to any group. Okay. For the initial taking of the docking bay, follow my lead, said Evaran. He motioned at V. Take us to that doorway and plug it up.
Acknowledged.
Everyone else, follow me. Dr. Snowden hustled to the Torvada's ramp along with the others. He peeked into the living quarters before he arrived. Gowcraw's and Riz's units were suited up and ready for battle. A pit formed in Dr. Snowden's stomach. There were going to be casualties. As much as he wished they could stun through everything, the Tenagrins would not be so lenient. Some of them would die, and he was sure some of Gowcraw's and Riz's unit members would perish as well. The Torvada landed in front of the door and burned forward a bit, in effect sealing off entry from the docking bay. Evaran strode off the ramp and into the hallway. With his energy shield out and his utility handle formed into a baton, he walked with no fear, although that was something Dr. Snowden expected. It bolstered Gowcraw and Riz. Dalton, Sam, Val, Emily, and V in body mode followed next. Dr. Snowden joined Kess in the second wave, along with Gowcraw and Riz. Behind them were their units, who were anxious to fight. The first Tenagrins the group encountered collapsed with lightning speed. Unfortunately, the second one got off a warning, and a green light flashed around the hallway. The trip to the docking bay office was short, and although the door had sealed, it stood no chance against the UIC. The Tenagrins in the room fled out the other side, leaving the office empty. Evaran worked on sealing the docking bay doors while the rest of the group secured the hallway outside. So far, everything had gone smoothly, but they had essentially launched a stealth attack. The real fights were coming. The Tenagrins in the docking bay scurried away through various hallways. They were aware of what was happening. Dr. Snowden surveyed the group. The mood was one of relief that the first step of many had been completed. Everyone wore their battle suits, and judging from Gowcraw and Riz's animated discussion, they seemed genuinely happy to be where they were. Dr. Snowden wondered if the two races had ever fought alongside each other before. The resistance appeared to be somewhat segregated in that regard outside the leadership. He figured they were also amazed at how Evaran had defeated the 4 Tenagrin guards in a matter of seconds. It was not every day they would see someone like him in action. The docking bay doors began to close. Evaran motioned at Dalton. "Do you have everything you need?" He nodded. "I have the layout from the Torvada scan and a capable group. Oh, and Emily." She swatted his arm. "Okay then," said Evaran. "Be careful. And if you require assistance, let us know." "Will do," said Dalton. His eyes glowed when he forearm shook with Evaran. Dr. Snowden had never seen them do a shake like that, but it happened naturally. The glowing eyes thing he saw before, but that was between two Evarans. Apparently, Dalton possessed enough cosmic energy to trigger that. He pointed to a doorway on the other end of the office. "Those in my group, follow me." Emily, Sam, and Riz formed ranks with Dalton as he marched forward. That would be the core leadership of that group. Behind them streamed Shishelians with their bright combat armor. Their assault weapons glowed, and the helmets covered their wasp-like faces. Although only 3 feet tall on average, they looked like they could deal some damage. The Bobs had their humanoid form with a metallic covering. Dr. Snowden knew they were eager for payback for what had happened to Bob. Emily's icon showed as smiling in Dr. Snowden's helmet. They were going into a combat situation, something she relished. It was a far cry from the Emily he gave airplane rides to. Dalton's serious and calm face appeared in Emily's icon group. Dr. Snowden did not think Dalton would have any issues leading the group. Riz and Sam also had icons, and Dr. Snowden understood that he would not be able to hear them unless they opened communications, but he could still see their faces. Evaran looked around the group. Dr. Snowden, Kess, V, Val, and Gowcraw. Are you all ready? They indicated they were. Gowcraw, does your unit understand the plan?
They do,
he said. Evaran nodded and deployed his energy shield. With his stun baton in the other hand, he pointed forward. Let us secure the power room. V enjoyed the fact that he could participate in the group outing. Sometimes he had to stay in the Torvata in case it needed to be flown for an emergency, or just to move it out of a situation where it might be captured. Using body mode was not as common since he usually flew stealthed for reconnaissance, but this fight required his physical skills. Body mode had superior shielding, and while V had great strength, he had come across situations where he could be held, in effect neutralizing him. That would not be an issue with a group such as this. Dr. Snowden and Kess had on their serious faces, something V attributed to their worry for each other and the group. Val seemed focused, and Gowcraw's facial cues were difficult to read. Although everyone had helmets on, V could see their faces when he looked at them. Evaran marched forward with intent in his step. V calculated that Evaran did not want a repeat of Corcoris. To prevent that, he said he would focus on magnetic shields, and V scanned for them as well. 50 sizable Zinix members trailed behind the group, and like Gowcraw, V did not understand enough about their species to know their facial cues. He did note that they fidgeted with their weapons, most likely a sign they were ready to fight. The Tenagrins encountered so far in the hallways appeared to be startled guards who crumpled fast. Between Evaran and Dr. Snowden using their mist and stun beams, a majority of the Tenagrins fell. Those that escaped were held by Kess or one of the Bobs. Gowcraw hustled up to a few, but the guards collapsed before he could do anything. After 10 minutes, the group reached a massive corridor. Evaran faced everyone. This runs the length of the ship and will take us close to the power room. V observed that the Zinix members appreciated the wide space as they moved about. Easier to fight here, said Kess. She looked around. It seems to be missing Tenagrins, though. Evaran nodded. I suspect the ship-wide alert has moved non-combat personnel to other areas. We should only see security forces from here on out. Let us go. The group advanced, with Evaran in the lead. After another 10 minutes, they paused. We got company, said Dr. Snowden. A group of Tenagrins approached from the front and back. There were a variety of unit types, from lowly guards to bulkers, and some new types V had not seen before. One type carried a heavy weapon that was a part of the Tenagrins' armor. Another resembled the warlocks from before, except they had heavy armor on. Dr. Snowden, Kess, Gowcraw, get the group coming from behind and form a rear line. V, Val, and I will take the ones in the front, said Evaran as he adopted a defensive stance. V moved forward as the others got into position. The Zinix members hung between the two lines and would be able to flow to whatever side they needed to. It was a good strategy, and V preferred being on the front line. When the Springers rolled into range first, V rushed out. He punched a Springer back, and Evaran hit it with a stun beam. Evaran zipped into a Springer and knocked it away like a bowling ball into the oncoming Tenagrin horde. Val stood strong and caught a Springer that slammed into her. She tossed it in front of a Zinix, who sliced it in half. Although non-lethal means were usually used by the gang, the Zinix would most likely use lethal force. It would be too much effort to have them hold back from how they knew to fight, and Evaran was fluid when it came to lethality, dependent on the situation. He seemed to be okay with that for those who were conditioned for it. The Zinix and Bobs followed Evaran as he charged forward. When the two groups met, chaos ensued. The Tenagrins with heavy weapons fired at Evaran, who deflected their shot. One blast hit a Bob, who froze, then dissipated into a pile of ash. No, said Val. Dalton reached out over comms. Evaran, the Tenagrins have anti-Bob weapons. Be careful. Evaran looked over at the pile of ash.
We just discovered that. Be careful. Everyone, focus on the heavy weapons. V grabbed a guard and threw it at a gunner. When it dodged, V reached it and ripped the weapon off. Val and the other Bobs, along with the Zinniks, let Evaran and V handle the heavy gunners. The heavily armored warlocks made their presence known as several Zinniks flew past the group. Dr. Snowden, Kess, Galcraw, there are some new units on the field. Focus on the armored warlocks and heavy gunners, said Evaran. Got it, said Dr. Snowden over comms. Another Bob was hit and cremated. V, get the gunners. I am going after the warlocks, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said V. He ran a quick analysis and picked out the 4 remaining gunners. They tried to angle themselves to get clean shots, but the Bobs stuck close to Evaran. V grabbed the first gunner's weapon and broke it. Val ripped the gunner apart. Another one fired a beam at V, but his shielding held. Apparently, his shielding was stronger than the Bob's metallic skin.
Analysis. The gunners cannot break my shielding.
They can't break my energy shield either, said Dr. Snowden over comms.
V rushed the second gunner, dismantled the weapon, then tossed the gunner into a group of pickers. The third one tried to back up some, but V caught up to it and smashed the weapon. He did not try to disable the gunner, but instead moved on to the fourth one. When he reached it, he tore the gun off the Tenagrin, then tossed it over to the Bobs, who set upon it with a vengeance. After 15 minutes, the battle had ended. Val and the 2 remaining Bobs rushed over to the piles of ashes. V ran a scan over the battleground and counted 13 dead Zinniks. Dr. Snowden appeared exhausted, and Kess scowled as she walked with a limp. Evaran was his usual self, while Galcraw attended to his fallen comrades.
Those gunners were devastating, said Dr. Snowden.
Yeah, same with the armored warlocks. I'm not sure how we would defeat them without Evaran, said Kess. V observed Galcraw holding up the head of a Tenagrin and making growling noises. V understood that to be a leadership move specific to the Zinniks, although it most likely applied to other warrior-heavy civilizations. The other Zinniks growled and raised their weapons. Galcraw joined the others.
A good fight. May we have more?
I suspect we will, said Evaran. We have a strategy now, though. I will handle the warlocks. V will focus on the heavy gunners, and everyone else deal with whatever gets through. Kess nodded. We can do that. Evaran studied the dead Zinniks before looking over at Galcraw. I am unfamiliar with your death rites. Galcraw waved a beefy hand out.
We are but physical manifestations of our warrior spirits. They have moved on, and these shells may be discarded.
Very well, said Evaran, turning to face the others. Let us go. V followed the group. The Zinniks' take on death intrigued V. He wondered what they would think about the life layer, since that was where they would go after death. Perhaps to them it was some sort of warrior nirvana. He wanted to ask Galcraw, but decided now was not the best time. As they moved on, smaller groups of Tenagrins assaulted the group, but presented no challenge. V suspected there would be another fight once they reached the power room, and that these small forays by the Tenagrins were meant to stall them. Dalton had updated the group on his progress, and like the fight earlier, several Bobs had been killed on his side. Riz had lost some of his unit and was slightly injured, and they had had to deal with a similar force, but were on their way to the command center. V wondered where the non-essential Tenagrins had fled, but he had determined that would be known once the ship was secured. For the moment, the power room was coming up. Chapter 28. Dalton studied the massive hallway that led up to the command center. It curved, so there was not a clear line of sight to the full length of it. From what he had viewed in the layout, it ran the length of the ship. Another similar corridor ran on the other side of the ship,
and Evaran and the others went in the opposite direction that Dalton took his team. Dalton had confidence in the group around him. Emily was a seasoned fighter, and Sam and the Bobs were powerful. Riz and his accomplished unit looked forward to battle. Although Dalton had led groups before, this was by far the most unusual. It intrigued him that Evaran had not selected Emily to lead the group. She did not seem upset by the decision, and that made Dalton think of her as a strong team player. Sam and Riz had also deferred to Dalton, probably out of respect to Evaran. Dalton had a lot on his plate. After moving about forward for 10 minutes, the group paused. Dalton sensed a large Tenagrin presence coming.
Tenagrins inbound.
Riz looked around.
I don't see anything. They're ahead. And some coming from behind.
I sense them now too, said Emily. Sam joined Riz.
I'm with Riz.
I don't see anything.
Dalton nodded.
Nonetheless, prepare for combat.
He activated his nanoshield and extended his MH into a stun baton. The Tenagrins approaching from the front had a larger group than the ones coming from behind. Dalton ordered Sam and the 2 Bobs, along with some Shishelians, to take the rear. The front group consisted of Dalton, Emily, several Bobs, and Riz and the bulk of the Shishelians.
You ready?
Asked Dalton, glancing at Emily. Let's do this, she said. Dalton appreciated Emily's zeal and fearlessness. Although he could not interpret Shishelian's emotions, he suspected Riz enjoyed her confidence as well. To have fought for so long against the Tenagrins and now be inside one of their planet crackers must have been an intriguing sensation. The Bobs stood poised and ready to charge. They would not need to wait long as the Tenagrins came into view. Emily expanded her shield so that it covered a large area. Dalton wished his nanoshield expanded like that, but his was not energy-based. Another downside was that it did not reflect beams like hers. He moved forward with his group in tow. A quick study of the Tenagrins showed them to have what he expected, but 2 units stood out. One looked like an armored warlock, and the other a heavy gunner. New units, said Emily. What's our priority? Dalton nodded.
Those warlocks gave us problems last time. But I think I may be strong enough to deal with them. You can get the heavy gunners with Sam, and Riz and the others will deal with the pickers, guards, bulkers, and springers. Everyone understand?
Everyone indicated they did. Dalton pointed forward.
Let's do this.
Yeah, said Emily. The Shishelians unloaded a barrage of energy beams, which made the Tenagrins pause. Dalton took advantage of the lull to rush toward the first armored warlock. Emily sprinted to the nearest heavy gunner, while 3 Bobs strode among the guards and pickers and tossed them around. The Shishelians switched to energy blades and entered the fray. Dalton was unsure of what to expect with the warlock. A guard tried to slash at Dalton, but he shield bashed it away and hit it with his stun baton. A picker took the guard's place. Dalton spun around the picker and used his nanoshield's top edge to cut off the picker's robot arms, then hit the exposed area with his baton. The armored warlock hissed as it came within range. Dalton gritted his teeth and moved into what he knew would be the warlock's bubble. Although there was some resistance, he soldiered through. From the unusual hissing noises the warlock made, Dalton suspected it was startled. When he reached the warlock, he stunned it. It collapsed. He exhaled deeply. For a moment, he thought he would need to call Evaran. Thankfully, Dalton could handle warlocks now. Looking over the fight, he watched Emily do her best impression of a dervish as she danced and whirled across the battlefield. The heavy gunner stood no chance against her bladed staff, and she flipped and tossed guards everywhere. The Bobs dealt with the bulkers and essentially capsized them. Riz and his Shishelians fought with heart as they used focused attacks in units of 4. Their experience in fighting the Tenagrins shone through. Dalton frowned when a heavy gunner hit one of the Bobs with a beam. The Bob froze before crumbling to ashes. The other Bob rushed to help, as did some Shishelians, who pushed the other Bob out of the way as the beam hit them.
Emily rushed the gunner and not only knocked the weapon down, but punched the gunner halfway across the room. Dalton focused on another warlock that had flung some Shishelians. He hustled over and ran straight into the warlock's bubble before stunning it. Only one remained. As he made his way over to it, he checked out the other end. Sam and the other Bobs rolled around and caused havoc while the Shishelians tore into the outnumbered Tenagrin group. There were no warlocks, but a gunner was present. Emily must have seen it too, because she dashed over to it. Dalton dodged a picker that tried to slash him and kicked away a guard. As he spun to the picker's backside, he roundhouse kicked another guard into a bulker that was giving some Shishelians problems. He took care of the picker and then helped them. After 10 more minutes, the battle finished. Dalton surveyed the downed Tenagrins. Those that could move had retreated. Riz had lost half his unit, and he checked each body to verify that they were dead and not just unconscious. Sam and the other Bobs gathered around the first decimated Bob, then the other. Emily stood next to him. "It was a great plan." He grimaced. "Was it?" "You picked your targets and those who were best to take them down." Dalton sighed. "I tire of death. But these Tenagrins give us no choice." "I don't like it either. But take consolation that we won this fight. It might have been worse." "You're right. Of course." Riz and Sam joined them.
"We have some wounded, and a small detachment will take them back to the Torvata," said Riz.
"I understand," said Dalton. "I'm sorry for the loss of your members."
"It's war, and they were committed. But this fight is not over yet."
Sam nodded.
"We lost 2 Bobs, but we still have 3 left." Dalton studied him. "If I had known those beams would break your armor, I would have had the Bobs fall back. You can't know everything, and now we know," said Sam. "All right," said Dalton. "Let me update Evaran, and then we're off to the command center." He contacted Evaran and found out they had wrapped up their own fight with similar casualties. The total numbers of units the Tenagrins had thrown at both forces was around 200. There should be hundreds more throughout the ship, and Dalton suspected they guarded secured areas. The wounded departed, and the group moved forward. They fought smaller groups of Tenagrins who stood no chance. When they reached the command center, its massive, arched doors were sealed. Dalton tapped at his upper arm, and Evat jumped out in her spider drone mode. "Evat, open that. Once we're inside, find a console and seal it." "Of course," she said. She hopped over to a nearby console and connected to it. Dalton motioned for Emily to take front and center and expand her shield. The Bob stood close to her on either side. Riz and the rest of his unit formed behind Emily. Dalton held position off to the side next to Evat, and once the door's shielding dropped and the doors opened, she hopped back into his arm. He joined Emily as she rushed into the room. There were some guards, but it was mostly crew and officers. The large room contained strange columns that had displays hanging off them. A big pit with unusual support structures and workstations ringed the area. Massive screens hung off the walls in all directions. Tenagrin officers pulled out pistols and fired against Emily's shield, to no effect. The Bobs formed spheres and rolled out to the side, leaving crunched Tenagrins in their wake. The Shishelians emitted a buzzing noise as they swarmed the room. Emily minimized her shield and wielded her staff, while Dalton blocked shots and fired stun blasts with his RSG. After 10 minutes, the fight concluded. The Tenagrins who surrendered were rounded up, while the dead ones lay where they had fallen. Dalton verified that the doors were sealed, then motioned at a nearby workstation. "Evat, see what you can do in there." She hopped out of his arm and onto the workstation in spider mode. "Of course." Emily, Riz, and Sam joined Dalton.
I can't believe we're on the command deck of the Doom, Chris,"
said Riz. "It's not over yet," said Dalton.
Evaran still needs to shut down the power room. For our part, we need to hold this area until then."
"We'll do it," said Sam, raising his arms in a V formation. Riz studied Sam, then copied his motion. Other Shishelians around the room did the same. Emily joined in.
"Why not?"
said Dalton, grinning as he raised his arms. Kess studied the power room through the massive doorway in which the group stood. From their view, the actual floor resided around 50 feet below, and a maze of walkways with stairs between them in various locations filled the area. A grid that stretched from the ground to the ceiling covered the right side of the room. Walkways connected each cell at every level. With 8 columns and 8 rows, there were 64 cells, but some cells spanned more than one unit. The first and last column contained some type of energy distribution structure. They looked like large horizontal pipes with smaller pipes connecting them to the one above or below it. 2 areas that spanned a 3x3 cell area sat between the distribution columns and in the first through third row. A massive fusion reactor sat in each area. Energy storage tanks resided above them from rows 4 to 8, with 6 vertical span cells. She suspected they used alternative energy generation systems elsewhere, but this room had the main one.
This doesn't look good," said Dr. Snowden. "I take it our focus is the 2 fusion generators at the bottom."
Evaran shook his head. "While that would shut off power generation, there are still 6 tanks above. We will need to also turn off at least 3 of those."
"Seems doable," said Val.
Gowcraw pointed at the Tenagrin security force that massed around on the walkways and at each interface with the grid.
"They are not going without a fight, and melee will be required here."
Kess agreed with Gowcraw's assessment. The last thing anyone needed was the storage tanks blowing up. While the fusion generator would not explode, the tanks did not care where their energy came from, and they would explode.
"The walkways and ramps connecting them are a maze," said Dr. Snowden.
Evaran nodded. "It will be a challenge, but here's the plan. Dr. Snowden, you will form a platform and take Val and the Bobs to the fusion generators. I will be down there shortly after, but I need to deal with the 2 armored warlocks in the room first. Kess, V, and Gowcraw and his unit will take the walkways and ramps and handle the storage tanks. As Gowcraw mentioned, melee only, and if you must use ranged, do it away from the grid." He faced him. "Once you clear a storage tank's interface area, V will shut it down."
"It will be done,"
said Gowcraw.
"Analysis. Kess could fly between the walkways and yank the Tenagrins' weapons away."
Kess smiled. "Sure." She glanced at Gowcraw. "There'll still be a tough fight. I saw several pickers and bulkers."
"They stand no chance,"
said Gowcraw. His unit cheered. Kess admired Gowcraw's fearlessness, and it seemed his unit did too. She would do her part, and hopefully there would be no casualties. Dr. Snowden formed his platform after entering the room. Val and the Bobs boarded it. Evaran rushed out and jumped out into the air toward the first armored warlock. Kess's nanoswarm vibrated, and she hovered for a moment, then flew over to the first group of Tenagrin guards who wielded staff and spear-like weapons. Gowcraw and his unit spread out on the walkways and charged the Tenagrins. Kess flew to the first group the Zinix would encounter. She extended her hand to yank the weapons out of the guards' hands. Once the weapons dissolved, the Zinix engaged the Tenagrins. She looked down and saw that Evaran had already disabled one warlock and had moved on to the next one. Dr. Snowden had reached the ground where the Bobs engaged with several guards, pickers, and springers. Her attention focused on a Zinix that had gotten tossed off a walkway. She flew down and caught him before he crashed, then took him to Dr. Snowden's location. "Help them," she said. The Zinix looked up, then at Kess, then grunted. He grabbed his weapon that had fallen, then joined Dr. Snowden, Val, and the others in battle. Kess flew back up and surveyed the chaotic scene. Many individual battles raged, and while the group was winning overall, she noticed some Zinniks among those on the ground. Although she saved one, she missed others in the confusion. Trying to take weapons away and also catch those who fell took a lot of attention. She flew over to where Gaukra and V fought a Bulker. While he was physically tough, even he struggled some against the heavy Bulker. Another one used its whip to keep Gaukra at bay. Time for her to make an impact. She extended her hand. Her nanoswarm disabled the support legs of the Bulker that V fought. Without those, the Bulker was movable. For the one fighting Gaukra, she dissolved the supports and whips, which allowed him to get in close. Dr. Snowden's cry filled her comms. She zoomed over to his location and yanked off a picker that had one of its arms through his leg. As the picker flew through the air, she held it. "Thanks," said Dr. Snowden as he shot a stun blast at the picker. It collapsed. She landed and examined his wound. "How did it get you?" He pointed at Evaran, who spun around like a tornado in the middle of a swarm of Tenagrins. "One got knocked away and into me." "Oh," said Kess. "You going to be okay?" "Yeah, go help the others." She did not want to leave him, but she was needed elsewhere. After squeezing his arm, she rejoined the fight. Evaran must have already dealt with the warlocks, since he was on the ground getting mobbed. She did not worry about him. When she got back to Gaukra and V, she noted that they had shut down one energy storage tank and worked on another. With a small group of Zinniks around them, they were secure. She spent the next 15 minutes yanking weapons and catching Zinniks that fell. Although she did not save all that fell during the whole fight, she at least prevented any more from falling. It had been difficult to navigate the environment. "The fusion generators are down," said Evaran over comms.
"Analysis. Energy storage tanks 1 through 3 are down as well,"
said V. Kess smiled when Evaran contacted Dalton, who let everyone know that his group controlled the command center. The Doomcris was now on emergency power, and its weapons systems were offline. The Shishelians made a buzzing sound when Riz spoke, which did not surprise Kess. He had signaled the Resistance fleet to attack, and the battle was underway. The Zinniks around her grunted and shook their weapons in the air. She flew back to Dr. Snowden, who sat slumped against a wall. "Looks like the Resistance fleet is attacking now." "Yeah," said Dr. Snowden, rubbing his leg. "We'll get that patched up on the Torvata." He nodded. She tilted her head. "Are you okay?" He motioned at the dead Tenagrins and Zinniks that fell from above. "I am. I just—" He sighed. "I know I should be desensitized to death, but those Zinniks aren't alive to celebrate this moment." Kess sat next to him and put her arm around him. She loved his empathy, and a part of her felt guilty for not catching everyone. Gaukra and several Zinniks walked over.
"We thank you for saving those you could."
"I didn't get all of them," said Kess, looking down.
"Perhaps not. But you tried, and you saved what was possible. Their sacrifice was not in vain. We stand here now with the Doomcris down and the Resistance fleet attacking. It is a glorious day."
The Zinniks cheered. She wished she could join in their jubilation, but her mind raced around how she might have been more efficient. Although she had deployed nanoclouds to help show her the fight, her focus had been on Evaran, Dr. Snowden, and V. Perhaps it was due to her strong bond with them, but those few seconds had cost some Zinniks their lives. Riz had informed Evaran that several Resistance ships had landed on the Doomcris and were beginning the cleanup effort. She and the others would stay where they were until a relief crew took over. Then it was on to the fortress. For the moment, she could relax. But she shared Dr. Snowden's misery about the fight. Chapter 29. Emily relaxed in the command center of the Toravata as fresh Shishelian and Zinix troops boarded. After the capture of the Doomchris an hour earlier, Riz and Gaukra were in high spirits and eager for the assault on the ground facility. Emily had thought she would be tired, but her nanobots tingled, indicating she was ready for the next round. It was only 3:00 p.m., so she had some time before her body demanded rest. It made her sad that Dr. Snowden had been hurt, but she understood that in the heat of battle, sometimes you lost track of everyone's position in the confusion. Kess had attended to him and, from what Emily had heard, played a major role in helping fight in a vertically challenged environment. V was in body mode, and Evaran appeared calm as always as he sat in his command chair. Sam and Val looked more determined. Emily suspected they did not expect to lose anyone. That the Tenagrins had anti-bob weapons seemed to strengthen Sam and Val's resolve to take them down. It angered Emily that she could not get to all the gunners in time. Dalton had been cool as ice in leading the group, and he had handled everything like she suspected Evaran would have. She wondered if his enhanced cosmic energy had anything to do with that. His quick thinking had most likely prevented more deaths, although she saw that even the loss of one life bothered him. He had spent some time talking with Sam about the Bobs lost, then talked with Riz about his lost members. Dalton even made sure she was okay and said he was glad to have her with him. Dealing with a multi-alien group came natural to him, and she appreciated his friendship. Emily focused back on the situation. If they destroyed the time cube and took out the facility it resided in, there would still be a lot of Tenagrin Hegemony to deal with, but they would have struck a major blow. At least the tide of information from the Omagala would stop. The plan for the facility resembled the one for the Doomchris. The main difference was that Dalton would lead the group to various areas to shut down the shielding and defenses, while Evaran led another group to the time cube room. Once the facility became vulnerable, the Resistance would begin landing troops. After Riz's and Gaukra's units had been replenished, everyone assembled in the command center. Dr. Snowden's leg had been patched up, and an anxious mood settled over the room. Evaran gestured at V. "Take us to the facility."
Acknowledged.
The Toravata disembarked from the Doomchris and moved toward the planet. Evaran addressed the group. "We have about 25 minutes until we arrive, and we will not be detected until we get there. Their landing pad has a red mist, which highlights the Toravata, and after the Doomchris, I suspect they will be watching for us." "You think the mist was Tarkarik's idea?" asked Dr. Snowden. "Perhaps. Or maybe it was an observation passed down by the Omagala." Dr. Snowden sighed. "Be glad when that communication pipe is cut off."
"We all will be," said Riz.
Gaukra grunted and dipped his head. Evaran gestured at Dalton. "He will lead a group to take down the magnetic shielding around the facility. The systems are independent of each other, so there are 3 major points to hit. Once those are down, Resistance ships can begin landing. In his group will be Gaukra and his unit, Riz and his unit, and Sam and all Bobs minus Val. They will have the heaviest fighting."
"We'll handle it,"
said Dalton. Evaran nodded. "I will lead a smaller group to the time cube room after Dalton's group has made some progress. My group will consist of Emily, Dr. Snowden, Kess, V, and Val. Our goal is to secure the time cube and get it to the Toravata. Dalton and his team will tie up the base's defense, which should allow us to go directly to the time cube without much interference."
"You sure you're not going to need more help?"
asked Riz. Evaran's eyes glowed slightly. "We defeated a subverse entity and its minions with that group, minus the Bobs." Riz's antenna flailed around.
"I understand."
"I had a thought," said Emily. If the magnetic shielding is down, couldn't we use the Torvata to burn to the time cube room? Unfortunately, there is the possibility it might destabilize the facility, and like most Tenagrin architecture, I suspect the shielding for the part that goes underground is separate from the rest of the facility's shielding, said Evaran. Emily nodded. We got this.
I'm sure you do, said Riz. Your skills are impressive, and for our part, we will strip away the facility's defenses and then coordinate with incoming resistance. Hopefully, that lessens the amount of fighting you need to do.
Gowcraw looked around.
We're glad to even be at this point.
As are we, said Sam, gesturing at Val. Kess glanced at Evaran. I take it, then, we all fight to secure the landing area? Yes, said Evaran. Once that is secured, we will split into our groups. The landing bay doors will need to be closed until Dalton's group controls the facility's topside. After that, all bays can be opened to welcome resistance troops. Emily observed the light chatter for the next 25 minutes. Everyone appeared more confident about the plan, and she was surprised she would not go with Dalton this time. Evaran's group consisted of what she was used to from past encounters, and she hoped the trip to the time cube room would be a quick in and out.
Analysis. We are approaching the designated landing pad.
Emily studied the wide opening in the side of the facility. It looked like a hungry mouth waiting to devour its next victim. The area outside buzzed with activity. Pickers ran along the vertical gorge walls that led up to the facility. Drones saturated the air, and small Tenagrin craft patrolled the skies. The Torvata entered the red mist and flew into the landing pad. Emily's eyes widened as a small army of Tenagrins appeared. Turrets lined the walls, and although most threats were highlighted, one Tenagrin made its presence known. It stood larger than the other Tenagrins, even the bulkers, and with its heavy armor and massive two-handed weapon, she suspected it would be a pain to deal with. That is a lot of Tenagrins, said Dr. Snowden. What's that big one? Looks like a juggernaut. I do not know, but we can call them that, said Evaran.
We will take them,
said Gowcraw. Emily loved Gowcraw's fearlessness. The sight of a small Tenagrin army with unknown units did not seem to worry him. Evaran raised a finger. V. Heat the shields and skim the walls to destroy the turrets. Once that is done, land in the center, extend stun beams, and rotate.
Acknowledged.
As the Torvata moved off to the side, Emily gestured at Evaran. Jelton told me you tried to use those on Zika. Evaran nodded. They are not useful in ship-to-ship combat, but they can be utilized for smaller targets. It is as powerful as your PSD stun. Cool. The Torvata reached the first turret and moved into it, causing it to melt into slag. Nearby Tenagrins fled the area. The Torvata continued melting all the turrets. Once done, it hovered in the center of the room and lowered to about a foot off the ground. The Tenagrins opened fire, while the Juggernaut swung a beefy maul at the Torvata's shielding. The Torvata extended two thin rods from its black mesh panels on the side, then spun rapidly as it shot out stun beams. Emily chuckled when Gowcraw and Riz stabilized themselves. They probably tried to figure out how the Torvata could rotate without them being tossed around. The stun hurricane proved too much for the Tenagrins, and even the Juggernaut succumbed to the continuous fire. After a few minutes, most of them were either down or fleeing. Dalton stood.
Looks like we're up.
He glanced at Gowcraw, Riz, and Sam.
Let's get your members ready. Then meet me on the ramp when you're good to go.
They nodded at him and took off. He glanced at Emily.
It won't be the same without you out there.
She stood and grinned. Kick some butt for me, then?
I will,
said Dalton. He studied Dr. Snowden and Kess.
Make sure Evaran and V come back in one piece.
Dr. Snowden laughed. I think you meant that in reverse. Dalton smiled and focused on Val. I'll make sure Sam and the other Bobs are safe this time."
"We trust you," said Val. Dalton raised his arms in a V formation. Sam and Val gleefully reciprocated. Dalton laid a hand on V's shoulder, then looked at Evaran.
"As always, fight well, and I'll try to provide aid as soon as possible."
Evaran stood, and their eyes glowed slightly as they shook forearms. Goosebumps spread out on Emily's arms. Although she and Dr. Snowden had cosmic energy in them, it never made their eyes glow. Dalton must have significantly more than she had initially suspected. He and Evaran shared a bond, and although the others might not detect it, she sensed the cosmic fluctuations in both of them and knew they were in sync. Dalton left for the Torvata ramp. He had worked the room in under 30 seconds, but made it feel natural. She felt better knowing he led the second group. His task was monumental. With over 100 under his command, he would be handling the toughest fighting. With his ability to handle the warlocks and Evat dealing with any technical aspect, they were a potent combo. Her mind focused on the fight ahead for her group. She had no doubt they would succeed. However, the Tenagrins had proven resilient and crafty, and she had seen them evolve. Dalton surveyed the aftermath of the Torvata's stun hurricane. Although he had seen the Torvata use the extended rods in a video he had watched of a previous encounter with Zika, it was quite the experience to see it in person. He suspected that if they had fought in the landing area, it would have been messy. The Tenagrin juggernaut looked tough, and he doubted his stun would work on it. Although it moved slowly, he understood its role was to break through strong defenses so that other units could then swarm in. At his side stood Sam, Riz, and Gaukra. Dalton had a local communication channel with them, and behind them were 100 fighters ready for battle. Some came from the fight on the Doomcris, while others had cycled in to fill the depleted ranks. The bulky Zinniks and their heavy shields would be useful in the battle ahead, and he appreciated the Shishelians' speed as they moved around a battlefield. Dalton waved forward into a hallway leading out of the landing area.
"Let's go."
He verified he contained 100 charges on his baton and 25 on his RSG. He loved that the Torvata had the ability to recharge his suit and weapons instantly. There would have been significant downtime otherwise. The group's goal was to hit the 3 areas that generated magnetic shields for the facility. Evaran suspected there was a 4th generator that covered the time cube area that shot down deep into the ground. The first shield generator was important since, once it powered down, resistance troops would be able to begin landing. The other 2 areas would need to be taken down too, but his focus remained on the first one. The first wave of Tenagrin guards that approached the group crumpled in a blaze of weapons fire. The Tenagrins' wide hallways allowed for a wider attack front. A Springer had broken through to the main group, but landed in a pack of Zinniks who tore it to shreds. Dalton suspected they were taking out years of frustration. The short path to the first shield-generating area led to a large room. Dalton calculated that was where the Tenagrins would mass. It would allow them to move a lot of troops there, and they probably had turrets or something similar present. Although the Torvata had given them a rough layout, it did not indicate what each room did, but it did track the source of each magnetic field that covered the base. He contacted Evaran and let him know that they could begin their trip. Dalton hoped they would not face anything too dangerous, and a part of his approach was to be as loud as possible to draw out the Tenagrin forces. They had steadily been getting stronger as his group progressed, and he figured the Tenagrins probably thought that his force was the main fighting one. After several uneventful fights, they reached the massive open area before the shield generator room. Dalton's eyes widened when he saw the small army of Tenagrins waiting. There were the usual lot of guards, pickers, springers, and bulkers, the occasional heavy gunner, and both armored and unarmored warlocks. The 2 juggernauts caught his eye. They towered over the others, and Dalton was still not sure how to handle them. He pointed to his sides.
"Gaukra, get your unit with shields out to form a line to the sides.
Got it, said Gowcraw. He barked at his unit, which rapidly formed a wall of shields. Riz, when the Zinniks advance into the Tenagrins, take care of the heavy gunners first. Riz relayed the order. Dalton gestured at Sam. Keep the Zinniks between you and the gunners until they're dealt with. Then you're free to go wild. We're ready, said Sam. Dalton nodded. Good. I'll focus on the warlocks and take on the juggernauts. You're planning on fighting the juggernauts alone? Asked Gowcraw. I'll keep 'em busy and away from everyone else. Once the other Tenagrins are dealt with, we can focus on the juggernauts. Riz glanced at Dalton. I don't know if you're crazy or if that's a human thing. Dalton grinned. Sometimes I wonder that too. All right, let's move. Gowcraw's line cheered and shouted as they charged forward into the mass of Tenagrins. As they pushed in, some Tenagrins got by and were dealt with by the Bobs and the Shishelians. When the line reached the gunners, Riz's units swarmed them. Dalton rushed over to each warlock and stunned them with his stun baton. He had to engage a few pickers and some guards, but they were no match for his speed. Along the way, he attracted the two juggernauts, who chased him. While powerful, they moved slowly, something Dalton used to his advantage. Thanks to his new senses, he detected everything around him by focusing. After 5 minutes, he did a quick survey of the fight. The gunners had been dealt with first, which was good, and the Bobs rolled around, tossing Tenagrins. With the warlocks out of the picture, the Zinniks engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the other Tenagrins. The battle appeared to be going their way, but one of the juggernauts stopped chasing him and tore into Gowcraw's unit. Dalton charged the juggernaut and leapt into the air when close. He used the scraper on the bottom of the shield to hit the back of the juggernaut's head. Its third hand tried to grab Dalton. He used his stun baton to shock the hand. The juggernaut faced him while the other one approached and tried to flank him. Their massive mauls swung in the air. Dalton jumped over the first maul swing, then somersaulted over the second one. He grinned when an idea popped into his head. The next few attacks consisted of them trying to hit him. He lined up their hits so that when the first one swung with all its might, he leapt out of the way and allowed the swing to continue on and smash into the second one. Its armor cracked. Dalton jabbed his stun baton into its scaly skin. The first juggernaut tried an overhead attack to knock Dalton away from the second one. Dalton spun around the second juggernaut and kicked it back into the first one's swing. The second Tenagrin crashed to the ground and stopped moving. A loud grunting filled the air as Gowcraw arrived with some Zinniks and began to attack the remaining juggernaut. To help the situation, Dalton rushed up and hit both of the juggernaut's hands in sequence. It dropped its maul. The fight ended when Sam came over and wrapped around the juggernaut's head. The combined effort of everyone pulled it to the ground where its armor was stripped off. After that, successive stuns knocked it out. The Tenagrins who had not been defeated began to flee. Gowcraw held up a limp Tenagrin guard. The Zinniks cheered. Riz met up with Dalton and Sam. We won, but we suffered some casualties. Dalton grimaced. I'm sorry to hear that. Riz's antenna flailed around. It's okay. They knew the risk, and here we are, doing what would have been impossible only a month ago. Gowcraw joined them. My unit wants more. Oh, there'll be more, said Dalton. He gestured ahead. Let's get the shield generator down. Then we can get more resistance troops down here. The shield generator room only contained a few Tenagrins. Dalton suspected the idea was that no one would get in there. Evat easily handled shutting the generators down, and Riz contacted Captain Ariakon to begin sending down troop transports now that one landing area had opened. Dalton updated Evaran on the group's progress, and the focus shifted to handling the other two shield generators. He now understood how to deal with the juggernauts, but it bothered him that they had lost 30 group members in the fight. The Tenagrins fought harder than he expected. Based on that, he decided to hold the first shield generator room until reinforcements arrived. The last thing he needed was to suffer heavy casualties in the second battle and not have enough people to secure either room. He ordered everyone to dig in. Chapter 30. Dr. Snowden rubbed his leg. Between his nanobots and the Toravada's medical ones, he had been fully healed. He still thought he felt some pain, but maybe that was a psychological thing. Kes had stayed with him the whole time in the medical lab, and she now sat next to him in the command center. V stood at the front console in body mode, while Evaran rested comfortably in his command chair. Val and Emily casually joked around, which rounded out the mood. Dalton had led his group out 15 minutes earlier, and Dr. Snowden understood why Evaran had chosen Dalton. His cool head and battle tactics had won over Riz and Sam, and the Shishelians had responded to him well. Galcraw remained high on the coming fight, as did the rest of his Zinniks, and they exuded confidence that they could defeat the Tenagrins, thanks to Evaran. V's robot body shined, and his glowing chest indicated to Dr. Snowden that V was glad to be able to come. Dr. Snowden wondered how Dalton had adjusted to his newfound cosmic energy and all that it brought. Definitely a topic to discuss with him later. As if on cue, Dalton contacted Evaran and said that they were about to fight before the first shield generator room, and that Evaran and the others should head out. A part of Dr. Snowden wanted to join Dalton, but he knew Dalton would probably be okay. Evaran stood. "Let us go." Dr. Snowden followed the others out of the Toravada. His survival suit had earned its keep, as the picker's arm should have cut his leg off when it had hit him. Thankfully, that had not occurred. Emily appeared confident in her suit, but that was to be expected. Kes wore her usual form-fitting light gray outfit, which was much tougher than it looked. Val had her effective metallic skin. The landing area resembled a sea of corpses, but most of the Tenagrins were only stunned for the next hour or so. Resistance forces should be down by then, assuming Dalton secured the first shield generator room. The group entered the hallway that Dalton's group took initially. Dr. Snowden studied the fallen Tenagrins along the way. Some were stunned, others dead. He understood there was no way to guarantee non-lethality, but it still bothered him some that there were deaths. Then again, the Tenagrins had probably done much worse to the Shishelians and the Zinniks. Now they had a chance to fight, and he suspected they did not hold anything back. At a T-junction, the group turned right. Dr. Snowden noted that Dalton's group had gone straight, so this was new territory. Although the base had good illumination, a green light flashed every 100 feet or so. A strange hum also filled the air. Probably a warning system of some type where the Tenagrins reacted to the intensity of both sound and vibrations. The path to the top of the screw structure, as V had aptly named it, was not too far away. Why the time cube showed up there remained a mystery, but one Dr. Snowden was sure they would find out about soon. Small groups of Tenagrins rushed the group. They were probably en route to defend the shield generators. They stood no chance. Between Evaran's lightning-fast strikes, Kes holding them, Emily using her mist beam and stunning them, V tossing them, and Val throwing them around, the Tenagrins were woefully mismatched. Dr. Snowden even got a few stun shots in, and he did not have to try hard. The group reached a ramp and began to descend. Dr. Snowden determined that they had gone down about 3 levels before exiting, and they now stood at the top of the screw structure. Based on the Toravada scan, the time cube was a few rooms away. The lack of guardians disturbed him. Tarkarik had proven he was clever, and this smelled like a trap. Where are the Tenagrins?" asked Emily. Evaran looked around. "I do not know. I sense them, but not in the immediate vicinity. Nonetheless, let us go." Kes's eyes narrowed as they continued on. "I don't like it. This seems wrong. I agree, said Val. Dr. Snowden shared their sentiment, but figured that with this group, they could handle it. They had dealt with far stranger circumstances before. The group reached the end of a small hallway that led into a large octagonal room. A column of light shot up from the middle, and inside it, about 4 feet off the floor, rested the time cube. The solid walls contrasted with the rest of the base. Dr. Snowden pulled out his PSD and scanned for magnetic fields, but did not sense any. He did detect a small rod next to the column with a tiny orb on top. I don't imagine that's a bomb, said Emily, pointing at the orb. I hope it isn't, said Val. Bad memories. Evaran shook his head. It is not. It is a projection device. He looked around. I do not sense any active magnetic fields, but that does not mean they are not there. I do sense something else. He extended his utility handle at the time cube and shot a stun beam, which hit a force field. As I suspected, said Evaran. It is protected. Nonetheless, I can scan it and determine a way to retrieve it. So we're going in? Asked Emily. He shook his head. You all will wait here while I go in alone. What? No, she said. We're a team. Evaran laid a hand on Emily's shoulder. We are. However, if something goes wrong, I will need someone outside the room to help. I am relying on you and the others for that.
Analysis. One of us could go with you.
Evaran looked at the time cube, then back at the group. If it will assuage everyone's concerns, then Emily can come with me. Dr. Snowden, Kess, V, and Val will be our backup. If nothing occurs, we will retrieve the time cube and exit. If it is an ambush, everyone can assist. Works for me, said Emily. Let's do this. Evaran and Emily entered the room. Dr. Snowden grinned. He loved Emily's confidence, and he understood Evaran's cautiousness. Dr. Snowden did note that Val had not been selected to go into the room, probably due to what had happened to Bob. Although there might be an ambush waiting to happen, Dr. Snowden had no doubts that the group could handle it. He only hoped it was not something else not planned for. Evaran and Emily reached the time cube, and Evaran scanned it. Interesting. The force field is being generated from below. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened when the orb flew up into the air and off to the side. It projected a massive hologram of Tarkarik in silver plate armor.
There you are, he said, his voice booming. I wondered when you would come.
Evaran's eyes narrowed. We will find a way around this force field.
Oh, this thing?
Asked Tarkarik, gesturing at the time cube. He waved his hand, and the force field dissipated.
Please, take it if you will leave us alone.
Evaran scanned the time cube again, then grabbed it. You are willingly giving this to us?
Of course.
Evaran looked around. You have enacted magnetic shielding around this room and the surrounding hallway. Dr. Snowden moved to the end of the hallway and noted that an invisible barrier had formed. His heartbeat raced as he noticed that the field advanced, in effect pushing the group out of the hallway and into the room.
That. Yes, a conundrum for sure. You have the time cube, but you can't leave,
said Tarkarik. Evaran looked down. There is something warm beneath us. Dr. Snowden, flying platform, now. Dr. Snowden complied, and Kess, V, and Val hopped on. Dr. Snowden flew the platform over to Evaran and Emily, who rushed over. When within jumping range, they leapt into the air. As they landed on the flying platform, the floor retreated to the sides, exposing the depths of the screw structure. A rising tide of lava covered the bottom.
The orb hovered and continued to project Tarkarik.
"As always, you're full of surprises,"
said Tarkarik, hissing.
"Nonetheless, the lava will rise and fill this chamber. There is nothing you can do about that. It is a self-contained system, so none of your friends can help you. Now, if you can go through lava, you will surprise me. But nothing you have informs me that you can."
Dr. Snowden gulped as he peered over the edge. If he had been a few seconds slower, it might have been a long fall to a quick death. Tarkarik gurgled.
"It's a shame. Really? You'll still die. But now I have to wait until the lava reaches you. I'd have preferred it if you fell to your deaths, but I will be patient."
He clacked his clawed fingertips together.
"If I had known you could create things from nothing, I would have had them design a faster lava pump. However, good things come to those who wait.
Evaran pointed his utility handle-turned baton at the orb. "Then you will not have the pleasure of viewing it through this orb." He fired a stun blast, which knocked it away. A moment later, it fell. "What's the plan?" asked Emily. Evaran looked around the group. "I do not know." Dr. Snowden's stomach dropped. Those were the 4 words he never wanted to hear from Evaran when faced with impending death. Dr. Snowden was not sure how much time they had, but this was the perfect trap. It neutralized the group's fighting ability and would essentially entomb them in lava. Ironically, the tomb was shaped like a screw. Evaran tried to raise Dalton, but communications had been jammed. Even with the group's careful planning, it did not matter. For the first time in a long while, Dr. Snowden was scared. Dalton took a moment to catch his breath. The fight for the second shield generator had been tough, and there were even more casualties on their end. The only plus was that the second shield generator room resided close to the first one, so it was a quick trip there. Thankfully, resistance troops had begun landing, and they secured the first generator. The Tenagrins backed up to the third one, and he was sure that would be a hard fight. For the moment, the exhausted group took some time to lick their wounds. There had been 3 juggernauts and more warlocks in the last fight. That meant Dalton had spent most of his time dealing with the warlocks and trying to corral the juggernauts. Unfortunately, one of them had broken the Zinix line and wreaked havoc on the Shishelians. Sam and the Bobs had stepped up, but they had lost one due to a heavy gunner. Despite the losses, Riz, Gowcraw, and Sam remained in high spirits. Dalton contacted Evaran. No signal. Dalton wrinkled his brow. He was not sure what might be disrupting communications. Perhaps the Tenagrins possessed another surprise that he was not yet aware of. He closed his eyes and focused on the group. Even as far away as he thought they were, he sensed their wildly fluctuating cosmic presence. That was a stark contrast to the sea of calm he had expected from them. Something was wrong. He looked over at the group. "I think Evaran is in trouble. As hard as that is to believe."
"How so?"
asked Riz. Dalton chewed his lip for a moment. "Call it a hunch, but a well-tuned one."
"What do you want to do?"
asked Gowcraw. Dalton nodded. "I should go check it out. Sam, I could use your help. Riz, Gowcraw, you can take the third generator once reinforcements arrive."
"What about the warlocks?"
asked Riz. "They have to concentrate to keep their bubble expanded," said Dalton. "If you apply pressure from all sides, you can overcome it. As for the juggernauts, you have the Bobs. Have them form a giant. They can also toss the warlocks out of combat to be dealt with afterward."
"I like those tactics," said Gowcraw. "We'll have to deal with these on our own once you and Evaran are gone. This is a good time to learn."
Dalton shook forearms with Gowcraw. "I have no doubt in your ability."
He did the same with Riz, although it was a bit harder with a bug arm. Or yours, for that matter.
We'll do our best,
said Riz. I know you will, said Dalton. He glanced at Sam. Any concerns? He shook his head. I'll update the other Bobs. Then we can go. All right. After 5 minutes, Dalton and Sam were on their way. They traced their path back to the T-junction that Evaran would have taken. It did Dalton good to see fresh resistance troops along the way. They had brought some races he had not seen before, and there was a variety of weapon and armor types. It seemed every resistance race was eager to punish the Tenagrins. When they reached the T-junction, Dalton sensed Evaran, Dr. Snowden, Emily, and V more clearly. It was like something at the corner of his eye, but the uneasy sensation he felt got stronger. His stomach churned when another communication attempt failed. Sam had been silent for the most part, and Dalton felt Sam's anxiousness. As they moved toward a ramp, Dalton observed the Tenagrins on the ground. It was obvious Evaran and the others had come this way. It did not take Dalton and Sam long to reach the 3rd level and march down a hallway up to a magnetic field acting as a barrier. Dalton's eyes widened when he looked into the room. Evaran and the others stood on a flying platform that hovered over a rising lava pool. It was getting close to the floor level. Dalton realized that if they did not get out, the lava would fill the area, roasting them alive. Evaran flew the platform over to Dalton and Sam. Dalton could not hear what the others tried to say, but Evaran extended his hand and projected a screen from his ring. Words formed as he talked. From what Dalton understood, the room was self-contained and had no digital connection. Evaran mentioned there might be a manual release and that there was a control room nearby. Dalton wasted no time in pulling up the layout and locating the room. When he got there 5 minutes later, his eyes narrowed when he spotted Tarkarik and a humanoid robot. Tarkarik spun around.
Well, it's the Heristican serial killer and one of those things.
Dalton and Sam charged forward. The humanoid robot stepped in front of Tarkarik. He raised a clawed finger.
Careful. I have a Dalton-class destroyer with me.
You named a class of killer robots after me? Asked Dalton.
I did. It seems your form strikes fear into others, and your name is becoming synonymous with death.
Sam pointed at Tarkarik. You killed Bob, and you will pay for that.
You bore me. Did you come up here to insult me and try to save your friends? Both are equally useless.
We know it's a self-contained system, said Dalton. Tarkarik looked around.
Oh, you think there's something mechanical here? He gurgled. Sorry, nothing like that here, except for my destroyer, who I was able to get built. Thanks to this case, I've been granted many a new power. Your head will help cement my promotion.
Enough, said Dalton. He spawned his stun baton and nanoshield before charging the destroyer. Tarkarik took off out the other side of the room. Sam, get Tarkarik, said Dalton. Oh, he's not going anywhere, said Sam as he charged after Tarkarik. The destroyer tried to stop Sam, but he formed around the robot's arm and kept going. Dalton used the moment to hit the robot on the arm. Sparks flew as it stepped back and pushed the baton away. Dalton tried to shield bash the destroyer, but it ducked and rolled back. He dashed forward and connected on the second attempt. The robot crashed to the ground. It jumped back up and swung at Dalton, who dodged the strike. The destroyer spun and tried to backhand Dalton, but he blocked it with his baton and, in one continuous motion, slid it up to the destroyer's head. When it connected, sparks flew out. The robot shoved Dalton. He regained his footing and switched to his vibrating blade while adopting a defensive stance. The destroyer leapt through the air. Dalton sidestepped and raised his shield. The robot landed on the shield and then got tossed behind Dalton. He rolled forward, and with all his might, he jabbed the blade into the destroyer's head. The robot seized up and wriggled around a bit before it stopped moving. Dalton stood and took a breather. The destroyer was strong and fast, but not faster than him. He was not sure he would have won without his newfound cosmic energy in him. His attention focused on Sam, who had returned, dragging an unconscious and bloody Tarkarik behind him. "I told you he wasn't going anywhere," said Sam. He studied the destroyer. "Seems you took care of that." Dalton sighed. "Yeah, but how do we get Evaran and the others out now? We lost time with this." Sam shrugged. "I don't know. I tried to get Tarkarik to talk, but he claimed there was no way to free them until the chamber was full." He tilted his head. "What about your Torvata touch thing?" "What about it?" "The time cube is a portal. Your Torvata touch deals with portals. You said one part of your purpose was to seal the time cube, but the other part was still not determined. Maybe that unknown part has to do with this moment and portals. Maybe that connection portal thing." Dalton looked off into the distance for a moment. Sam had a point about being chosen and the portals, but Dalton did not understand how to use his Torvata touch. "Perhaps if we go back to the shielding where we saw Evaran and the others before, an idea might come to you," said Sam. Dalton nodded. "Let's do it. Beat standing around here." They took off, and after 5 minutes, they stood at the magnetic shielding. Dalton observed Evaran and the others still hovering next to the hallway entrance. The lava was close now, and he calculated that it would be at the room's former floor level in a minute. He motioned at Evaran to put the cube as close as possible to the magnetic shielding barrier. Evaran complied. Dalton extended his hand toward the barrier. Per Cyrillus, he could open a portal to a nearby one, so he focused on that. "Wow," said Sam. "Your hand just erupted in a blue glow." A portal opened next to Dalton, causing Sam to jump back. Dalton concentrated on the time cube portal. It expanded until it resembled a door. Dalton sensed that the portal next to him and the time cube one had connected, and he could look through to the flying platform. Evaran and the others wasted no time in stepping through and appearing outside the portal near Dalton. After they all came through, Dr. Snowden reached back through, reformed the platform into his PSD, then yanked his arm out. The portal closed, and the blue glow dissipated from Dalton's hand. Emily hugged a startled Dalton. "That was incredible," said Dr. Snowden, squeezing Dalton's arm alongside Kess. Dalton used his free hand to gesture at Sam. It was his idea. Sam grinned. "And it was a good one," said Evaran, rubbing his chin. "You are a true child of the Torvata. The first, actually." Dalton exhaled. "I guess that's the connection portal ability." "I like it," said Emily, stepping back. Evaran nodded. "I believe it to be so, and also suspect it is constrained by your ability to sense a portal." "Yeah, sounds about right. I'm limited by my cosmic sense range."
Analysis. I am glad you had that ability.
"Thanks, V," said Dalton. "I am too." Val smiled. "I'm just happy to be alive." The group shared a laugh. Emily motioned at Tarkarik. "What do we do with him?" "We take him along while we check on Riz and Galcraw. I suspect they'll be happy to deal with him," said Dalton, grinning. Evaran pointed at the time cube that floated on the rising lava. "I believe you need to do something with that." Dalton focused on the cube. He sensed the portal in it like before, and realized he needed to seal it permanently, as opposed to closing it so it might be reopened later. After a moment, he raised his left hand toward the magnetic shielding and concentrated on closing the portal permanently. As he did, his hand erupted into a blue glow. The time cube shuddered, then collapsed on itself into nothingness. "That works," said Kess. Dalton smiled. The time cube and all the misery it brought were gone. Although he did not understand why he had a Toravata touch, he now had an idea of its power. He had sensed the difference in concentration needed between closing and sealing a portal. "And with that goes the Omegala's influence," said Evaran. "Now watch there be others," said Dr. Snowden. Evaran nodded. "Most likely. But this new alliance forming knows what to do with them once one is found. A black hole will easily handle a time cube, but hopefully they never see one again." "Yes, and I hope we never see one again," said Kess. "Let us go," said Evaran. As the group moved out, Dalton reflected on his connection portal power. It would be a useful ability if he needed to reach a portal behind an obstruction. It was limited in use, but he was not arguing with its effectiveness. He did seem more drained than he had thought he would be, but he had also recently fought a robot version of himself. The group's joyous mood warmed him. A sense of relief permeated the air, and for the first time in a while, his mind felt at ease. He understood that if he had not been around, Evaran and the others would have died. The Toravata had already planned how to prevent that, which made him wonder how much Cyrillus knew about the future. Perhaps she had seen it happen in a potential timeline. As mysterious as she was, he suspected he would never find out.
Chapter 31. Kess studied the sea of aliens standing before the platform. Gaukra, Sam, Val, Captain Ariakon, and several other resistance leaders sat on the left side of the platform, while Kess and the rest of the gang were on the right. She understood that the leaders were to be speakers and her side to be honored. 2 weeks had passed since the fall of the Doomcris and the Tenagrin facility, and there had been a whirlwind of activity since then. She fondly remembered Evaran and the others helping her unite humanity and the ceremony that had followed. This time, she viewed it from the other side. And before she reached the platform, aliens in the crowd begged to talk with her. She appreciated the situation, and it made her smile to think about her contribution to the new alliance's formation. It seemed to be a reoccurring theme with her. Dr. Snowden had been patient with her and guided her through throngs of aliens to the platform. This was the first time she had gotten to be with him on what he considered a normal adventure. As unique as her experience had been when she had initially traveled with the group, this one had been just as different. He had handled it with ease, and it made her want to be with him more. His kindness knew no bounds. Emily had been a ball of energy, and she and Dalton had become joking pals for the last 2 weeks. Kess suspected Emily, like Dr. Snowden, had experienced genuine fear while inside the magnetic field, but Kess had too. Emily sat on the other side of Dr. Snowden and interlaced arms with him. She spent time making sure he remained in view at all times. Kess enjoyed being around Emily, and her infectiousness sometimes rubbed off. V had been reflective over the last 2 weeks. He analyzed the situation with the time cube over and over. Every simulation he ran showed strange solutions, such as having the group split into 3 or more teams. In the moment, they had done what they had thought best, and as Kess saw it, that had not worked out as planned. Keeping one group back while Evaran investigated was sensible. Evaran had made a point to stop in and check on everyone. That was his nature. She did note that Dalton and Evaran had spent more time together than any of the others. Perhaps Dalton had gotten in some last-minute pointers on his new abilities. Kess had seen him in the rift room a few times with Evaran. It did not surprise her that when they had hung over the rising lava, he had shown no doubt they would get out. Even if he was worried, she did not recognize it on his face. Dr. Snowden had said he felt Evaran's cosmic energy fluctuate, but that was not something she could verify. Dalton remained mostly quiet,
Outside of talking with others when he interacted with them and joking around with Emily, he did his normal morning workout routine with her and ate meals with the gang. He appeared genuinely happy, and she realized she had never seen him this relaxed. To understand your purpose in life, and that you had been snatched from the jaws of death not once, but twice, would probably make her happy too. The Alliance leaders looked to him as a leader and even begged him to stay. Riz and Gowcraw had grown fond of Dalton over the time they had spent with him. Evat appeared as her female human form and interacted with everyone. She seemed excited to learn, and she had spent a lot of time with V when he was not running simulations on how he could have been more efficient and done better. Kes spent time with Evat, and Kes suspected Evat would be a big help to Dalton in the future. As they both controlled nanoswarms, Kes had shown Evat what was possible. She did not have enough nanobots to do what Kes managed, but she still wanted to see everything. Sam had taken on a seat on the new Alliance. The Bobs had become famous. A week ago, over 100 Bobs had been dropped as steel balls onto a Tenagrin outpost. They had cleared it in under 10 minutes. The local civilization rolled out the red carpet for the Bobs after they removed the Tenagrins everywhere on the planet. Sam was the face of the Bobs, and it pained Kes that Bob did not get to witness what Sam and the others had accomplished. Sam's drive to help and protect others made her appreciate their contribution. Val had been busy assisting the Resistance as well, and along with Sam, she was another face that became popular. Her friendliness and no-nonsense approach to things to all were a good fit when dealing with so many different civilizations. Kes liked talking to Val, who morphed more often than Sam. Riz had also been swamped with helping organize the effort against the Tenagrins. Although one domino had gotten knocked down, the Tenagrin Hegemony remained strong. Gowcraw had been pulled into those meetings as well. She figured he had not been as involved in the past due to his civilization's lack of ships. Now the Zinniks, along with the Shishelians, were pointed to as the embodiment of taking the fight to the Tenagrins. Kes suspected their schedules would be busy for a long time. She recalled her schedule after her alliance had formed. The crowd fell silent as Sam walked to center stage. A device resided on the back of his head. There was no podium, but behind him was a giant hologram of himself. Kes grinned when posts in the crowd projected it as well. That was one way to make sure everyone heard and saw what was going on. She eased into her chair and squeezed Dr. Snowden's hand as Sam began to talk.
"This moment in time will be forever remembered," said Sam. "The Tenagrin hegemony is dwindling, and as of now, over 300 civilizations have been freed."
The crowd cheered. Sam let the noise die down naturally.
"With the destruction of the Time Cube, the architect of the Tenagrins rise to power. We are now on a level battlefield."
He gestured at Evaran and the gang.
"None of this would have been possible without the help of Evaran, Dalton Kingston, Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, Kes, and V. They gave my species sentience and brought me, along with the other Bobs, into the fight. And we're glad to have been a part of it."
The crowd roared. Sam motioned to the other side of the platform.
"And I certainly don't want to forget the contributions of Riz, Gowcraw, Captain Oriakon, and the other Resistance leaders. There would be no resistance without them. Or if there was, not one as highly organized."
Kes smiled and appreciated that he acknowledged the others. She understood that recognition was a powerful tool for getting others to compromise. Sam faced the crowd.
"Know that I appreciate being nominated to be the first president of the Alliance, and I will do my best to ensure the Tenagrin threat is removed and that there is freedom and justice for all."
Kes recognized parts of Sam's speech from Earth ones. It made sense, given that he was more fluent in the culture of Dr. Snowden and Emily's period. Kes enjoyed watching how the various alien races in the audience cheered. Some waved hands, while others moved antennae and body parts unknown. Some made buzzing noises, while others growled or grunted. It was a strange mix of sounds, but she understood the intent.
"Although Evaran and his team will be leaving us, they will not be forgotten, and I, for one, will miss them."
The crowd fell silent. Sam looked down for a moment, then back up with fire in his eyes.
"They stood strong against impossible odds, persevered through unimaginable situations. Yet here they are to see us off into a productive future."
Sam faced Evaran and the gang and knelt.
"You have my gratitude, my respect, and my lifelong friendship."
Those in the crowd who could kneel did so, while others crossed their arms or bowed their heads. Riz, Gaukra, and the other leaders on the stage stood and then showed deference. A warm glow washed over Kes. Although she had felt something similar with her own alliance, to be a part of all this with Dr. Snowden was a new experience. She smiled when Evaran dipped his head. After Sam stood, he motioned at the other resistance leaders.
"There is a lot to talk about, and it's time you meet your new leaders."
The audience cheered wildly. Kes's throat constricted as she realized that the adventure was over. She would be going back to her alliance and, sadly, Dr. Snowden back to Earth in his time period. She treasured any time she had with him, and she knew he did with her. As depressing as it was to leave Sam, Val, and Kes's newfound friends, it would be more so when she watched the Toravata fly away. For the moment, she would soak in all she could and enjoy it. Tarkarik slithered with his hands bound and a cowl over his head into a room with a lot of others in it. His senses were somewhat dulled. It had been 3 weeks since the Doomcris had been captured and the Time Cube facility on Joris Prime had been taken over. It had been a blur for him, and darkness had become his constant companion wherever he went. This was not how he had expected everything to turn out. His beady eyes squinted when the cowl was removed. He stood on a circular pad before a half-circular platform with a table that ringed it. Behind the table were a variety of aliens. One of them, in the center, pointed at Tarkarik.
"I'm Sam of the Bobs. You're here because of your role in the Tenagrin Hegemony."
"I don't recognize your authority," said Tarkarik.
"You don't have a choice in the matter,"
said Sam. He pointed around at others.
"Thanks to the efforts of Riz, Gaukra, Captain Ariakon, and others, the Tenagrin Hegemony has already ceded a quarter of its territories, and the resistance has grown immeasurably. A reckoning is happening."
"Lies! Tell yourself whatever makes you feel better. When my brethren retrieve me, then a reckoning will occur."
Sam smiled.
"You know, you killed Bob. Not directly, but through your bomb trap. It's in my memory as if I was there, and I wish he were here to see you now."
He swept his hand out.
"My story is not unique. Atrocities performed in your name are everywhere. Most want to kill you, but we have another idea. You're going to live."
"Yeah, and watch your hegemony crumble. said Gowcraw.
A Zinix. We should have annihilated your planet and its primitive culture on the first pass through,
said Tarkarik. Gowcraw rose up, but Sam motioned at him with a hand down. He grunted and sat down.
That's right. Obey your new master,
said Tarkarik. I'm no one's master, said Sam. We're all equal here. Thanks to the time cube information being distributed throughout, we're also technologically equal to the Tenagrins. Now they have to compete as equals.
Riz's antenna flailed around. That's why they're losing. Your propaganda techniques won't work on me. I'm an inspector now.
Sam shook his head. No. Your new designation is prisoner, Tarkarik. You'll join the other Tenagrins we captured, and you will receive no special treatment other than a humane environment, something you never gave to your prisoners.
And that's why you're weak. If you had any strength, you would kill me now. I'm not afraid of death. Are you?
Everyone is, including you. But you don't want to admit it, said Sam. Nonetheless, there is a sub-commander we captured who really seems to dislike you. Not even your own troops like you. That says a lot.
Tarkarik hissed. Did you bring me here to listen to nonsense?
Sam grinned. No. Look around you. Tarkarik did so. Notice there are only a handful of us in here and 2 guards. That's because I'm going to show you something Evaran has approved.
Evaran's a false god, said Tarkarik.
Sam interacted with the table console in front of him. He doesn't claim to be a god, but he agreed that it would be good for you to witness what awaited you when you completed the time cube. Tarkarik leaned forward. Although he did not trust Sam or the others, Evaran appeared to care for them, and he had proven himself to be a worthy adversary with unusual abilities. His eyes focused on the projection that appeared before him. In it, Evaran talked to a gaseous being. If this was a trick to fool him, it was an elaborate one. The Omegala, as they called themselves, wanted the Tenagrins to unlock the time cube so that their home system would be used as food. After the projection ended, Tarkarik's beady eyes rapidly blinked.
Nice illusion.
Sam shrugged. You can choose to believe it or not. We did you a favor by taking away the time cube. Well, Dalton collapsed it.
You're in league with that violent murderer. That doesn't surprise me.
You can live mentally in whatever world you want. Physically, you're in ours, said Sam. Enjoy the beginning of a new chapter of your life, one where you can no longer inflict pain on others and instead will bear witness as those you oppressed are now in power. Tarkarik hissed as the cowl was placed over his head. He struggled to understand why his gods had forsaken him. Surely this was not what he was meant to be in life. A prisoner of the hated resistance. There must be some mix-up. But how gods got confused was a mystery. Perhaps Evaran had had something to do with it. Tarkarik simply refused to believe this was his new life. To make matters worse, he would now be incarcerated with those of his kind that despised him. That would probably be the hardest part of imprisonment. It boggled his mind that the appearance of the fanatical zealot Dalton Kingston had heralded the arrival of the end times. Perhaps if Tarkarik had acted faster, or maybe even given Evaran the time cube earlier, none of this would have come to pass. Tarkarin would still do whatever was needed to escape and restore the Tenagrin Hegemony. This was but a minor setback, he was sure of it. The resistance could enjoy their temporary empowerment, but he would live to see it torn down.
His body trembled as a surge of anger swept through him. He had to survive to witness that day. Dr. Snowden smiled as the Toravata approached the place where they had had their ceremony 50 years ago. Evaran had taken the Toravata to the future to observe how the Alliance had fared, having promised to check in with Sam, Val, Riz, and Gowcraw. For Dr. Snowden, it had only been an hour since the activities at the platform had concluded. He loved time travel. Kess sat to his right in the right U-shaped seating area of the command center. Although the ceremony had been a joyous occasion, he sensed her sadness. He understood it, as he had the same sensation at the thought that he would be leaving again. On the plus side, he would get to visit her soon, thanks to the Toravata's rift room, but it still pained him to be away from her. Emily pointed out, "Whoa, check that out."
"They made a statue of all of us," said Dalton.
Analysis. It is a good one.
"I like it," said Evat, smiling. "I concur," said Evaran. "I suspect the 4 people next to it are Riz, Gowcraw, Sam, and Val." Dr. Snowden pulled up a window that zoomed in. "Yep, that's them." "I can't wait to hear how everything's developed," said Kess. She glanced at Evaran. "You never did that after we formed our alliance." Evaran half smiled. "That is because there was a certain connection that prevented that." Dr. Snowden grinned. "Well worth it." Kess squeezed his arm. Dalton stood and walked over to the front.
"The technology here is much more advanced. It seems they've normalized the Tenagrins' tech."
"Yeah, and that's a good sign that this isn't a Tenagrin city," said Emily.
"I agree," said Dalton.
He studied the statue, then smiled at V in orb mode near the front console.
"You're present in body and orb mode."
V's lights glowed brighter. Dalton motioned at Evat.
"And you, in spider drone form."
"I am glad to have been a part of it, but I was a virtual intelligence for most of the trip."
Dalton eyed her. "Perhaps, but you've grown, and your contributions apparently were not forgotten."
Evat nodded.
Analysis. They also have Bob in the statue.
"Huh. I guess they do," said Dr. Snowden. "Well, he deserves to be there." "Yeah," said Kess. The Toravata landed next to the statue, and the group disembarked. Sam and Val rushed over and hugged everyone, while Riz and Gowcraw shook everyone's hands. Dr. Snowden observed that both Sam and Val looked like they hadn't aged a day. Given the Bob's ability, that made sense. Val wore an outfit that appeared heavily inspired by ancient Egyptian culture. Sam wore a black business suit. Riz and Gowcraw had some gray and white hairs on their heads, and they wore robes specific to their races. It occurred to Dr. Snowden that he was not aware of how long Zinniks or Shishelians lived, but with advanced technology, probably a long while. "You all just came from the ceremony, didn't you?" asked Sam. Emily laughed. "Yeah." Riz glanced at Gowcraw, then back at the group.
"Impressive. Sam talked about it, but it's another thing to see it. Your power is truly unimaginable."
Evaran nodded. "It is good to see you all, and also good that this is not a Tenagrin city. How have things developed?" Val smiled and motioned at the statue. "Better than expected. This statue resides on every freed planet and stands for liberation. The Tenagrin Hegemony is back in their home system and is just one civilization among thousands in the United Systems of Kenadu." She crooked a thumb at Sam. He chose the Kenadu part. "I did," said Sam.
Gowcraw grunted. "The fight was not easy, though. The Tenagrins did not go willingly, and we lost many fighting them. But at the end of the solar cycle, we were triumphant."
"What happened to Tarkarik?" asked Emily.
"He was killed by one of his own in prison.
A sub-commander, if I recall.
It was, said Sam. Tarkarik remained delusional to the end, though, and believed the situation was temporary.
Glad it wasn't, said Emily with a smile. Sam nodded. Dalton studied Gowcraw.
No signs of any other time cubes? None. And if any are detected, we know what to do with it, said Gowcraw.
Query: did you discover any more information about the time cube from Tenagrin data storage?
Asked V. Gowcraw glanced at Sam, Val, and Riz.
We did. But we destroyed it.
Sam shook his head.
The Tenagrins were on track to learn about dimensional mechanics. The only four that know anything about the path the Tenagrins would have taken are standing before you.
Then it is in good hands, said Evaran. What will you do now? Asked Val. Evaran motioned at Dalton, Evod, and Kess. We have to drop them off. Then Dr. Snowden, Emily, V, and I will go back to Earth. Val chuckled. Although I've never been there, I feel like I have. All Bobs do. As a matter of fact, if you can stay the night, we can show you the influence Earth has had on, well, everything. That would be cool, said Emily. Riz motioned at V and Evot.
There are also some AI engineers who would like to talk with both of you.
I will be glad to assist them,
said V. Me too, said Evot, smiling.
And we have some questions as well about some of the information outside the dimensional mechanics that we learned, said Riz. He glanced at Gowcraw. There is some debate as to what it would lead to. Not so much a debate as a clarification, said Gowcraw. I know, my old friend, said Riz.
Evaran nodded. I will help in any way I can, and we would be glad to stay the night here. Sam grinned.
Great! We can talk things over at Gowcraw's Taco Empire.
Everyone looked at Gowcraw.
Tacos are quite delicious, as it turns out, he said.
The group shared a laugh. Val danced around. We also created some dance clubs. You did? Asked Dr. Snowden. That must be interesting. Like I said, you'll be shocked at how much Earth culture is here. He nodded. I look forward to it. Kess winked at Dalton. We're quite the dynamic dancers. Watch out.
Yeah, we are, he said.
Evot danced around.
She is too, said Dalton.
The group laughed. Evaran raised a finger. Before we go, I wanted to say thank you for including Bob in the statue. He is missed.
Sam sighed. All we can do is move forward, right?
Analysis. You are correct.
Val laid a hand on Evaran and V's shoulders. I'm glad he got to know you. She looked around. All of you. She raised her arms in a V formation. Now, tacos, dancing. Let's get going. Dr. Snowden loved that Val was so energetic. Like when Kess formed her alliance, Earth culture had spread again. It probably helped that there were over 7,000 Bobs with it burned into their head. The thought of having tacos so far away from Earth seemed ludicrous, but good food and company were not something he would ever turn down. The United Systems of Kenadu had a bright future. A part of him wanted to go 1,000 years into the future and see how everything looked, but he figured Evaran would want to keep future knowledge limited. Even coming this far had surprised Dr. Snowden, but he was not one to turn down an opportunity like this. He was curious as to what additional information from the time cube was being debated. The Tenagrins had been on the brink of total domination. Thankfully, the Torvata had intervened and even gained a representative in Dalton. Dr. Snowden grinned. It would be good to have Dalton and Evot on Earth, and Dr. Snowden did not think the future criminal elements were ready for their arrival. He would provide them whatever help was needed. For now, as Val had mentioned, it was food and dance time.
Chapter 32. Dalton's throat constricted as the Torvata came in range of Lord Noskov's base. Although the landing pad jutted out the side of a mountain, Dalton enjoyed seeing the trees and sun out. It had been a long time since he had visited an Earth similar to his, and now he was here. A part of him did not want to leave Evaran and the others, but the Torvata had made its choice, and Dalton would honor it. It was January 9th, 2013, the same day that Dr. Snowden and the others had left to see Kes initially in her time period, although they had left at 9:30 a.m., and it was now 1:30 p.m. Dalton's mind still boggled at the concept that someone who saw Dr. Snowden or Emily in the morning would have no idea that 4 hours later they would come back from fighting a massive snake alien empire in a faraway galaxy. Emily and Dr. Snowden seemed excited to visit Lord Noskov's base. Although they lived on the same Earth, their schedules always conflicted. Kes appeared apprehensive, and Dalton suspected the approaching time when she and Dr. Snowden would be apart played a factor there. V smiled while in his projected mode, and Evat used her humanoid form next to him. They had bonded, and although V was more advanced, he had been kind and patient with her. Evaran was cool as always, and it did not seem like much fazed him. The Torvata landed, and everyone exited. Dalton scrutinized the approaching group of 5 people. He focused his senses to see what they were. The first one wore a black business suit with a cape that had a red interior. The pale skin, black eyes, and clawed fingers left no doubt this was an ancient vampire, a Daedrold strain. That must be Lord Noskov. While Dalton had read up on Earth's non-humans, it was another thing to see a vampire in person. On his Earth, they were a myth. The second ancient vampire wore light black armor and looked like he could jump into a fight at a moment's notice. Dalton placed the vampire as Lord Vigon. Mikhail would then be the third ancient vampire. He wore heavy black armor and towered over the others. The fourth and fifth were human, and Dalton surmised the younger male was Jake Melkins, and his father, Robert Melkins, was the older one. When the two groups met, Emily hugged everyone while Dr. Snowden shook hands and slapped them on the back. Evaran forearm shook with the ancient vampires, but tousled Jake's hair. Dalton understood that Evaran and Jake had a strong connection from the Torvata's archives. Robert got a handshake from Evaran. V high-fived everyone. Dalton and Evat stood off to the side. He did not know how they would be introduced, but from what Evaran had mentioned, this was going to be Dalton's new temporary home. Lord Vigon walked over and extended a hand.
Dalton Kingston, you've finally arrived.
I have, said Dalton, returning the handshake. Lord Vigon seemed to know everyone's future. Dalton wondered if he would be known, and it seemed he was.
And this must be the lovely Evat,
said Lord Vigon, extending a hand. Evat shook it and smiled. It sure is. Let me guess, you knew Dalton and Evat were coming today, didn't you? Asked Dr. Snowden, glancing at Lord Vigon.
Yeah. I hope my future is good then, asked Dalton. I can't say, said Lord Vigon, but I will say this. Your presence here is greatly appreciated, and we will do everything in our power to welcome you to this Earth.
Dalton nodded.
I look forward to what's to come.
Lord Noskov shook his head.
Lord Vigon and his future knowledge again.
He shook Dalton's hand.
Nonetheless, as my fellow lord mentioned, our base is open to you.
Evaran raised a finger. Dalton is the first chosen of the Torvata. He has some unique abilities. Lord Vigon chuckled. Evaran half smiled. First, from my perspective.
There you go.
Nonetheless, the Torvata wants him here, and it said he was to be Inspector Dalton Kingston, Earth Ward.
Really?
Asked Jake.
They have like 4 inspectors, but they haven't had much success in the role.
Evaran gestured at Dalton. He is 104 years old and spent 70 years as a Scoutspector, or Space Inspector.
Well, that's impressive,
said Robert. Dalton nodded at him. Jake laughed.
Yeah, the position just got a big boost.
I hope so, said Dalton.
I understand that although my technological and biological advantages would not normally be allowed, I'm a special case.
Kess winked at Dalton. You're by far the most advanced human on the planet, except for this moment. He smiled.
Not all of us are from 500,000 years in the future.
Do I smell burgers? Asked Emily. Robert grinned ear to ear.
Dr. Snowden's favorite. And there's more than enough to go around.
What are we waiting for? Said Dr. Snowden. Dalton savored the moment. Eating grilled burgers was something he did on his Earth, and the thought of having one made him salivate. It also forced him to remember the last time he had tasted a decent, non-replicated burger. He had taken his family to a park and spent half a day there. Despite the sad memory, he was in good company. As he walked over to the grill, Evat sidled up to him. I like this place.
It's a lot better than the ones we saw, said Dalton.
I agree. The group arrived, and Robert began to load up plates. V suggested I choose new forms to move around with, said Evat.
Analysis. Your drones are scary to humans.
Jake drew his head back.
What do they look like?
Evat transformed into a spider drone, then an aerial one.
Yeah. You don't want those forms unless you want to make people run away.
What do you recommend? Asked Evat.
A cat, said Emily. That'd cover your spider form at least.
And a crow for the air, said Kess. Evat tilted her head. I will research them and choose one. Thank you for the options.
So you're an AI, like V? Asked Mikhail.
Yes, but not as advanced. I can't stealth or shoot stun blasts or have a PSD as an arm. I can dance better, though, said Evat.
Mikhail laughed. I wasn't expecting that answer.
Analysis. I am unique, but she is a better dancer.
You're both unique, said Lord Vigon.
Dalton's eyes narrowed.
So you're aware of our recent adventure, then?
The Time Cube and the Tenagrins, said Lord Vigon.
That's so odd that you know of these events.
It is odd, said Evaran. However, I suspect he has traveled with one of my future forms. As such, he would have access to knowledge to that point. Lord Vigon shrugged.
I can't say.
I understand, and I appreciate that you keep it to yourself. Lord Vigon nodded. How many kids do we have? Asked Kess, squeezing Dr. Snowden's arm. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened mid-bite. The group laughed.
This is going to be an interesting chapter in my life,
said Dalton as he took a paper plate with a juicy burger on it from Robert. I think so too, said Emily. She crooked a thumb at Dr. Snowden. We'll be around too when we're not out and about. Yeah, and you get to experience the Wild Haven Institute, said Dr. Snowden. Dalton nodded.
I look forward to it.
He looked around.
I take it I have a room here already, then?
Everything's been arranged, said Lord Noskov.
Sounds good,
said Dalton. He understood how rare these types of meetings were, and for the moment, it almost felt like he was back on his Earth. The warm temperature, sun out, good friends and food, it all added up. This was going to be his new home for a while, at least until he found his footing and place on this Earth. It saddened him that Evaran and the others would most likely be leaving after the cookout. Dalton had formed a connection with the Torvata, and he would never forget receiving its gifts. there was still one thing left to do, and before the day ended and Evaran and the gang left, Dalton had a surprise for them.
Dalton had enjoyed the day with Evaran and the others. Lord Vigon had acted like he knew Dalton as an old friend, which was strange. He sensed that they would become good friends over time. Lord Noskov was pragmatic and easy to deal with. Mikhail looked forward to having someone to run missions with, since Dalton would be tagging along to learn the ins and outs of this earth. Jake was a ball of energy, and Dalton liked interacting with him. Robert was reserved for the most part, but he lit up around Dr. Snowden. Around Dalton in the hollow room stood the gang. Evat had merged back into him, and she mentioned that she had enjoyed the day's festivities. Cyrillus had told Dalton in his last dream that he could see his family in the dream layer. From what he understood, Evaran and the others could also enter dreams using Torvata tech. Although he planned to go solo initially, Cyrillus would be present, and Dalton wanted Evaran to see her. It was only fair, then, to extend the offer to the others.
"So, what's going on?" asked Dr. Snowden.
Dalton cleared his throat. "In my last dream, Cyrillus offered me a chance to visit my family one last time in the dream layer. Obviously, I accepted, but Cyrillus would be there."
He looked over at Evaran.
"From what I read, I'm aware the Torvata has dream tech, and I wanted to offer you a chance to see her again."
Evaran's eyes softened. "I would like that."
"And since Evaran would go, I wanted to extend the offer to meet my family to everyone."
"I'm in," said Kess.
"Me too,"
said Emily.
"Analysis. This would be pleasing."
Dr. Snowden grinned.
"Definitely in."
Dalton nodded. "Okay. I'm not sure how the Torvata's dream tech works, but I can go into sleep mode at will."
Evaran interacted with a console. A circle of chairs formed around a central one. Each reclined chair had a flexible metallic headband and also wires that led up to the center chair.
"I guess I get the center,"
said Dalton, taking his seat and putting on his headband. The others climbed into their seats and put on theirs. Evaran looked around. "Although I do not sleep, I can still enter dreams. Once Dalton begins to dream, everyone will receive an enhanced neural effect and go to sleep and into his dream." He glanced at Dalton. "I believe we are ready." Dalton took a measured breath and kicked back in his recliner. Once comfortable, he closed his eyes and switched into low power mode. Although it was meant to conserve energy, he found that it also put him into deep sleep. He opened his eyes and surveyed the quiet neighborhood street. It was where he had bought his first house before the bombs had fallen. The smell of freshly cut grass filled the air, and the warm temperature made him relax. He had switched to a casual outfit of jeans and a shirt, something he used to wear all the time. It had been a long while since he had seen the outfit. Usually he just formed a form-fitting dark gray suit over his body. Looking around, he verified that Evaran and the others had come through. Even Evat was there in her humanoid form. Everyone got busy examining everything, and it amazed him that they were able to share in his dream. It puzzled Dalton that his dream had taken him to the group's current location. He had expected they might appear in a cloudy plain or something. "This is cool," said Emily. "Reminds me of bonding with Jelton."
"Yeah,"
said Dr. Snowden. He gestured at the closest house.
"I'm guessing we're in front of your home, and your wife and 2 kids are inside."
A boy ran out the front.
"Dad!"
A wave of emotion swept over Dalton. His knees buckled as he dropped to the ground. It was Adam, his 8-year-old son. He looked just like Dalton remembered, except healthy. Tears flowed down Dalton's face as he gasped. When Adam reached Dalton, they hugged tightly. He never wanted to let go and could not believe he was actually hugging his son. While death might be absolute, it could be skirted to some degree. A young girl ran out. It was his 9-year-old daughter, Samantha. Her crop of black hair appeared shorter than Dalton remembered, but he was just glad to have the opportunity to see her. She joined Adam in hugging Dalton. A young woman with tan skin in a white dress and sandals emerged. Dalton stood while holding both his kids' hands. He tried to contain his emotions, but they were an unstoppable river at this point. He rushed over to Layla and hugged her tight. Both children clasped on from opposite sides. After a moment, they separated.
"I'm not sure how this is possible. We're dead, but we're not," said Layla.
Dalton nodded. "I know."
"The nice lady helped us," said Samantha.
"Cyrillus?" asked Dalton. Samantha pointed off to the side, where a woman of pure energy formed. Dalton's throat constricted. "She is a nice lady, and I owe her everything for this last chance to see you all." Cyrillus walked over and caressed Dalton's cheek.
"Enjoy your time with your family."
She then walked over to Evaran, and they touched hands, palm forward. A tear rolled down Evaran's cheek. Dalton did not think that possible. But they were in the dream layer. Standard rules did not apply, it seemed. Cyrillus greeted the others, then went back to Evaran. They formed a swirling ball of energy that intertwined with each other. Emotions permeated the air, and Dalton confirmed that Dr. Snowden and the others struggled to keep theirs contained. Dalton turned back to his wife and kids. "I have some friends I want you to meet." He walked over to the others and introduced his family. Emily kneeled and smiled at Adam. "You're the spitting image of your father." "Yeah," said Adam, grinning. Layla walked over and hugged Evat.
"You've been at my husband's side, helping him, guiding him, and being there when he needed someone. I'm so glad you're in his life."
"Of course," said Evat. "I'm glad to have this opportunity to meet you. I have heard much about you and your children."
Layla stood back and nodded.
"Cyrillus showed us Dalton's journey to this point. I'm still not sure I can believe half of it, but here we are. And you were a big part of that. You're the sister I never had."
Evat smiled.
"I would be proud to have that designation."
Cass squeezed Layla's arm.
"Dalton is an amazing person, and we're glad to have met him."
Layla hugged a startled Cass.
"Cyrillus showed us how you treated him like family. I couldn't have asked for more." "Query: did you view Dalton's completion with cosmic energy?"
Layla took a step back and smiled.
"I did. And he has a second chance. Well, 12th chance at life."
The group laughed.
"He's tough for sure," said Dr. Snowden.
Layla nodded. Dalton forgot how easy everything was with Layla around. Adam and Samantha took off to play with V and Evat, who showed off their projected mode forms. Adam loved Evat's new forms that she had chosen, especially the cat one. Samantha liked the crow one. V also morphed into a cat and crow, and they played tag with the kids. Dalton sighed. He knew this moment would not last for too long, but he did not want to leave. A part of him wondered if his physical body would die if he stayed, but he understood his family would move to the life layer and become a part of it. Evaran and Cyrillus remained intertwined, and as Dalton understood it, a time dilation effect was present, so a minute to him might be 10,000 years wherever they were. He was glad that Evaran was able to have this encounter, along with everyone else. With Layla at his side and his kids nearby, Dalton felt truly complete.
Chapter 33.
Emily's heartbeat raced as the Torvata landed. The group was at the end of timeline 1745, home of the Rift Guardians. They had situated their headquarters there on a massive rock that hung in pure blackness. Although she was excited to see Jelton Stollerin, a former traveling companion, and also her boyfriend, She was sad about Dalton leaving. She had grown close to him, and the Toravata felt empty without him. His impact had been felt by the others as well. Emily had gotten goosebumps when she had witnessed Dalton and Evaran forearm shake, and their eyes lighting up in sync. He had probably never planned on seeing Cyrillus again, and thanks to Dalton, he had had that opportunity. Emily understood how rare that was. Dr. Snowden, Kess, and V had also formed close bonds with Dalton, and meeting his family had only reinforced them. It made Emily want to visit Jelton even more. Dr. Snowden had Kess still with him to share the experience with, and Emily wished Jelton could have come, but he was second in command over all Rift Guardians. Even though the Toravata could take him back to a moment after he had left, when he focused on something, he saw it through to the end. She did not want to be the cause of him losing focus. V and Evat hanging out had cracked her up. They had enjoyed playing with Dalton's kids, and their never-ending parade of shapes had been a sight to behold. Evat had been friendly and genuinely appeared eager to learn and help others. Emily wondered what it must have been like to be a part of Dalton for so long, then finally meet his family. Evat now possessed context, and Emily suspected that made the bond between Evat and Dalton even stronger. After the group exited the Toravata, she hustled ahead, then paused and looked back. Evaran half smiled. "Go. We will catch up." They probably sensed that her cosmic energy was in flux, but she was anxious to see Jelton, who happened to be walking toward them, with Galden Cull, the supreme leader of the Rift Guardians. When she reached them, she hugged Jelton tight. Galden laughed.
"Someone was eager to see you."
Jelton gave Emily a quick kiss before they untangled.
"And I was eager to see her."
He eyed Emily.
"I take it this is more than a social visit."
Evaran and the others arrived, and everyone greeted each other. "It is," said Evaran. He extended his hand and used his ring to project the device Dalton had used to jump timelines. "We are in need of rift cubes for this device." Jelton studied the projection.
"I'm not familiar with those cubes' design, but it's possible."
Galden rubbed his chin.
"Yes, but those marks on the side of the cubes, those are Rift Guardian ones."
He eyed Evaran.
"This is an out-of-sequence thing, isn't it?"
"I believe so," he said. Dr. Snowden shook a finger. "So, you guys build it because we showed you the finished product before it was built. Not at all strange."
"It would seem so, my friend," said Jelton. "Might I ask the purpose of this? I know it opens portals, but why do you need it?"
Kess smiled. "We drop it off to someone who will use it, then join us on an adventure we just finished."
Galden shook his head. "I thought we had trouble with temporal matters. You seem to revel in them."
Kess is right that the person we dropped off a bit ago uses this in the past. Although he knows that we dropped this off to him, his past self did not, said Evaran.
"You will have our aid, my friend," said Jelton, glancing at Galden. Galden nodded. "No question about that. While you're here, there's a Mortani that wants to talk with you."
Evaran tilted his head. "What do they want to talk about?"
"I don't know. She said I wasn't to learn about cosmic affairs."
Evaran studied the ground for a moment. "Okay, I will talk to her then. I assume it is not one of the three we dealt with."
"It's not. I wouldn't waste your time like that, but this Mortani has been a model prisoner. I get the sense that she didn't care for what happened, and now she's paying the price for the actions of the few."
"I understand," said Evaran.
"While we attend to that, Jelton can have your device created and filled with rift cubes," said Galden.
Kess smiled at Jelton. "That assumes you get your arm back from Emily." Emily flung her arm in the air and snapped as she eyed Kess. They shared a laugh. Emily loved having Kess around. She lightened the mood, and in a fight she exuded power.
Analysis. This is Kess's first time here. Perhaps a tour is in order.
Jelton high-fived V.
You're absolutely right, my friend.
He glanced at Galden.
I'll take care of the device and the tour.
All right, said Galden. Evaran motioned at the Torvata. Shall we go?
You know I never miss a chance to fly in the Torvata,
said Galden, slapping Evaran on the back.
Let's go.
Emily smiled as she watched them leave. It was now just her, Jelton, V, Dr. Snowden, and Kess. It felt natural that Emily and Dr. Snowden had significant others around. She wondered if V thought about Solia, his android girlfriend from an alternate timeline in times like this. Emily made a mental note to ask V how his relationship with the current timeline version was going. For the moment, everything seemed perfect. Kess had enjoyed her visit to Jelton's headquarters. He had seen hers before the adventure, and now she visited his. She sensed Emily was not ready to leave, but Jelton had a lot going on. The Rift Guardians were in the middle of a campaign, and the fact that they had taken time out not only to help, but also to give a tour said a lot about the respect they gave Evaran and the others. With the device built, all that remained was its delivery. Per Dalton, he had woken up and heard a noise outside a shack he stayed in, and when he had investigated, the device was present, along with a note. It boggled her mind that the Rift Guardians had built it after its use, but she also understood that was from her perspective. Dalton finding it kicked off many events, and it had not even been placed yet from the group's perspective. Time travel was strange. The group met back on the Torvata, which supplied the coordinates for the shack on Dalton's Earth. They had assembled on the roof, her favorite spot. She loved looking around without fear of the environment doing her in. Emily appeared a bit down, but that was expected. On the plus side, Jelton had invited her to travel to one of his campaign locations. Although that did not sound like a lot of fun, Kess understood it meant Emily would be close to Jelton and get a glimpse into his world. Dr. Snowden had been relaxed and at ease, something she recalled was hard for him to be at times. Her presence probably helped that along, but visiting Jelton made Dr. Snowden happy. After the emotional meeting with Dalton's family, then seeing him off, it was good to be reminded that old friends could still be visited. The Torvata arrived outside a metallic shack on the edge of a forest. Wow! Dalton wasn't kidding about the irradiated wasteland part, said Dr. Snowden, pointing at a data window that showed irradiation levels. Yeah. And did you see those mutant things on the way down? Asked Emily. She shuddered. No thanks. Kess studied the shack as the Torvata moved in slowly until it almost touched. The wavy and rusted metallic walls alongside the shady construction indicated a temporary design. The Torvata identified Dalton inside and showed he was human. I will be back, said Evaran. Kess observed him appear a moment later on the ramp with the device and a note in his hand. He went to the edge, then placed both of them on the ground. The Torvata backed up some. She heard movement. Her eyes widened when a malnourished head popped out of the shack.
Analysis. The human is Dalton.
When he fully emerged, the depth of his condition became known. Ribs showed on his bare torso, and his sweatpants looked like they had seen better days. The dead eyes and permanent scowl came as no surprise to her, but the appearance of a complete lack of will to live made her eyes mist. He was on his last legs, and probably would not make it another day. Emily shook her head. I can't believe that's him.
Analysis. It is him.
I know. It's just... he's so broken, said Emily with misted eyes. Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses. He looks like he's about done. Dalton looked around, particularly in the direction where the group had observed mutants earlier. He fidgeted with the cube and read the note. Although he appeared to be frail, His reaction time was still good when he caught the device after almost dropping it when the side pulled out. After grabbing a rift cube, he sniffed it, then put it on top. The device whirred into action, consuming the cube. A portal opened nearby. Kes saw why Dalton jumped through. The portal showed a world with healthy people, and it was clean. A blue sky hung over the park, and the technology appeared advanced. Dalton took a final look in the direction of the bunker where his family had died. He frowned and squinted hard. He had no more tears to give. His eyes fired up when he looked back at the portal. He jumped through the portal, which then closed. Evaran rejoined the group. "Wow, that was heartbreaking," said Emily, frowning. Dr. Snowden sighed. "Yeah, I hated seeing him like that. It's so far from where he is now." "I wanted to rush out and tell him everything would be okay," said Kes. "But even though I think he's in a good place now, he still lost his family. That's never a place anyone should be in." She grabbed Dr. Snowden's hand and squeezed. "Yeah," said Dr. Snowden, clearing his throat. Evaran nodded. "You now have a unique perspective on Dalton, one that very few can claim to have. From his perspective, he's about to spend the next 70 years, plus, in the timeline he went to," said Dr. Snowden. "But when we go back to Earth, he will have already done all that. I look forward to talking to him again." "Same here," said Emily.
Analysis. I would like to see when Evat merged with him.
"I understand," said Evaran. "We have one more stop." Kes's heart sagged. The last stop was her time period. She wished she could always travel with the group, but an alliance depended on her. Perhaps Dr. Snowden could do what Emily had planned with Jelton. Kes knew Dr. Snowden would love it. She sighed as she watched the shack grow smaller as the Toravata pulled away. She hated goodbyes. And now, it was her turn. Dr. Snowden did not want Kes to go. The Toravata had landed on a private landing spot on the tower she called her home and headquarters. He sensed her sadness, and it affected him. Life was better with her in it, there was no doubt. He briefly wondered what his situation would be like if he moved to her time period, but he could never leave Emily, and he thought that Evaran needed a crew. Dr. Snowden was torn between multiple ideas.
Analysis. It is July 4th, AD 514, 723, 11 o'clock a.m., 5 minutes after we left initially for the summons.
Kes nodded as she stood along with the others in the command center. "Well, I guess this is it." Emily rushed over and hugged her. "I'm gonna miss you." "I'll miss you too," said Kes. Emily and Kes's relationship had grown stronger during the summonses. V walked over and high-fived Kes. She pulled him in and hugged. "You can't escape my hugging."
Analysis. I was not trying to.
Kes stood back and nodded. She moved over to Evaran and gave him a big hug. "I'm going to miss you too. You change so many lives with your mere presence." "I usually try to minimize that," said Evaran. She stepped back and winked. "You know what I meant." Evaran half smiled. "I did." Kes took one last look around the command center, then extended her hand to Dr. Snowden. He glanced at the others and then grabbed it. A moment later, and they were standing outside the Toravata's shields. "I wish you didn't have to go," said Dr. Snowden. "Me either. But it is what it is. Besides, we'll see each other soon," said Kes as she held both his hands. He sighed. "Not soon enough." They shared a deep kiss. Kes laid a hand on his chest. "I was thinking, maybe we do what Emily and Jelton are doing. You come with me to one of my off-planet meetings. Ambassador Jago would love to see you again."
I'd love to. When do we go? Kes smiled. Since our rifts are in sync, Evaran would have to pick you up to make sure you get back without missing any time on your side. An off-planet trip may take longer than a weekend. Whatever it takes, as long as we're together, I don't care where we go. Her voice wavered. Are you trying to make this goodbye harder than it already is? They hugged tight. Dr. Snowden enjoyed the pleasure that her presence offered. She was everything to him. And although he had not mentioned the L word, at some point, it would be said with ease. He did not know how she felt about that, but he did not want to ruin the relationship or make it weird. A trip with her to an off-planet meeting sounded perfect, and he was sure Evaran would have no issues with it. They stepped back. Kes wiped her eyes. I'll see you in less than a week. Dr. Snowden frowned. Yeah. They gazed at each other and then hugged again. Dr. Snowden laughed when they separated. Okay, at some point here I have to leave. I know, said Kes, lightly punching his arm. Go. Watch over Dalton and Evad. I think they'll need friends in their adjustment period. Dr. Snowden nodded and then gave her a light kiss before going back into the Toravata. He stood alongside everyone as they waved to Kes. A lump formed in his throat as the Toravata pulled away. It was hard to watch the woman of his dreams be sad, but it excited him to think of traveling with her for a week or longer to an off-planet meeting. He would ask Evaran about it later. Emily pointed up. To the roof. Dr. Snowden forced a smile as he trudged after the others. He enjoyed the tradition of talking with the gang about the adventure they had gone on. The group assembled on the roof as they approached low orbit. Evaran leaned on the light blue guardrail and looked out. I know you two have questions. Please proceed. Dr. Snowden joined Evaran on the right, while Emily took the left. V stood next to her. Well, you know I'm going to ask about Cyrillus. How'd it go? Asked Emily. It went well. Although it is an echo, it seemed remarkably like the Cyrillus I knew. I am now aware that she exists in the dream layer to some degree. Not to sound creepy, but we are inside her, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran nodded. Yes, but it is rare for her to take a form. However, it seems she can in certain situations. I know you don't dream, but anytime you want to visit the dream layer, let me know, said Emily. She grinned while eyeing Dr. Snowden. He's with Kes now, so you might want to stay out of his for a while. Dr. Snowden laughed. He recalled teasing Emily about her dreams with Jelton before. That's fair. Either of us will volunteer. Seriously, just let us know. Your offers are appreciated, and I may take you up on them at some point, said Evaran.
Analysis. Perhaps I can join them as well.
Dr. Snowden pointed at V. Anytime. He studied Evaran. My question is related to what the Mortani wanted to talk to you about. What did they want? Evaran dipped his head some. A good question. The Mortani I talked with was Shizalarin. She and 22 others are part of a faction that opposed the 3 we fought. Although I saw that when I probed her mind after they lost their cosmic energy, I wanted to observe how she behaved in the Rift Guardian prison. Per Galden, members of her faction have been model prisoners. As such, she offered me information in exchange for release to a world where they could interact with others. Seems fair enough, although with their cosmic knowledge, wouldn't that be an issue? Asked Dr. Snowden. Yes, they would need to be monitored at a high level. It sounds like you took the offer, said Emily. Evaran nodded. Galden is setting it in motion now. Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. And what information was worth that? She said that, prior to coming to our universe, when she and some others were awake, they had detected a cosmic presence in another universe. One of your initial plane forms? Asked Dr. Snowden. You're the first, and Leverin was the 8th. That means it could have been one of 2 through 7.
Yes, but she mentioned that the cosmic presence was tainted. Dr. Snowden gulped. He remembered that when he had first met Cyrillus, she had mentioned there were abominations that she had witnessed, and Shizalarin had just confirmed it. So, what does that mean to us? Asked Emily. Evaran's eyes narrowed. Unknown at this point, but we will deal with it, should it come across our path. We'll kick its butt. Evaran eyed her as she playfully tapped his arm.
Analysis. I have a question about Evat. She is more powerful than any AI on Earth. Will that be an issue?
Evaran shook his head. She has many memories to absorb from her time as a VI. She has already shown her true nature, and it is good. If she becomes a problem, we will deal with it. But I trust Dalton, and more importantly, so does the Torvata.
I will assist her with organic interaction, said V.
Evaran glanced at him. I know you will, and that is why I am confident she will be okay. Speaking of Dalton, he's had a wild journey, said Dr. Snowden. To see him go from so defeated to where he is now is crazy. I concur, and the Torvata chose him for his character. I was surprised about Cyrillus, and also going to the Dream Layer. We all were, said Emily. I like him. Dr. Snowden nodded. Same here, and I will look forward to seeing how his first few weeks go. We'll see him when he joins our Wildhaven Institute trips. That's right, said Emily. I almost forgot that he'll be going to those. Evaran raised a finger. To that end, we will spend some time on Earth during his transition. It will help for him to have friends near. I suspect Cyrillus wants that too, as there are no critical summonses. Although there are always some present, they are low priority. She's giving us time, said Emily. Evaran nodded. That was my conclusion. Emily took a step back and extended her hands off to the side. You know what time it is. Everyone faced her and in unison said, Everything is as it should be. Epilogue. Dalton stood on the landing pad outside Lord Noskov's base. A week had passed since he had arrived on this Earth, and he had already begun to think of it as his home. It contained everything he needed, and with Jake being able to fly anywhere, he and Robert had given Dalton a tour of the planet. Like Dr. Snowden, Robert had laughed at being called a young one. Jake had been excited to show off different cities and locales, and even some of the places where non-humans gathered. It astonished Dalton how integrated they were into human society. When he had visited the Earth Ward headquarters in upstate New York, where the Wildhaven Institute was, it showcased a who's who of the non-human world. Everything from wild-born who could change their skin color to young witches of various Daedrold strains appeared. A lot of demigods resided there as well. However, their status was predicated on their being children of outsiders who had claimed godhood long ago. Another interesting facet that Dalton had dived into eagerly was the multiple cultures present around the world. The sheer amount of food and variety mesmerized him. He enjoyed listening to different types of music and consuming media. Jake focused on science fiction shows, and Dalton cracked up at some of the aspects. The technology intrigued him, in that the non-human world had an advanced version relative to humans. Lord Noskov's base possessed matter replicators, something that would alleviate so many issues on the human side, yet they were not shared. He understood that knowledge could be dangerous, and it remained one of the few advantages non-humans had that allowed them to avoid persecution. There were simply more humans on the planet, and by a wide margin. Lord Noskov had been a gracious host, and Dalton appreciated his pragmatic take on things. Although he looked sinister, Dalton had found him to be well-educated and highly intelligent. His fountain of knowledge on the politics of the planet fascinated Dalton, and he suspected he would be knee-deep in it at some point. Lord Vigon, on the other hand, was much more boisterous and had an easygoing personality. It belied his formidable armor and blunt forearm blades, which could be extended. His future knowledge caught Dalton's attention in that Lord Vigon treated Dalton like an old friend. Their personalities lined up, and Lord Vigon was close to Evaran. Lord Vigon had even traveled with Evaran to fight the Purifiers, the same group that had forced Dalton to leave the last timeline. He enjoyed visiting Dr. Snowden in his college office. They had had a few lunches together, and Dalton sensed that Kess's absence affected him. His cosmic energy fluctuated at times. Dr. Snowden and Emily's house had been fun as well, and with the Torvata out back, it presented a familiar feeling. That was when Dalton had also visited with Evaran and V. Emily, like Dr. Snowden, seemed somewhat down since she had been back, but she went out of her way to get in a training session or two with Dalton. Mikhail accompanied them, and Dalton learned more about the mysterious mountain of a man. Dalton enjoyed the tour of the house and the surrounding neighborhood. Although it was their home, he also saw why they liked to travel. Getting into a routine could be boring, and traveling with Evaran was anything but that. V and Evot had spent a lot of time together. When she formed her cat form, V would also, and they would roam the neighborhood. The crow one was popular during the day as well. Evot learned not only how people lived, but also animals. That was important, since a cat should not hop on a dog's back and then sway her paws around as if in a trance. Although the dog was V in a form, Evot said she was scanning the area. A small lesson, but one she needed to know in order not to draw attention. Dalton in particular enjoyed spending time with Evaran. They had become close, and Dalton viewed him like a brother. Although they shared cosmic energy and Dalton's level was not even close to Evaran's, Dalton still possessed the most of any human outside a brief stint when Dr. Snowden and Emily had contained more of Evaran's energy. Dalton had talked about everything under the sun with Evaran and asked about what issues to expect. Evaran said he had complete trust in Dalton, and he saw many troublesome problems on this earth. Dalton's role as inspector seemed made for him, and global jurisdiction would allow him to work wherever he was needed. The only concern Evaran noted was that the Earth Ward had a perception issue and was not fully trusted by either humans or non-humans. He had expected more support, since the Earth Ward was a United Nations-backed agency, but they did not even have that from humans. He took a moment to smell the forest. The small things made him smile, and he looked forward to experiencing more. With his Evaran sense, as he called it, and his Torvata touch, in addition to his existing abilities, he was suited to a dangerous role that would put him in the crosshairs of potential criminals. After dealing with the Tenagrins, he was ready for whatever. He turned his head at the footsteps approaching him. Although the sound gave it away, his Evaran sense had detected it as well. It would take some time to get used to that. Lord Vigon joined Dalton and leaned on the guardrail.
Busy first week? It sure has been. I look forward to there being more. Oh, there will be.
Dalton studied Lord Vigon.
I'm aware you know of my future. To some degree. I may have looked in on a few cases. As Evaran would say, less is better. I find that discovering is better than knowing sometimes.
Dalton nodded.
I like that. Do we work any cases together?
I can't say, said Lord Vigon. But if we do, they'll be interesting.
Dalton eyed Lord Vigon.
I suspect my time here will be just that. Interesting. But after everything I've gone through, I'm ready for a new chapter in my life.
Knowing you, it will be a good one, said Lord Vigon.
He moved a hand out in front of him in an arc.
I look forward to reading the Inspector Dalton Files.
They laughed. Dalton appreciated Lord Vigon's vote of confidence. The future remained bright, and Dalton looked forward to meeting new people and working on interesting cases. With access to Dr. Snowden, Emily, Evaran, and V, alongside those at Lord Noskov's base, Dalton was not alone. It was a good feeling. For the next chapter in his long life, he would deal with whatever came his way as Inspector Dalton Kingston, Earth Ward.
This has been The Time Cube, Book 11 of the Evaran Chronicles, written by Adair Hart, narrated by Michael Wolfe. Copyright 2020 by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart.